I sure hope so. It's Monday morning, almost the end of the month. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. Hello, pets, non-pets, and everything you'd like to pet. So glad you could make it here today. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we saved you that front row seat every day. We're going to do that for you. Welcome to Topstep TV, the only and biggest, best names in the trading world. And I must emphasize that today because I was going over the guest list today, and we are packed with guests. This episode, you're not going to want to log out. You're not going to want to miss anybody today. And by the way, this is Opening Call. He's Tango. I'm Cash. And yes, we have an informative and educational show for you today. And every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, stay positive and success will follow. Trust me on that one. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoag, Hoagland. Good morning, handsome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Eddie. It's great to see you. As always, happy Monday, July the 29th. Your days seem to be flying by, but always glad to be back here on a Monday with everybody. Good morning to Amer, Matthew, G-Man, Toby, Corey, CL, Theo, good morning, Procstem, Phil, Hussein, and just the top of the list there. Good morning, everybody. Glad you're here, and we're going to see what we can find for us this week, huh?
Like the hidden treasure. Actually, there's a lot
Yes.
of hidden treasures here throughout the week. It's just a matter of you being here and catching them as they pass by. Let's get the news going here, Johnny. And stock futures rise at the start of the week here. That does include several major central bank meetings. Yes, including our good friends at the Fed Reserve, as well as earnings for some key tech companies. Apple is taking its time to incorporate artificial intelligence. I did hear from a source that it is not going to be in the update. It'll probably be in the new phones. So, yes, start saving your money. This is all while the European corporate results season also continues. Well, I mentioned the Fed Bank. Yes, the Fed Bank on parade this week. And if we'll keep our eyes open, the spotlight this week, Federal Reserve, Bank of England, and the Bank of Japan are all set to hold policy meetings. Now, the Fed concluded its July policy meeting on Wednesday and widely expected to maintain its benchmark overnight interest rate. However, markets are expecting a September rate cut. This should happen, but we'll get that out there, especially after Friday's personal consumption expenditures price index. Now, that's one of the Fed's favorite gauge of inflation, and it did so show signs of cooling. Bank of Japan, latest policy meeting Wednesday also. So we do see the rate hike is mounting despite a fragile economy and a weaker consumer sentiment. Bank of England, oh boy, they're going to meet on Thursday, and there is a great deal of uncertainty on whether the policymakers were going to do their first rate cut since 2020. Sounds like us, right? U.S. stock futures edged higher. We did see that the Dow climbed about 0.2%, S&P also 2.2%, and the NASDAQ rose by 0.4%. Some of the major indices last week slipped, with the NASDAQ composite hitting hard in particular by cooling off the tech trade. And Johnny, that's what I have got today. What else have you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers due out today, there's really not all that much to talk about. We do have the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Survey, 9:30 this morning. At 10:30, there are two bill auctions, the 3-month and the 6-month bill auctions due out. But Tuesday through Friday, it just keeps getting a little bit more intense. On Tuesday, the FOMC meeting begins. We have Case-Shiller home prices, FHFA housing price indices, consumer confidence on Tuesday, and job opens and labor turnovers. Lots of information about the employment situation this week. On Wednesday, of course, mortgage applications, the ADP employment number comes out. We do have the Fed. We got the FOMC meeting going for the second day in a row. Pending home sales, Chicago PMI, petroleum status report, a 4-month bill auction, FOMC announcement, and then the Fed chair presser just after that. FOMC announcement due at 1 p.m. Wednesday, and of course the Fed press conference is at 1:30 on Wednesday. Thursday, jobless claims, productivity and costs, PMI manufacturing, final ISM manufacturing index, construction spending, nat gas numbers due out. Friday, unemployment situation, the NFP, non-farm payroll, employment rate, all due out on Friday, factory orders, and of course the Baker Hughes rig count. That's what we've got as far as economic numbers this week. Now, as far as earnings today, McDonald's misses on both categories, but tomorrow, Procter & Gamble, Merck, Pfizer. After the close tomorrow, Microsoft and AMD. Wednesday, T-Mobile, HSBC, Boeing before the open. Meta after the close. Thursday, Shell, ConocoPhillips before the open. Amazon, Apple, and Intel after the close on Thursday. And then Friday, early, ExxonMobil and Chevron all due out. This morning, VIX is up about 1% last I checked at 1654. The dollar index up a little bit at 104.6. And the yield on the 10-year down below 4.2%, 4.15%. This morning, last I checked, that's what we've got for economic information and earnings due out, and that's for the entire week. I always like to review the entire week on Mondays, get everybody prepared, and as always, we will be here with you through all of that, and see if we can find some good opportunities. Back to you, Eddie.
That's some good information. Thanks, John. I know who's having their earnings this week. Deep John goes. Dude, where's my crude? Well, taking a look right now, it looks like it's the meat between the two pieces of bread right in the middle. High 77.29, low 76.53. Last trade here 76.88. And we did see these crude prices rising slightly here due to the widening conflict in the Middle East. Crude has unable to retain its earlier gains as the prospect of weaker demand and potential supply gut in the weakened months weighed on sentiment. Concerns over the top importer China, it grapples with the slowing economic recovery, continue to weigh in oil. And after a steep loss, crude in the we do see that loss over the past 3 weeks. We did see WTI climb to 77.20. Brent rose to 80.38. And that's what I've got for some news. But of course, each and every day, we have a Top Step tip of the week. What is this week tip of the week? And there it is. Keeping emotions in check. Can you honestly say that you keep your emotions in check? Keeping emotions in check is crucial for traders to maintain discipline, to see straight, make rational decisions, and achieve long-term success. So this is something you need to have in your journal. Check, how are my emotions today? Am I following through? Am I following through my game plan? Have I have focus? Have I did anything stupid? Keep emotions in check every day. John, what do you got?
Well, yeah, I mean, keeping emotions in check, or at least understanding how they're going to be affecting your decision-making process is, of course, vital for any trader. To me, controlling emotions is exhausting. I've never been able to do it. So I've learned to use the information that the emotions are telling me to my advantage. I know that if I'm starting to feel out of sync, uncentered, or tilted, that I'm better off just walking away and letting that venom get out of my system one way or another. So yes, understanding emotions, trying to keep them in check. Yes. Using those emotions to your advantage. There's information in those emotions, and going back to keeping a journal and keeping track of those emotions through that journal can be really useful for a trader to understand how those emotions are going to affect their decision-making process. Great follow-up to last week's tip of the week, keeping emotion in check.
You got it. All right. Sharpen your pencils. Get your crayons ready here. John's going to jump on some charts. And, well, John, what do you got for our contestants today?
As always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. Now, we're all well aware we've seen a pretty decent pullback. The volume has been good. However, we continue, at least in the S&Ps, to reduce the number of outstanding contracts. We lost approximately another 12,000 contracts on Friday, pulling off of that 5% level that really found some quick support on Thursday. Saw some continuation to the upside, perhaps a little bit of short covering occurring on Friday. The end of the week after a down week would make some sense. The market has really kind of fallen into now I'm calling it a 3-day balance, maybe even a 4-day balance. The extremes of that balance, I'm going to be writing these down: 55.50 to the upside and 54.35, that 5% off the all-time high that where we found support on Thursday. What are the range bound rules? Well, range bound rules are you fade the extremes of the range until there's a breakout. Fading those extremes and fading failed breakouts at the extremes can be decent opportunities for executions and for trades. And then when the market breaks out and you see some momentum, some volume coming in on that, then you want to go with substantial breakouts away from balance. So again, calling the balance extremes so far this week at 55.50 and 54.35. That 5% off the all-time highs. There is a lot of information due out this week. If we remain in range, it wouldn't surprise me. Waiting for the FOMC, waiting for all the employment information. I'm going to be trying to stay patient, waiting for those extremes to look for some of the bigger and possibly better opportunities. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let me get this scaled. And so we've kind of broken the downside structure now, haven't we? We put in a lower low, haven't really put in a higher high, but at least from here, we're starting to see some higher highs and higher lows. And that's that 5% off the all-time high that we hit on Thursday. Still largely range bound. Overnight inventory flat. No major overnight inventory. Looks like the market's going to be opening in range without a gap, but above value. So value area high on this platform is coming in right around 55.05. Well, that 55 level, 55.10 to 5500, was really a supportive level in the past, and I'm still keeping an eye on that. So opening in range above value, maybe there's some decent opportunities early in the session, but being a Monday and knowing myself that Mondays are typically not going to be my best trading days, I'm going to be staying patient, looking for opportunities as the day goes on, possibly some better trade locations as the day goes on. The profile on Friday, normal variation day, just kind of, it should start seeking new data, which we know there's a lot coming out, and new levels as the week goes on. One of the things that I have to point out in the profile or on the chart on Friday was the afternoon pullback low. Afternoon pullback low, 45.82 half. That looks very interesting. We found buyers here. We rallied. We came back. We found buyers there. I think maybe if we get an opportunity to see an execution down there, it's going to offer the opportunity to limit risk, and we'll see what happens if we actually get there. We'll be keeping a close eye. I'll be keeping a close eye on that level. But again, overnight high looks kind of interesting. Friday's high, we were unable to maintain price above that. Possible rotation, possibly back to that afternoon pullback low is what I'm going to be looking at. Here's the NASDAQ on the daily chart. So with the tech sector getting smacked around, the NASDAQ actually traded to 10% off the all-time high. If you were with us on Thursday, you saw us say, hey, this is an important level. A lot of people are going to be looking at that, and it really put in a pretty strong low for the week last week. Traded just a couple of ticks down through that level and then found buyers and then came back up into range. So again, I'm looking at this as the downside auction kind of falling into balance. We maybe a 2, maybe a 3, 3-day balance here, kind of looking at those extremes as 19,640, 19,640, kind of up here where this low is, and the last week's low right around that 10%, 18,885 would be the lower extreme, that 10% off the all-time high. Looking at the 30-minute chart, what are we going to see? We're going to see the market opening probably in range, trying to open with a gap, unable to maintain price above that overnight high. Looks kind of interesting. We're back in range, above value. Overnight inventory in the NASDAQ seems to be a little bit long, a little bit longer than the S&Ps, but just kind of moving a little bit further away here. There's really our kind of upper extreme of the area of balance, 2-day, 1 day inside the previous day. This market is really starting to just kind of chill out and look for new information. And again, there's plenty of that due this week. The profile, normal variation, neutral. We had a failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, which we did not have in the S&Ps. It offered a really nice long opportunity. The market did pull back to the afternoon pullback low, 19,104. So if we start to pull back into range, this will be an area or a level that I'll be looking at. If we do that, it could bring us to a value area acceptance play that could bring us a little bit lower than that. We're looking at value low at approximately 19,077 on this platform. So if we do kind of get back into value, that could bring price back down to that level, which is relatively close to that afternoon pullback low. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil is very interesting, and we've got some new information here in gold as well. Make sure you stick around for that because that is going to be very important today. So crude oil, 4-day balance. All right. What are the extremes? Let's call it 78.43. 78.43 right up here. And let's call the low of the balance last week's low, 46.04. We've got the 200 session moving average coming in at the high end of this area of balance. We've got last week's low at the low end of this balance. We lost 16,000 in open interest on Friday on a down day, long liquidation. Folks started to look at this as an opportunity to buy. We had some long liquidation on Friday again, losing 16,000 in open interest on Friday alone. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here's our 4 days, 1, 2, 3, 4 days of balance. The upper extreme, 78.43, the lower extreme, 76.04, last week's low. Overnight inventory has now been flattened out. The market did open in range and in value. Okay, we've got an afternoon pullback high that kind of put in our overnight high relatively close to it. That afternoon pullback high is 74.54. These highs right here, you saw that that level became resistant. Overnight inventory is now flat. We did get a little bit short in the hole down here. And now we're right back to where we started. We're right back in the middle of range, right back in the middle of value. Stay patient today. All my crude traders, stay very patient. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. Don't be in a big rush. Don't dig yourself a hole. And if you're doing well, fantastic. But if you're kind of getting a little chopped up in here, it doesn't surprise me. Be patient. Look for better trade locations at the extremes of the current regular trading hour and extended trading hour range. Our overnight high, 77.69. Our overnight low, 76.53. Anywhere between there is kind of a chop zone, especially as in balance and in range as we have been for the last 3 days. All right, now gold. We've been waiting for it. We've been anticipating it. We've been talking about it. December now has more volume. The Topstep X platform is trading the December contract. You do not have to switch to the December contract yet. If you're still in the August contract, the volume is about even so far today, maybe a little bit bigger in the December contract. But if you've already started in the August contract, you've got all your levels set for the August contract. It's fine to continue to trade that. The volume and the liquidity is about the same today. By tomorrow, for sure, you're going to want to be trading December. And I've adjusted these weekly kickoff levels for the December contract. So the December contract is
And Johnny?
2460. Yes,
Johnny, December is Z. Z is in zebra.
that is correct.
Yes.
Yep.
There you go, John Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Yes, December Z. Z, last day of the month, last day of the alphabet. Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, that's a good thing to point out. I appreciate that. So here's the daily. We see this gap, but that's largely because there's about a $47 premium in December to the August contract. So you're going to see that gap, and it's going to look a little bit different when I show you the December only contract. We're going to take a look at that shortly. Let me bring that in here now so that we can kind of see what this looks like. All right. So this is the December only contract, range bound since May. We got the upper extreme of the range here. We've got the lower extreme of the balance down here around 23.55. The upper extreme of balance upper here around 25 quarter. We're right in the middle of it. We're right in the middle of weekly kickoff high and low. We've got last week's high 24.8110, last week's low, and this is the December contract 23.9820. So let's bring this back up. So again, watch those extremes, in the December 25, 25, 23, 55, 25, 25, 23, 23, 55. We're pretty far away from those. We are in a medium time frame area of balance. Those are those levels. The upper extreme, 25, 25, lower extreme, 23, 55. You look at the 30-minute chart. This is going to look a little bit strange because we've got the December settlement, which is all up here. This was the August contract. We've got the, about a $47 premium to the December contract. It's going to confuse things just a little bit. And just remember, we are in rollover, and rollover always tends to make markets a little bit goofy and a little bit hard to trade. So consider being very patient today as far as, the profile, and, overnight inventory. No. The profile was a P-shaped profile indicating short covering, which was supported by a loss in 16,000 in open interest. But that's going to be blurry again because of rollover. So I want to show you where gold is in relation to the range and value in the December contract. So we opened in range and in value. We've left the opening range at the low of the session, and the market is continuing to try and push higher. Where has it tried to move to so far? A naked point of control to the tick, 24.4140. There are more weakness levels above price here. Just try and stay patient. It's going to be confusing using the chart the way it is, because it's still using August information here, and now it's the December contract. So be careful, take it easy, and we'll see what kind of opportunities we can find. You're going to need to use shorter time frame information and charts today to trade gold. Use the information off of the actual gold December contract if you have it for anything that you're looking for as far as longer or bigger opportunities. I think that's about it. Ladies and gentlemen, traders, please make sure you take a deep breath before you get involved in the markets. Always stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And as always, every day, each and every day, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. We got a lot of great folks coming in here today.
All right. I got my eye on you, traders. Coming up here today, we've got Coach Dakota Nick4ATick, Peter Tuckman, Dave Orr, Coach J, Mohammed A, and yes, the rest of the unusual suspects. We're going to take a little break here right now. Johnny, I brought 2 burritos. I'll meet you at the microwave. We'll be
Awesome.
right back. Back for Fast Markets. Don't go away. Got a great day today. All right, get your chicken bones, your tea leaves, and your magic 8 balls in the gates. Let's get this party started. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. The guy in the upper left, that's Michael Patak. Upper right, Nick4ATick. Lower left, Coach Dakota. Hoag's here, too, as well. What's up, guys? Let's go to Coach Dakota. How you feeling today?
Feeling great. I'm looking to actually buy this market. I'm considering just to get in right here at the market open, looking for a nice bounce back up into those 350s. Straight to it, straight to the point. We've had a nice little sell-off right before the market open, down from 19,360s, sitting around the 280s. So I'm looking to see if we get some type of a rally or a bounce back up towards these highs and test them. But we'll see. Most of the time, I like to just sit and watch the first 10, 15 minutes of the open.
All right. So he's bullish today. Nick4ATick, what are you seeing in these markets so far?
Not a whole lot. I was expecting some aspect of a reflex bounce to kind of kick us off as far as Globex Open last night. It's an interesting week. I know we are sitting on the opening bell here, but it's an interesting week when we have the market waiting for Tim Apple to once again save the world, as well as FOMC. So both basically waiting on the only two people that matter in terms of the stock market, which would be Tim Cook and Jerome Powell this week.
That's excellent. Excellent. All right, John, we are now open. What are we seeing in this opening range, this opening bell on this Monday, Hoag?
Here's the S&Ps. I always start with the S&Ps. We're opening right at the high of value from Friday. So, I'd be looking for some sort of a pullback. The afternoon pullback low I talked about on the opening call is right down here around 54.82 half. That's the deepest the market would pull. At the end of the day on Friday, I would like to see an opportunity for an execution down there. It would take us to low of value, low of the afternoon pullback low before really looking for any longs. Pretty big opening range here. We got 8 points in the opening range already in the S&Ps. Here's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ opening above TPO value. So not really showing too much of acceptance of value here so far. But again, it's the afternoon pullback low that I'm focusing on today. 19,104 is the afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, takes us relatively close to the TPO value low. We've now moved we've taken the 1 minute opening range and we are driving below it. So that has me initially looking for shorts, but I agree with Dakota and the idea that at some point today, we're going to be looking for an opportunity to buy this market. S&Ps also leaving that 1 minute opening range at the high of the session. and coming right back into value. We have the volume value high here at 55.02 half, which might be a little bit of a stutter step for continuation to the downside. We're looking at on the open here anyways. Andre, thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome, John. On the game right now. Michael, we got the Top Step daily levels open. You see a pin to the top of the chat yet. Ooh.
I just bought 33s.
Wow.
And it went up to 45s. It was the first little pause. 33s is on there. I'm out right now, but zone 7. Very top of your screen, folks. Top of your screen, Top Step guys. Daily levels at the top of your screen. Oh, we are aware of bill issues. The team's working on it. All right, cool. We will get to resolve. All right, that's at the top of your screen right now. For all those folks that have asked questions, we are working on rebill issues that continue. Small percentage, but still shouldn't happen. But it's getting worked on, and you'll get taken care of. So point of story is there will be a daily levels at the top of the screen that you can click on.
Yep.
I'm looking at it right now. Andre, we're in zone 7, and these are folks that we get levels from. We also have Dakota on here, and Nick4ATick. These are one of the best traders that ever come out of the trading combine, period.
Yeah.
And they're on here.
Yeehaw. Ooh, MP fired up, making trades. What was your trade real quick there, MP?
I just bought 33s. It was like literally held up.
Beautiful. This is your personal?
That was my personal. Yeah, you would have taken about 9 handles, 10 handles of heat.
Nice entry.
Right back up to where we opened.
I know. I got out right away. I was taking it, but then I'm like, well, Michael, slow down. So $22. But I do have
22.
I do have 2 new friends that I trade with.
Ooh. Oh boy.
One's called, one's an 8-ball. Right here.
I see what you did. I see what you did there. And
the other one is, why not? Ask an alien. So if you can't get it, you can't get it from the 8-ball world, then you get it from the alien world. I was shopping really quickly. I was shopping for a choice for a birthday party that we were going to, and in the aisle in Aspen for $45. This one's 32. This one's 15. I bought 2 things that are going to help me out.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm long for 52. Live account.
Are you long for 52? All right, cool. So these are going to be the fun little things that I jokingly do. It has nothing to do with anything you should ever be doing, but I thought it'd be funny. I had to buy something at the toy store.
I have a feeling
this is literally a toy store.
We're going to be executing trades based on what that thing says.
No, I won't.
Oh, you're long for 52?
Correct. Yeah, long for 52 live account.
Very good. Very nice. We are in zone 7. Last trade 273. Yep.
298, 295, 298, 295.
Friday's high. 298 yesterday or Friday's high.
Yep. And those 33. So if you guys do follow, guys, get the daily levels back up on the chat. Guys need it. I just mentioned it. You'll be able to follow along. If you're a newbie, go in there, see levels, watch the NASDAQ, watch the S&P, 2 most popular traded products. Watch them. And then it says right here, 19,233, sell side imbalance. Who said that? Well, Coach Jay said that. Coach Jay is one of our best level providers. I got to say that. So there should be a disclaimer on that page. I think there is, that these levels are just levels purely for entertainment. But we just say that for disclaimer.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know. Use it or don't use it. That's whatever disclaimer is the right disclaimer to say. Nothing is for sure in this planet of trading.
It's true.
It is pinned up top as requested.
Kind of the opposite of last week. The Dow is on its lows, and we're creeping. NASDAQ's creeping towards the highs.
Yeah, we're still hovering just below the opening bell.
Yeah, it still looks a little weak.
What's that Nikkei? Nikkei's getting destroyed.
You watch the Nikkei?
It's showing up in the news more. I have been until it passed like 35,000 or 30,000 or whatever it was. And it went to the moon. Now it's coming quickly back to Earth.
Crude about to make
Oh,
new
Russell
highs.
doing?
High of the day, $77.69. Last trade, $77.63. S&P seeing some sellers, like John just said. Dow is the big one, just fell off a cliff. Last trade, 40,700, call it. Low of the day, 687.
Still chopping around between 50s and 70s. Looking like we could get a breakout to the long side. If we do, my target's going to be these mid 300s.
There we go. And just as it says that.
Wow. Nice.
22s are nice.
86s. There's 90s. There's 90s.
94.
Well, the market's moving, so everybody be a little bit careful.
Yep, it's Monday.
Monday.
298s.
Why do you say,
Friday high.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that? It's Monday, Andre. Why?
Well, like Nick4ATick was saying, we got Jerome Powell this week and we got Apple earnings. Two big heavy hitters. It's Monday. Take it slow. Ease yourself into it. Can't make your week right now, but you can definitely break your week right now. So let's ease into this. There's going to be lots of opportunity this week. Lots of opportunity this week. We got non-farm this week too? Shoot. What a week.
Yeah.
Always learning trading. It's an opportunity-making machine, these markets are. It's your job to be there when the opportunity that you can see it presents itself.
We're pushing.
But you should not go after every shiny little object. Therefore, patience.
Dakota, right again. We just got the high of the opening range.
We did.
Now we're up against Friday's high.
Friday's high, right here, right now. Is that what you're saying?
298.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. We're kind of just slowly grinding. I mean, slow, but this is slow compared to normal. There's a lot of volatility. I'm expecting a lot of volatility going into this week. I was talking about it last night that as we see this huge increase in volatility, Friday we was ranging 100 points every 5 minutes. To size down, use a smaller size.
You know, Dakota market was heavy sellers, and you're like, I'm looking to buy here. What sort of, I mean, how about 52s? What did you see there that I missed? And then looking at the ES is sellers right now, but we got buyers in the NASDAQ. That's a little confusing.
Yeah, well, I don't really look too much at these other markets, and I did my analysis on higher time frames, hourly, daily, and we've been seeing higher lows since Thursday, Friday, and whenever we see some fear in the markets, like some type of a sell-off, it's been great opportunities to buy. And then over here on the 5-minute chart, you can see every time we've sold off, beautiful buying opportunity. Sell off, buying opportunity. You know what? And that's how the market has been, and I'm going to treat that market like this, to buy the dip mentality until we start to change. And we are breaking through those 300s, looking to test these 320s, 330s.
Wow.
And
where's Coach Jay?
Here we are.
What a rally.
Coach Jay.
Quick
Coach Jay. Damn you. You would have taken 10 handles of heat on that one. Okay, the levels aren't always going to hold up again, but wow. Wow.
317 is resistance. 317 is resistance right here, right now. Coach Paul.
Hey, Dakota, I know you like this in the mid 300s. We have just a boatload of mother, women, children, and fathers long right now. And the ES and the NASDAQ, open positions in the thousands, many, many thousands of open positions are all screaming 78% long. Guys, annotate that. It's something to be aware of. This is very, 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 very high. I have not seen this high.
MP, when you see it. Yeah, MP, when you see a tilt like that, what are you thinking to do when you see a tilt like that of 78% long, 79% long?
Now it's grabbing the alien, asking the alien a question.
All right, can we just come on?
Okay, all right. I annotated. I write it down in my journal. Yes, I do journal. There's a journal. I write it in there, so then I know. So then I know what's what. Everybody in the sister is long. Now, I say that because it's like I say that because it's so many people. 78% it was. It's still 77, 75, 74. If you think about it, those are some of the longs that peeled off. It was 78%. If there's 1,000, and I said many thousands, there's 1,000 open positions, 780 of them are thinking one direction. That's pretty interesting. We all, or many of us, 78% of us. It's a lot. I think in one direction.
is.
When everybody's thinking one direction, does it go that way or does it reverse? It usually does something. How about that? That's my point. It usually does something pretty good.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
That
still
is
long?
fair to say. I'm still long for 52.
Nice.
Looking to see if we could just continue this rally. There's no sense of me closing this out. I just hate closing my trades when they're going in my direction. Sometimes that's the bad thing where I hold on to them for a little bit too long, and it turns around and I give back some of my profits. But that's part of what we have to go through as traders is when do we close it? When do we trail it? I like a higher risk reward. So I was risking like $300 or $400 on this. And if we do start to rally and break, maybe we break overnight highs, maybe we break 360s, and I'm closing this thing out in the 400s.
Dakota, you are a thoroughbred.
Oh,
Some days, Eddie.
get your thoroughbreds in the gate. Nick4ATick, you seen anything over there? What are you looking at in terms of levels, prices?
Yeah, I
Market
just
direction.
took a quick short for 12 points.
Yeah, nice.
Great.
Yeah, I got a short. I got a short on from
317
20.
roughly.
You guys are
I'm out. I'm already out. Just FYI. I literally was just looking for it was a short-term exhaustion that kind of printed up there. So I was just trying to scalp it and I wanted to see if we could hold under 300 and it kind of immediately bid right off of it. So I got out. So quick 700
Nick,
bucks.
I went with you. I sold 20s 2 times.
Yeah, that
covered
was
one right away. Still holding
Same
one.
exact spot, basically.
And Pete, did you pull the trigger off that heavy tilt?
Yeah, and then it came. I didn't off the tilt, and then it came on the retest because the tilt was up there at the 20s.
Yep.
And then it retested the 19.320s, and then when it did that, that's when I got short.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
interesting.
like the longs in Dakota's area, but this is kind of where we may balance in this like 350 to 240 kind of range. 248 I think was a level from last week. We definitely could just kind of balance and bounce and establish some volume build, which is actually what I'm kind of looking for. If you guys remember going back to when we shot up to all-time highs, it was that like 19,600 area that we kind of flushed through going to the upside and then flushed right through to the downside. So I would love to see some volume build in that 500 to 600 area on the NASDAQ, and maybe we might get that here to kick off the week.
Nick, good job. See money, take money. I was holding that
both
at
you guys.
the end of the 300s.
Well,
So I'm down 200
I'm
bucks. I was in it
bullish
for
this week.
500. So next time. Okay, cool.
So that's kind of my read. That's why it's like I don't want to fade my initial read after coming out of last week and into the early part of this week. I still think we may get nothing crazy, but I think we're going to build a little bit of volume above last week's range.
Boy, buyer's step.
I just moved my stop loss to 282.
Well done. Bulls taking over in NASDAQ. S&Ps bid it up as well. Dow's very, very sluggish. Still chop around the lows. NASDAQ moving higher here. All right. Well, we did say we got Tim Apple, a.k.a. Apple, reporting this week. We've got FOMC this week. But for today, I didn't take a peek at the calendar just yet. So I'm throwing it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar today in terms of economic numbers?
Eco. Well, not too much today, as John mentioned earlier. In less than about an hour, I'm going to say about 45 minutes, 50 minutes here. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, minor number. We also do have around 10:30 a 3-month bill, 6-month bill auction. And sorry to say, that's all I got today, man.
Uh-oh. All right.
Pop-Tarts for everybody. Let's just pass out the Pop-Tarts and put a smile on everybody's
There's the
face.
break.
That's all I got, Andre.
Wow.
Just took out the overnight high in the NASDAQ.
All right, I'm getting short.
It's not a bad place to try it. That 520 area on ES,
Yeah.
too, it does make sense.
I got beat up on the way up. I'm tired of getting beat up on the way up.
Yeah, I think the early part of this week,
83%.
we said Tim Apple, but I know Microsoft and Amazon are also reporting, I believe, this week. So it's just like you've just got a lot of volatility events, and if those three happen to have positive earnings, if Apple actually shows that they're growing again, which they haven't showed in years, but the market hasn't seemed to give a crap on that anyway. But if there are positive earnings out of those ones, we could definitely make a trip back to an all-time high. Nothing would stop us, especially with Powell speaking too. Like any of these could send us up there.
All-time highs.
Yeah. House count, guys. Let's talk it. Anything? Folks in the Top Step TV team in the back green room. Wheels
If I
need to
see
be
something,
turning.
I'll let you know. I'll try and let you know ahead of time. But
Thank you.
sometimes the
Fair
markets
enough.
are moving just so fast. It's
Yes, it
kind
is.
of an instant change.
All right. Can I get a quick P&L update from my guys over here? Nick4ATick, P&L update, please.
I am up 750 in my live.
Up 750. Thank you. MP.
I am realized 147 down, realized 350 up on a one
All right.
lot.
Well, update
sitting up there.
us when you go flat. Dakota, you're still in a position as well.
Yeah. Minus the commission so far.
Okay. So he's got Nick4ATick up 750. Everything else is flat. What's up, John?
Michael, I think we're maybe a little bit late to the party, but when the market like takes out the overnight high and can't maintain price above it very much, usually there's a pretty decent pullback, but I think we're just seeing it right now. Still looking for another opportunity for us in the house account.
Okay.
Daily levels.
long.
Also, I saw, did you see 82%? I saw that in the NQ. Super heavy. SES as well. Upper left-hand corner, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep on X, Twitter, call it what you want. Says your performance dashboard, some cool swag, Traders Command Station. You want to share with us in the audience. We'll turn that around to you guys in a couple hours. Again, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. Hit us up. See what you got. We had some gold memes, too. Memes are funny.
Yeah, pretty much all of the Mag 7 is bid out of the gate here.
Hey, Nick4ATick, you said you're bullish coming into the week. Is that based on because you're thinking that you're going to have to see some positive earnings out of the big boys?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I know we saw a little bit of weakness in Google and Tesla. I mean, Google's wasn't even that bad, to be honest, but I think it's just a weird week, and the Mag 7 earnings just tend to, lean a little bullish. It could be Armageddon if all, God forbid, they're all bad, like actually bad. But we just haven't seen it. I just think there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of opportunities for, trades this week. And it's one of those where, any one of those could move the market, 0.5% it's in itself, just in the, the after hours portion. So it's definitely a week that I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be a little bit more hands off. And, as I was kind of doing some late planning late last night for this week, it's just kind of like whatever your plan is, potentially you're going to end up throwing it out in the middle of the week, because we could be completely, a full plus 100%, range extension already out of that by Tuesday. Anything could happen this week. It's going to be weird. So I agree with Dakota. Size down, widen your stops a little bit, and just be careful. Maybe even if you're an NQ trader, maybe look at ES a little more this week. It's going to be a little chaotic, I would imagine.
Words of wisdom. That's true.
Very good.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Love that you said that.
368, 361's average daily range high. It's going to be a pullback right here for all you longs. We can't get in.
I mean, this is a good example. If you're watching the NQ DOM, like we're not really making any decisions as far as direction, but we're whipsawing 6-7 points just in seconds. So it very much can just wick you out of a position that is the right decision, or the right direction, excuse me, just with how kind of whippy it's been and wicky on a 30-second, 1 minute time frame. So you may not be wrong, and this is where the logic of maybe widen your stops and size down makes sense.
Yep.
So I still have this short on, and I feel like covering right here. I just did. All right.
I was gonna say, it looks like it's gonna roll over, MP.
What price were you in short?
57s.
It's a great entry.
Just covered
it
20s.
Look at you.
Well, this is the bigger move that I was thinking.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Coming up to VWAP here in the NQ. VWAP 19,290. Last trade, 19,300.
Beautiful trade, MP.
Yes.
Thank you. Right when
Wasn't
we,
good.
right when you all said what? I've been saying y'all a lot,
Oh.
Nick. Hopefully
Y'all
you
suck.
appreciate that. Y'all suck. Started with
Michael,
that,
was
now
it-
I've baked it apart. Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
Was it the inability to hold above the overnight high that got you in that?
Yeah, that's what you guys. When you guys said that, it was the world was still long.
Very
80%.
decisive.
Yeah.
Cheap trade.
21 handles. I redid this, even though you said the F word. I effing hate the markets. I know. I've been there a million times from Sunday.
That's just-
I have
yeah.
been there. This is a love-hate
Oh, yeah.
business. You're on the hate.
Once a week.
You're on the hate side of it.
Once a week, I hate the market, but I always come
We've
back.
all been there. Trust.
Yes. Yeah.
It was hidden, but I unhid it because I felt like we all needed to hear that, because people go through a love-hate. You just can't implode. Do not reset. Do not go get 20 accounts somewhere and think you're going to go hit a home run. Do not size down. Trading 101 is what I like to call it. Do not feed some prop firm, even ours, any of your money. Do not feed the markets your money by going to your personal account. Do not pull money out of your kid's college fund. When you're in that state, take a break. Nick did it. Nick, you did it for a little bit. Dakota,
4th of July.
I don't know if you take breaks, but you got cold a little bit, and now you kind of turn the corner on there. You took profits out. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, every trader is going to go just like golf. What do you see guys just crushing it every weekend? I mean, some, yeah, but it's such a small percentage.
Your boy Scheffler. Yeah, we saw. Yeah.
What did you see?
Yeah.
Nick4ATick called out 55.20 for a short in the S&Ps. Couldn't have been more right. What did you see there?
Thanks,
I saw
Johnny.
that kind of the short-term delta flipped negative, and I saw some sellers really kind of stepping in, and that was right after kind of an exhaustion print, more or less. So I saw a few stops get run a little bit, and just kind of gave me an entry. I was going to scale into it, but it kind of immediately went like 15 points in my favor. So I just quickly took it off as we were still kind of whipsawing around. But the logic was I wanted to see us break below previous day high, and we kind of immediately bounced off of it, which is why I covered.
Beautiful.
Great eyes. Great eyes.
Yeah, we did sell off back down, tested 300 twice, and now we're trading back into those 320s.
Yep, it's interesting. That long you have is pretty interesting now. Who said it in here? So the tilt all day trends. I like it. That would be great. That's great trading. So the heavy tilt one way, MP. Are you essentially thinking everyone's statistically stupid, so they're probably wrong, and you want to fade? I think when we all become one directional, like heavy. I think I think it's the minority, the folks that are like, if it's 80%, the 20% of the folks I think are the smarter ones that see things and the harder. They're seeing the harder trade. Everybody else and their sister and brothers are all seeing one direction. That's usually the highs of anything. Call it the housing industry, call it the crypto, call it whatever. It's usually an extreme. It's an extreme. How about that? It's just an extreme.
Well, it's when you guys would walk in the pit, you come in and say, "What's the pit, long or short?" And then you look for their pain point, and you try to fade the pit, essentially.
Exactly. We used to do this in the pit. Now we're providing this data back to you.
We're locals.
That's our goal. Our goal is to provide you guys as much as we can to help you, put you in a better position. Don't use it. I don't care. At the very top of your screen, you're also seeing what our funded traders are doing position-wise. Long 6, Hongji, I think. I probably said that wrong. 282. Long from 82s. So if it pulls back to 82s, you know they probably still have that 6 lot on, and they're up $4,900 on it now-ish. I don't know. If you want to trade and follow these guys or fade these guys or do nothing with these guys and annotate it in your charts or your journal, do all that. Tilt is at the very, very top of your screen. There you go. ES, average price, short this percentage or that percentage long. This is all information for you. No bitching and complaining. You guys got every piece of information in here. I say this with tough love because I need to hear that as well.
Michael, I think
we're starting to see some amazing traders find their way up and to
yes, we are.
Show themselves. And I'm loving to see this. So every day there's somebody that's reading these markets so much better than myself or I could even imagine.
Dakota held the longest I've ever seen anybody hold number one, not even moving, just number one. Nick4ATick is holding the top 10 for extremely long time. These are the best traders that Topstep has had from our farm system of trading since 2010 when we started the industry. These are the best guys I've ever seen. I swear to God. And they just chew away, they chip away, and nobody goes on a hot streak their whole life. That's 1,000.
Michael, I think Anjin is one of Hoagland's heroes, and he's got a target for, if he's bullish today, 19,470 and 19,575 to take profits on longs.
That's who we were just talking about, right?
Anjin, yeah, I'm calling us Hoagland's heroes. Right
he's on Hoagland. Yeah, guys, there's Eddie has it, Dovey has it. Dovey's off this week. Johnny Hoagland has it. JD has it. They're building teams, level providers that just kind of give them some levels. And now that helps. That also helps you learn, or whatever you want to do with it. But levels is really important. What we like to do, whether it's trending level or an overnight high or an overnight low, things like that are interesting areas because the market pivoted, held up, paused, or whatever on them.
All right, taking a look here.
Well, what do you see now? What's your thoughts, Nick? I see you over there thinking, watching the markets.
Sorry, what'd you say?
What's your thoughts on the markets now? You're focused. You're focused.
He's focused.
No, I was responding to somebody. We're still holding above previous day's high. Like I said, I was leaning more bullish to kind of kick us off to start this week. So if we can hold above this, 300 area, 330s, and build any volume above overnight high, I think this is off to the races.
Do you have any upside targets as well?
Let's see. I mean, for the week, for me, it's about 640. That's honestly what I'd be looking for. Kind of like I said, to clean up. Let me move this since we're on my charts. If my volume profile wants to load.
Here we go. Let's see if we get some momentum here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's starting to show some more buyers stepping in.
Yeah. So if you see my volume profile here on the right, I'd love to see some of this structure kind of fill in with additional volume to the upside rather than us just kind of shoot out of a cannon, maybe back towards 20,000. The idea would be, hey, do we reject off like 600 and kind of start to balance and fill out this area a little bit? Otherwise, we're going to just continue to kind of rock it up like we did and rock it back down. So I would love to see us continue to build a little bit of volume structure there.
That makes sense. And this is a trade where, depending on how today goes, maybe I have a phone call with Mick to see if I could hold this contract.
You can do that
at the end of the week.
Approved. Yeah. How about that?
Whoa.
Yeah.
You are the final say. You're stepping in. It's a one lot
for individuals that build up their account, for individuals that have been funded, live funded. There's two funding levels in the funding industry, and not only at Topstep. Well, not everywhere. There's only one funded level. But you want to get yourself to the live level, period. That's where it's pro ball. That's where you got it. You got something different, unique, and a skill that many people don't have to get yourself to the live level. You got to put up at least 5 figures at Topstep before you start getting considered. No, who cares? All the payouts are the exact same, whatever level. So if you're like, hey, I don't want to go to funded level, you all get paid out the same, but we take traders to the funded level. So I don't know where I was going with that.
You don't?
Love it. Whatever. I think I understood. I get what you're saying. And I absolutely love that. There's a difference between the, regular prop trading and combine and, XFAs to a live account.
Yeah.
Where
it's all stair steps.
Yep.
Big time.
New high. Dakota, where's your out? Sorry, real quick. Where's your out?
I'm going to let the market tell me where I get out. Like I said, this could be one where I hold this for a couple days to those.
Dakota's looking for air horns.
He is looking for air horns.
I mean, it's a good price, $252. And if we do break and start to rally, why would I not want to hold a position for as long as I possibly can and
Agree.
continue to lock in profits, trail it up, and just see where this market takes us?
No, Dakota's right too, because we almost had a perfect to the tick, like 10% correction on NQ to the downside that we are now, bounced off of. So in theory, he is right. It might make sense to hold it for a few days.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go to that top wick of the all-time high on NQ down to kind of that last low from Thursday or Friday, it's almost 10% to the tick.
It is. John, that was Hoag. That was 18,885, I believe. The 10% down move that Nick's talking about.
Correct. Yeah, he said we're not the only ones looking at this.
We're not. Vanguard's looking at this. Goldman's looking at this.
The Fed is looking at this.
The Fed is looking at this. The big guns. The big guns.
Is Edward Jones looking at this?
Strip malls? Are they the ones in the strip malls?
They're all looking. They're all looking. They're all watching our levels.
Yeah.
The Fed's looking.
Even the Goldman interns were looking at that.
Goldman was looking at that.
Well, I know hindsight,
Dow, which is why Dolby's been so hot lately. They're clearly not watching the Dow.
Yeah. Dow, speaking of Dow, Dow did see a bit of a bounce. Last trade, 40,833. Over the day, 40,662. Hey, MP, when you were going on your hike and you're just listening to us audio-wise, like a radio, were you able to kind of follow the markets based on how we were saying it, or?
Yeah, I was up 2,000 and ended up the day up $300 because I left one lot on when I started my hike.
Yeah, it wasn't one question. I wasn't asking about your P&L. I was asking you how the show sounded.
Show's sounded great.
Okay, good. Thank you.
But then my wife didn't want me on my phone as we got.
I don't blame her. I don't blame her. Yes, I don't.
Stay present.
I heard you went blueberry picking this weekend.
No, I went blackberry picking and peaches.
Blackberry
That's peaches season.
Andre, you're
you have
so
a lot
close.
of wild berries over there in Aspen.
Yeah,
and not that it's not like I'm grabbing them off the trees and eating them, but I don't see them. I mean, there's berry trees of some sort. I don't know. I'm usually in my phone hike in Dakota. I have no clue.
Mike from Aspen, you're on line one.
I about did. I about called it.
I know. I saw it.
All right, we're trading the mid 30s as Dakota said he was looking for way back when it was trading mid 20s, mid 200s. Sorry, 19,300 mids, 19,200 mid is where Dakota got long-ish zones areas.
What zone are we in? I got to pull these levels up. What zone are we in right now? MP 7? No. Still 7 still.
Yeah.
Is this one 317? Or is this one 317? We have a pullback here.
Trade of the day. Or level of the day so far. Coach Jay, I'm writing that down. I'm going to keep track of who kicks ass at levels.
Jay's amazing at levels. He's amazing.
Amazing at levels.
Yep, I've loved working with him the past year.
Yeah. We are probably eventually, most likely, putting these levels within Topstep X because we have to have. There's too many people that could be not at Topstep trading and benefiting. We don't really want to benefit you if you're elsewhere because you're not a part of our Topstep family team trading. Sorry,
They're great level. So I could see everyone. Just it doesn't matter where you're at. You have good levels. People are going to flock to it.
Yeah.
Hey, those levels in the pit. How much would you guys pay for those? The service. What was that service called?
$1,800 a month. We all kind of chipped in. Yeah, we all chipped in. JS services. It was like $1,200 or $1,800, something like that. It was in the thousands.
Were they good?
Yeah. You just get a sheet and it'd have levels just like we have right here, and it'd have asterisks by it, and the asterisks, and then he'd have a key of what the asterisks were. 3 asterisks meant blah, 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 blah. And all he did was an analyst. He was an analyst. So it's really no different. Like, we're trying to be an analyst, a trader. Pretty much that.
And
John was a broker.
That used them, the better they were.
Yeah. He didn't get a bias when he created them. He did it on his own. He was trusted by a lot of people in the pits.
Whoa, 90% long YM. 90% long YM right now.
AS was the best.
Wow.
We used to have him on Squawk Radio.
JS?
Oh, did we? Did we?
How many people? Not.
Johnny knows about JS services. I don't even think they're around. I don't know. But Johnny had to be a broker. He had to be a local, which trades your own money. And then you have to like read the markets. Doing all that, guys, is extremely tough. That's why we're bringing these level providers in here. That's why we're bringing these daily levels. And we didn't say nothing in here says buy here, sell here. It's for you. It's for you to decide. As Dakota just said, when it gets to a certain area, I'll let the market tell me. I'll let the market tell me. I'll let the market tell me. That's what you're really looking to do when it comes to close to these areas.
Yep. Decision zones. Decision zones.
Decision zones. Thank you.
All right.
We're hanging up
While we're
right around 350s right here.
I like it, Jack.
While we're in
Welcome
the
back.
decision zone, yeah, welcome back. I was out chasing jackalope, having a grand old time. It's my 7th anniversary today. Not of
Congratulations.
Topstep, but of marriage.
All right. God
So
bless.
Congratulations.
that's something.
Happy anniversary.
Happy
Happy anniversary, Jack.
7 years.
Thank you.
Good man.
And with that, let's take a look at a few news stories that I have seen today. According to Gallup, 162 million Americans, or 62% of all U.S. adults, own stocks. That's 1% up from 2023. And if you ever wonder why the market has a natural bid,
There you go.
it's because there's roughly 162 million Americans who are buy side only, and it's coming out of their paychecks a little bit each month.
Oof.
S&P 500 to the moon.
Holy cow. That's a lot.
Obviously,
That's a lot more than I
we can't-
expected.
Yes. Well, we can't.
You don't put
show
$10, Jack. These aren't $10, Pete. These are thousands. You put thousands. 162 million Americans put thousands into
Yep.
the market.
And then employers match it as well.
So this includes, I'm assuming this is 401ks and things, right?
Yes,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's also this is why you get these just mega cap companies, and maybe someday this will be a problem, but without changing anything, once you get to be one of the biggest companies, you get a steady flow of more money in proportion to your market cap. So that's how Apple can go from a 1 trillion company to a 3+ trillion in just a couple years.
It's very true.
Now, the other big story going around is the Olympics. And because they are the most litigious organization on earth, we can't really show you anything besides this. This is your medal count as of this morning.
Let's go.
USA, China, France. China's still leading gold medals. We'll see what we can do about that. You got skateboarding, more swimming, some other cool stuff. I was watching badminton this weekend on 3 separate screens. It was sweet. I don't even play, but check it out. A lot of goofy sports. You only get to do it once every 4 years. And in slightly worse news, be careful out there, folks. A man was rescued from a national park after his skin melted off his feet. If you are in or around, I'm going to imagine this was Death Valley or somewhere around there.
Don't go
wear
barefoot.
shoes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
It was Death Valley, and a tourist lost his flip-flops in the desert. So he woke up and thought, I'm going to walk around Death Valley in flip-flops.
Oh.
No, it's
Well,
acid
if
was
he lost
wearing off.
Yeah, if
At
he
some
lost
point,
his
this is natural
flip-flops,
selection.
he was on some hallucinogens, and there's nothing worse on hallucinogens than actually having your feet melt off.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sometimes
It's
they say your
almost
face
as
is
bad as
melting.
wearing flip-flops on Bourbon Street. You don't wear
Ugh.
flip-flops.
No open toe shoes.
No.
Come on.
Disgusting. No. Hey, 19,300. We're back here.
Overnight
Yeah,
high,
we
not
are.
all-time high.
Keep
300 is Friday high, 298 MP, 298. VWAP sloping up, 296 is VWAP. No check marks here for that long, but we are in the middle of that range.
God, every time that gets up there, those longs come in there and then they smack them.
298's right here.
Yeah, it's. I might get stopped.
Tilt
after
is
this.
at
I'm
55%.
debating holding this longer.
Oh, wow. Tilt really peeled off there.
They all got liquidated.
Yes, they did. Yes.
Hey,
Some
yeah,
believe
we got
when
it.
you
We
see like an 80 to 50 jump. It usually means they were full size and probably got taken out. I didn't see the entry price, but I'm just guessing.
I think you're on some 298's MP, Friday high. Can't get any check marks. We've blown through those. We're kind of in a range right now.
I'm looking for a house account trade, right?
We are.
Always.
298.
This could be a good level. This is the bottom of that zone right near where we opened up.
Friday's high gives us a risk limiter right there.
Boom.
Where's
Two
that?
shock marks then, Pete, Dakota, and levels. 298s right here,
Where's
right now.
Friday's high?
We're at it. 298.
Okay, we're long
Value
298.
Value high 295. Value high 295. Friday high 298.
So then let's put a 29. No, the only thing that's a little nerve wracking here, and I'm not a decision maker.
You're long on the house
trade.
account now, right?
On a 98, and then we're working a 92 to be the 95s. 5
times 5 plus 5 from 298.
5 thus far.
Okay.
If it does a little retest here, the one question I have is one question I have just to think about is the tilt was so damn heavy up there. What about all those folks that were trying to keep it above the 300s or wanting to stay above the 300s? Now it's under a 298. So you guys are thinking
there's definitely a fight going on here.
Yeah,
there's a fight.
Yeah, my concern is we've been so violently range bound, it seems like, to start the sessions the last few days that we see that again. And now we kind of go back to the low of the day. And Dakota was saying, like, we've had like 100-point whipsaws the last few days.
Yeah, we got to adjust.
Well, where's the out? Because we're already taking a bit of heat on it. We're long 10. And where do we know we're wrong? I have the 67s right now just because it's almost 30 handles below it.
I think Nick's seeing it properly. The range, it reminds me of Friday a little bit, those 100-point ranges, but we are indeed range bound. It holds right here.
Stops, guys. What's the stops?
We can't hold here. I'm out.
Yeah, I'd say 75 MP. If we break 70s, right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we try to test the lows.
There we go. Okay, so that was a quick 5, but our idea was the pullback. Pullback's pretty damn big now.
Yeah, let's rethink this.
Yeah, these
markets have been out. I think we're going to go test the low.
They've been rallying, but they've had such a hard time holding rallies.
Yeah, they have.
The past few sessions. I think it was a worthwhile effort, and management risk was good on it.
Yeah. Okay. So it was 10 lots. See, guys, that's how when you trade size, that's how quickly your P&L will move. You saw how quickly that was.
25 lot in oil last week.
That was nice.
That was nuts. That was. What do we got?
Oh shit! I went to cancel. Oh.
What do you got there? What are we looking at?
No, I went to center and I put a 5 lot in, but then I scratched it.
Down 54. Value area low, Hungus 253. Value area low. What we got here?
Okay, so
Tony says up 3K on the day. I'm out. Lock that sucker up.
There you go. Lock it.
Well, we got some people in chat lock in too. Good job.
Love it.
See profit, take profit. Yeah, I got stuck down that one. I got back in.
Do we like this for house?
Yeah.
On the
right here. It's the range.
There's one thing. The 33s are pretty close. The lows. I'm just sharing this information.
Like this for house.
I mean,
cash crop. Thanks, buddy.
Making a run at the low. What time is it? 9:15.
I remember how
chance where you go test the low.
22s. I got lows as 22s.
There you go.
Remember how long they were up there? Sometimes it takes a while I always think about like if they're that long at Topstep, would all those folks have the same position on in their personal brokerage? And to me, the answer would be yes. That's my hypothesis. So then I always think about them getting like crushed right now. And are they holding on to it? They can hold on to heat differently depending on the size of their account.
Yes, they can. Gold seen some sellers here. Last trade 24.35. High of the day 24.41. That 2400 level. Jay says 15 lot from 19178. 19178. Yeah, that'd be nice long for right now. Yeah, buyer stepping in here.
Nice long, or are they saying short?
They just say buy.
Okay, 178. All right.
Currently trading 260, 260. Papa Giorgio says this morning is a hard read. Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to say 178. Isn't that Globex Open basically?
Yes, it is.
Roughly 170, I think. Yeah,
settlement price from
within 10 points.
We've got settlement price from Friday at 174, guys. Keep an eye on that one too.
174. Cool. We'll settle. Friday settle. There's JD. JD, we're going to go to you for some stats here in a sec.
I'm ready.
Dakota, you're long on the 50s again, right?
Yeah, I'm long the 50s again.
Consumer sentiment came in lower, higher. I didn't see that on the calendar. Did you, Eddie?
No.
That's something 9:30. That's it. What are you seeing?
I'm watching CNBC. They're talking about they had Santelli on talking about consumer sentiment. I didn't see that on the calendar.
Was that Friday or something?
This might be.
Yeah, didn't we have you when we have had U of M on a Friday?
Yes, I don't know what they're talking about. Sorry. Derailing the show here because I'm confused. Because Santelli's confusing me. That's why.
I mean, we have consumer confidence tomorrow.
Man, maybe we just go right back up. This is one of those 100-point range days.
Violently range bound.
Violently range bound. Wow. Yeah.
Never mind. Violently range bound. Sorry, Eddie. I'll tell you what I did later. Definitely no consumer sentiment.
Okay. So
violently range bound. Yeah.
All right. We were long the 95. We're long the 95s.
Right.
Let's talk about this. We're long the 95s, long the evens, or whatever. We were average price 95s, 295. We're not even there yet. You would have had to take 50 handles of heat on that. That's wrong, in my opinion. If you're a short time frame trader. It's still not even up there.
50 handles of heat, right? On a smaller time frame.
Dakota, where'd you long the second time?
50s, 257. I actually built a little bit bigger of a position here. 3 contracts instead of just 1. Seeing if we could push back up towards the 300s and playing that range, looking to buy the dips. And if we get back up there, this gives me an opportunity to close out some for profit. That's the negative thing about just doing in one contract where you have to be either all in or all out. You can't close a portion of it for profit. So here we are in the same position now with 3 contracts.
Sonny, we did size down. We typically want to go in with a 20 lot. So we went in with that one with a 5 and a 5. We don't trade micros. I don't like trading micros. You can decide which one you want to trade.
Fair enough. Micros are an amazing tool, depending on your account size and how you're trading.
Yeah. Style. Yep.
And risk appetite has a lot to do with that as well.
Wow. Look at these buyers.
Good point.
I think Nick4ATick called it big range. Bottom out the 240s.
Range, chop, balance, slightly higher. That was my read going into this week.
Yeah.
Well, that's how Friday was too, right?
That's how Friday was.
Exactly.
Yep.
100-point range, go to the top, wick down to the bottom, back and forth. Playing around the 290s now. Let's see if we come up and test the 300s again.
Right back to those 298s. Unreal. MP. We love this stuff, don't we?
Hold on. Should we have held that 10 lot?
I mean,
50 handles against us.
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
What?
Don't count on it. 8 Ball says that.
Don't count.
I
No,
would not wanted to see us take 10 grand to heat in the first hour on Monday.
Thank you.
It's the best damn risk managing 8 Ball you ever have.
10 grand to start the week is just a horrifying hole to dig out of.
It's a horrifying hole to dig out. I don't care who you are. Oh, the alien says, of course.
Yeah,
Of
two
course.
Of them now. Unbelievable.
All right.
Amazing. He speaks
Sitting around the
English.
300 level.
Eddie.
The chat. Please try again later.
Please try again later, yes.
No, I need an answer, man. The markets are moving.
Markets are moving.
A definitive yes or no.
Yeah. So we got some folks saying I think you should scale in on the minis. I still think no matter if you're scaling in, I mean, everything's hindsight now because you're like, oh, if you would have scaled in, you would have been just fine. But if it would have just kept going, now you're cannonballing. Cannonballing is where you keep scaling in, and then eventually your account just implodes.
It would have made it a moron trade.
Yeah, you got to have a
do like
stop loss
Dakota,
somewhere.
which
Yep.
yeah. Dakota does a good job of this. Rips does a good job of this, of kind of scaling into the winners, or right around your entry and to build to a position. I'm not very good at that, but I trust in kind of my entries with 3 lots usually, and then we'll let it play out to my stop. But that's my style. That works better for me than continuing to kind of add singles or double, to a full size position and then hope at that point it doesn't immediately move against me. Otherwise, I have a tendency to cannonball it, like you said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Matthew, I'm sorry if I offended you with the micros. Micro talk. I know it's easy to hate micros when you literally own a prop firm. Yeah, God, you're looking at it really.
What did you get called out for?
What?
I want to hear this. What did you get called out for? I love this.
Apparently, my opinion. Apparently, the First Amendment.
No, hold it. Stop.
I don't like, Michael Patak, only is saying this, not the voice of Topstep.
What are they calling you out on?
No, I don't like micros. And to me, if there's a zone, if you're wrong in the zone, then you're wrong in the zone. Micros can get you widening those zones, get you all the things. So trade micros, to each their own. To each their own. And it's a great game of business or trading. God. Minis been around.
There's so many different ways to trade using micros,
just heard
minis,
whatever
instruments.
You just heard 2 different ways. Nick was saying he trades differently than Dakota. Dakota trades differently than Rips. All 3 are profitable.
100%.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I don't really scale out of positions. I tend to take all of it off.
Yeah.
So same thing,
Yeah.
just a little different than other people.
Uh-huh.
We're holding above these
But good
300s.
chat.
Remember that? The dress is blue.
Let's not bring that one back.
Remember
into the
that
fold
one,
here.
Nick? You remember that one,
Gosh.
Nick? What color was that thing?
It was like starting fights in offices.
What was
The
What
gold
was
dress, blue dress thing.
that dress? Some people saw gold, some people saw blue.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
I'll show you that picture.
Is that like
Yes,
the
a different-
Laurel or L'Oreal thing?
Something like that, yeah.
For the first week, I just thought everyone was trolling me.
Yeah.
That was saying something different. I literally thought it was just a joke I was missing on.
And then you found out they were serious.
Yeah.
Jack. All right. Well, all right, quick position update. Dakota, you're long 3, correct? MP live.
Yeah, 3 from 57.
Up 900. Nick4ATick up 750.
I'm
okay,
flat,
so we got
but
that.
I may be leaning short here if we can't hold above 300 again.
Well,
I'm down $157.
update.
Yeah.
Let's throw it to JD. Let's get some stats. See what's going
What
on.
do we
with that
have a
street.
house account? What do we have a house account? We have a we're below the 300s. Nick is talking
Middle of the range.
shorts.
Middle of the range.
Dakota's long from lower.
Right now we're in the middle.
5
of the range.
minutes remaining.
On range-bound days like this, you want to look for opportunities at the extremes of the ranges. We're looking for nice, cheap trades today. I got a couple coaches shout-outs, too, based on that.
Let's
We
go,
had
JB.
that first time up, we had Coach Ray, 19,361, average daily range high, nailed that. If you were looking for a cheap trade, these two trades were awesome. You're taking less than 10 points of heat. Coach Ray's 361 was good. Coach Ray's 361 was good for 60 points. And then Coach J, 375, sell side imbalance, nearly top ticked it. You were taking 3 points of heat on that one. 375 good for close to 100 points. Those are, keep an eye on that daily levels page, guys. On a range bound day like this, like, it's pure gold. Come on.
Guys, we have stuck. Thank you, JD. We've stuck at the top of zone 7, which is a 375s, which he just said. That is a Coach J. Coach J nailed the top and the low. 100,000%. No shit. Sell side, 233s up to 375s. That has been the move thus far. You could have just dabbled with that with your micro, mini, or whatever you want to trade on with. And then Coach Ray, same thing. You would only take in 14 handles of heat on the 61s. We're sharing these just so you guys can get an idea of where you can get in if you're cold, if you're following them and you think these guys are hot. You can keep track of them. So go ahead, JD. Thanks for the update on that one. That's helpful.
Yeah, I like these level shout-outs.
Or if you're just learning, or if traders who are just
That's a good
learning,
point.
trying to understand the markets.
We get that all the time. Where should I get in? What should I do? Go to the daily levels, look at them. If it comes down to a level, buy it or sell it. Like you don't have thousands of dollars on at risk. You can do it in a practice account, or you can do it in a combine. Like, well, you're still paying $49 is a great test to hold you accountable. I lost $90,000 when I first started trading.
Well, you guys want to take a peek at some hot streaks?
Yeah, did he do it?
Do it.
Only if Mr.
do
$1's back.
That Dallas
Mr.
coming up here in
$1.
about a minute and a
Can you
half.
believe it? He did it. The guy did it. I can't believe
No. And he
gotta-
did it. New record.
Now,
it. We got to
I have a
update
question.
we got to update the
Is
overlay.
I just need to understand, is he risking his daily loss limit to do this? Is my next question.
No.
If there's any way to figure that out.
He has other accounts, but on this particular account, he's making one trade a day, just a couple of bucks. All right.
Wow.
Gee.
I love it.
We're gonna have to change the overlay. The overlay still shows Carlos as the winner. We'll get to that later. But yeah, he did it. 43 days. He made what? Pardon me.
You can hear him laughing in the background.
Unreal.
Yeah, he's trolling us.
He made $1 on Friday. The new leader. He's averaging $11 a day. I had to take a look at the trade report for this account, and
What do we got?
he's the hot streaks
Oh,
leader. He is not eligible. He is not eligible for a payout on this account, though. He is the hot.
I know. I was
streaks
just gonna
leader. He's
say.
eligible for a payout.
Okay,
So
Paul, you got this.
We may need
democracy.
to rethink how we're doing this. Yeah.
Yep. Poll. Should we add $200 as the minimum requirement to be on the hot streaks? 200 plus 200 or more.
I would say
makes
yes.
you eligible. 30 of those days in general make you can take the whole money out and go wherever you want to do with it.
They ruined it.
It ruined
That
it.
seems to be
Always
consensus.
somebody.
Gotta be all right.
All right,
We're gonna
10
change
seconds
we'll
here.
keep-
Dallas Fed coming up.
since we just came
Minor
up with this new
number.
rule today, we'll keep Dustin as the leader for now. But going forward, I think we'll just do. You have to be eligible for a payout to be on the hot streaks list or to be on the top.
So if we do change it, which sounds like we may, we'll put an asterisk next to him, and he's
Oh, it's like
Yeah,
Barry
like-
Bonds
like
in the home run record. It's like Bonds in the home run record with the asterisks.
yeah, he'll have an asterisk. He'll have an
He will
asterisk.
forever
Baseball
be
was better in the
remembered.
90s.
I added to my long position now, +4.
All right, we're already at 76%.
Yeah, we kind of stalled in that middle of that 1 minute opening range in NQ, like right around the 270s. Is that where you're at? Oop. More
Hey,
good.
Dallas Fed coming in at negative 17.5. They were looking at a negative 15.5 with the previous of negative 15.10. And if you're wondering, what the hell is this Dallas Fed manufacturing number. It is the Dallas Fed conducts Texas manufacturing survey. It obtains assessments from the state factories as to whether the employment orders prices have changed over the previous month. So that's what this Dallas Fed is. Back to you, Andre.
Speaking of Dallas, did you get an earthquake, Nick? Was there an earthquake down there by you? What was that?
I mean, apparently there was, but as someone from California who's felt a million of them, I did not feel one. I did not feel it at all.
Is this a train going by?
I mean, apparently it was somewhere in the Panhandle that was close enough that we could feel it. It was like a 5 point something, but yeah, I didn't feel it.
That's child's play for you, SoCal bros.
We're getting close to a level here in the S&Ps. We've got the session low, which is 5501.5. We've got value area high from Friday right here at 02. And then we've got, who was that? I think it was, well, we got Ray, we got Vince looking at value area high from yesterday at that level.
What level, Dre? Summarize.
Right here in the
501s, right here, right now.
501s. I would rather see if maybe we can leave a failed downside auction and then look for a long on that. So I'll keep an eye on this. If it does look like we're going to do a failed downside auction, we can take a look at that. But I'm also kind of focusing on the afternoon pullback low, which is all the way down at 54.82 half, 54.82 half, which is pretty close to Friday's value area low. I've got Coach Vince on that one.
All right, so we got 50, the whole zone 8. Basically zone 8, right? No, hold on. Yeah,
lower end of zone 8.
Yeah, zone 8. And then into zone 9.
Back. Hang on.
We continue.
Wow.
So we got folks. Hey, folks in chat, looking to get long or looking to get short at these levels? Looking to get long, looking to get short. S&P, sure.
S&Ps, yeah.
It's also a gap close to settlement, which settlement is, let's see here, 54.99 even in the S&Ps, 54.99 even. We just traded right to settlement. That's a settlement gap close right there.
Still selling
everything there.
I'm flat.
Long, short. Dakota's long, 55.
I'm flat now.
Did not want to go.
Traded to yesterday's points of control in the S&Ps now. Let's see if we can reject volume value. I'd like to see a failed auction and then a look to the upside. I'll keep an eye on it for us.
Mm-hmm. All right, poll. Let's get polls moving a little more swiftly just so we can get some thoughts. We already got the two. Go ahead, Andre.
No, I said 98, 91. 91's a pivot. Settlement right here, right now. Buy side imbalance 95. So this is a zone. We are in some levels.
Okay, Dakota, you took that off.
Yeah.
Are you just? It's because it's staying below the 300s. Gave it a college try up there and didn't hold.
Correct. Yep. I was looking to get in. I wanted to. I'm looking for the upper range, like these 350s, 360s, to test again, but we're not holding. It doesn't mean that we can't right here, right now. But at this point, I would love to see if we do break down below. Maybe we go down and test, around 200 to 180s, those higher 100s, and then I might look to get right back into the long, depending on what the market does.
Jeff Kim, you're a funny dude. Do the opposite of Hoag, you'll win more. Hoagland.
Wow.
I suck.
Oh,
I suck. I know.
Jeff, we can put up your trading. You can trade live. We'll maybe do the opposite of Jeff Kim. And
hey, Nick.
So let's not.
You see an ice order down here in the S&Ps?
Yeah. Let's do the glass half full.
And Pete, get ready to pull the trigger. If they're getting
it's about 1200 negative delta on that low on ES thus far.
So we had all those 5, 4, 9, 9s, 9 5s, 9 5s, 9 1s, 9 1s.
See if we get the 9 5s.
Yeah, we are seeing some accumulation to the long side here.
BRB. Hoag, take it away.
Yeah, especially with
or
NQ is still holding up in kind of the middle of the range, so it is a good sign potentially on ES with some longs here. It looks like buyers are trying to step in on NQ here at like the same place Dakota's been long from all day.
Mm-hmm. We're trying to hold this level, and it's not working out too well.
Yeah, it could be bad if that breaks, but it's still working right now.
See what's cooking here in crude. 76.65 last. We're getting close to our low here, 76.53, after just making our very close to our high about an hour ago. So heads up here in the crude.
I like everybody in chat. Good chat. Good chat. I like it. Hoagie, the man. And then you got, we forgot to say y'all suck. Just everybody knows this is a y'all suck show where we embrace that as a positivity. Yeah, just have fun. Just have fun. Get your shit straight. Don't talk shit to anybody else. If you do, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to invite you guys to the show. You're going to say no because you're going to whatever out. You know what that means. And just talk your. So that being said, just don't troll because I can get all your trade reports and we can talk about you during shoulder tap. And if you're not trading with Topstep, then beat it.
Thanks, DJ Day Trader.
Go hike. We'll take a hike together. Go hike. Y'all suck. We're getting shirts and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna get a hat that say y'all suck, and then with a little Topstep TV logo there. Yeah,
I like it.
Gotta have fun with it.
Y'all suck shirt.
Little small accumulation down here, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
no surprise at a big round number.
Yeah. 5,500 was last week's weekly kickoff level.
Let's see
So you don't have a calm diet. Well, get one and stop mooching our education.
Was that supposed to be Shrek or just a random Scottish guy?
I'm going to say both. Let's just put them both in a blender and see what we have.
For the crybabies out there, Shrek. How about that?
It sounded like the Michael Myers, who was the record producer in Bohemian Rhapsody. Bohemian Rhapsody, a 7-minute song.
Who was a comedian that described golf in the Scottish accent? It's stupid. I should know.
Robin Williams.
Incredible. Yes. Incredible.
Absolutely hilarious.
Hilarious.
God rest his soul.
You do this once? No, 18 freaking times.
We're going to hit it way, way out there in a small, small little hole.
He's from Chicago, right?
I don't know.
Was Robin Williams out of Chicago? Or
no, he's a Second City guy, wasn't
he? Robin Williams?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, he started out as a mime. There's a picture of him doing a mime with somebody else in New York, I guess from New York. I had no idea he was doing mime at the time, but no Second City for Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
Well, there, Robin Williams, born in Chicago, Illinois, 1951.
Born in Chicago, Illinois.
There you go, born.
That's what I was thinking.
Let's take a look at some P&Ls before Jack cuts the stream on us. All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Joanne had an exceptional day trading the Nasdaq, more than $12,000. Shervin carved up the gold market, $4,300 in profits. Brian P, number 4 in the leaderboard there, picked up $4,100 trading the S&P. Dennis trading the 30-year bond, natural gas, and the S&P for a nice $3,100 profit on the week. And Usainu took home just over $3,000 trading the Nasdaq. I got some payouts. You want to see some payout numbers?
Hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Over under 500,000. We'll say over.
Over.
Oh, I got the weekly. I got the weekly.
Over under 2.5 million.
Over.
Say over.
This volatility, there's going to be some big P&L.
Yeah. Points to be had.
Yeah, a lot of people blew out. A lot of people crushed it. Both.
Well, okay.
Everybody's bets in?
New low and crew.
Taking the over? The over wins.
Woo!
3.13. 17, almost 1,800 payouts, averaging $1,800.
I want to see if that average number continues to kind of creep higher. That'd be really cool.
Yep.
It fluctuates throughout the week. It'll start out at like 1,500 on Monday and then close out pretty big at the end of the week.
My goodness.
But we also have last week's top payouts. Big numbers.
Wow.
Adrian, $72,000. That's a single XFA for Adrian. Adrian spent some time in the leaderboard too. We got Raphael, number one on the leaderboard, trading in a single live account, $54,000. Sadara, also a veteran of the leaderboard, pulled 41 grand out of 3 XFAs. Joseph, almost 28 grand out of a single XFA, and Young, 26 grand out of 2 XFAs. Big numbers. That's real money, folks.
Is that our Adrian in the chat? I know we got an Adrian in the chat. So
I couldn't
forward, young man.
Speak for that.
Adrian,
if that's you, go ahead and speak up. All right, I'll be back with the leaderboard in a little bit.
Thanks, JD. Over $3 million.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well,
77% long YM. Right now, 72%. Let's go ahead.
Couldn't get any check marks at the low on the S&Ps there.
Yeah,
I
guys,
am long NASDAQ again. I went ahead and built a position at 273.
Nice.
So that was a great entry. So those who did fade Hoag, you're getting crushed right now. See how that works?
No, there was
Those
a buy
are
in. I would have been
also.
a buyer down there. I was looking for
You're a buyer,
check
I
marks
know.
to buy it down there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. 7 handles, 8
okay.
handles lower. Yeah. So Jeff Kim.
Crude falling out of bed here, guys.
Yes, it is.
Jump over that crude chart.
76.25 low of the day. Last trade 76.30. 69% long ES.
Oh, I misunderstood that, Michael. I apologize.
Oh, you don't never have to apologize to me, Johnny. We just keep
70% long. 70% long NQ as we keep pushing higher here. Dakota built a position long from average of 73. I want to say Dakota.
Yep, 73, 5 contracts.
5 times.
Nice.
Coach J.
Coach J talking about crude here, saying that this is a level we bounced off 4 times on Fridays. So let's keep our eyes open, crude traders.
Any levels of crude?
You have crude open. Oh, right there.
76.32.
See a little
4-hour
bounce there
demand.
right now.
All right. So house account, that would have been a great play. I didn't execute, but we were looking at also the 99s, which would have hit, the 98s. No, 5s would have not have hit. So that was a great great long with a small amount of risk. Lots of those levels in zone 8. Interesting.
There are.
Okay.
You look at ES, Michael? Yes, yep.
Looking at ES zone 8, yeah. Johnny,
Nice
great
setup.
job making us aware of that. Dakota was out, but then he got back in. Kind of when it firmed up then, because I think it was trading.
Yeah, it's
it's
probably
trading
going to
in
be a
50s.
failed downside auction.
Yeah,
You
I
should
was
be
in the
looking for
50s. I was a little bit
longs instead of
hesitant.
lows.
Yeah. I just followed Hoag. Hoag was seeing those buyers. I'm like, man, it just sucks when you try the trade. It worked out. I didn't take profit. It went back down. I got into it again. Same exact thing. And now here I am right back in again. A little bit worse of a price, bigger of a position. So we'll see how this one trades out. The nice thing is I'm not losing money. I'm being stopped out for break even or a little bit of profit. And if we don't get a break to the upside, then so be it. It's a scratch day, maybe a little bit of profit. If we do get that breakout, then it would be a beautiful trade.
All about the risk management, isn't it, Dakota?
Yeah, I lose a lot more than I win, and that's the probabilities. Just waiting, and then if we get a decent runner, we let it run, and one good 2 or 3 trades will make up for a huge string of losses on my end.
Hash trader, where's your support? You big mouse. We don't support here on this channel. It's a TopstepTV channel.
You big
do I mean, like, go to www. I know you're gonna be like, roll your eyes. I'm sorry, but like topstep.com/support. That's where we handle it. And I did say we have delays. We are losing, guys, here at Topstep, the game of support. We will win it, destroy it, and pull past. It's the last thing we need to really do here at Topstep to just pull away from the pack of whomever's out there, the others. That comes in 45 days. You can laugh about that, but we have to rebuild our back end, and they've been working on that. And guess what? That comes out in 45 days. That allows our current tech stack, which is spaghetti code slapped on to tomato sauce. Eddie, is that a good one?
Hey, manja.
What is that?
Your support sucks. DBT, thank you. We know we're struggling right now. Guys, you're going to not hit me and hurt me, because just don't F up my support team and talk shit to them, because they're trying their damnedest. We got 80 people on it with growth, with all that. And like I said, spaghetti code slapped on tomato sauce, back end that we've been working, that's been with Topstep since 2016. So it's like, I don't know, 6 years? No, wow. 2024, 8 years. 8 years code. So we're building that, redoing that. It will be a Ferrari. It'll be a Ferrari of an experience. You can sit on it if you want and take a picture. I don't know how you're going to do that. Maybe just a screenshot and post it. That being said, it's going to be really, really cool. Got a whole team working on it. But you're not going to get great support. How about this? Yeah, you won't get great support until then. I'm sorry, you just won't. I have to be transparent with you guys. So, but you get taken care of when you eventually get your support. It's just delayed 3 to 5 days. That's as transparent as I can make it.
Love that. Being patient.
Sucks losing. Yeah, sucks losing.
Yes, patience is a virtue.
Where you want to help traders out. Yep.
Big mouths. We got trading around these lows here in the crude. Gold made new lows for the day, 24.25. Low of the day, last trade, 24.27. Good there. Bugs coming up. What are you laughing at there?
John Jones.
He's always funny. Cap close in gold.
Quick recap here. Dakota, you are still long from 72s, I believe. Nick4ATick, are you flat?
I'm flat. My charts are frozen.
Yeah, the Nick is flat.
Nothing's loading.
With frozen charts.
What platform are you trading on?
Not Topstep X. This is Motive Wave crashing on me right now.
And there's the plug of the day.
Well, I was like reloading the rhythmic data, and it just like crapped out on me, and now it's just completely frozen.
Electronic trading is
another
not perfect.
thing. Yeah, chart. Thank you. For no matter what platform, guys, there will be issues. It's another thing.
Yeah, I feel like once a week something breaks with something I use, whether it's TradingView or Motive Wave or something else. It's just always what happens when you get multiple data providers and systems, and you got to rely on your own internet and your own RAM at times. It's like something's gonna crap the bed eventually.
And you're an active trader. You're not investing, so you're like, you never see any issues. You're like, I just bought Apple. Yeah, but if you're in and out, you got to have all these things working in the background, working. Yep.
Oof.
Crude's still moving south.
Dakota, they just don't want to pop. Let you kind of pop this trade to the upside.
I know. I mean, I'm still up $1,200, so I have nothing to be upset about.
Man, that's a candle.
Burner. Where's my payout? Well, we saw 1,700 people got paid last week, so maybe there's a little delay in that, but I've not heard that at all from our funding team and finance team about any delay. So as you can tell, we are consistently paying out. Guys just have to be a little patient. I'm sorry, but it's kind of just takes us a little.
We got to expect the best from Topstep.
And I did as well. When I was very active trading, I would call the platform provider Crossfire. I remember that in 2002. What the F? I'm paying $400 a day in commissions, which I was.
Here we go. More selling coming in here.
Yep.
Back to those 98s. Back to the 98s in the S&Ps.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, what are we thinking? Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
It tagged the RTH VWAP and basically sold right off from it.
They bid.
Still seeing some buyers down here, Nick?
They're still trying, but I think they're going to get punched in the face.
Yeah, they're getting run over a little bit here, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive sell-off.
Yeah, that's a ugly 1 or 5 minute candle.
No check marks down here, Hoag?
Three,
With
three levels.
Aggressive as these sellers
not for me.
Yeah. None. Okay. No
I
check
want to
marks.
see if
Off.
I want to see if we can leave a failed downside auction here, but it's not looking like it.
Yeah, I'd like
Dakota, you've been in
180s.
the money so many times. So many times. Good money.
Crude getting
Wait
very
8
close to
minutes to
breaking
find
the
out.
76s.
$76 sure is, Eddie.
The buyers are trying
Yeah,
this
these are
level
heavy
again.
sellers here.
Why are my gas prices?
They
Yeah,
are.
they are heavy.
They are.
Dakota's 250s are still being annoying if you're trying to sell this market down.
It's true. Around the range there, 250s.
Buyer stepped in right there at 250.
They did.
248, 250. You're right. Okay, the S&P is trading 55.01.
It's back inside the IB low now.
King Caesar's long.
Can't get the, can't
Can
get the
you
check
hear
marks
that?
right now, MP. Let's wait and see how this plays out.
Okay.
Yeah, this is looking
guys-
pretty heavy to the downside.
Yeah, it's looking weak down here.
Mm-hmm.
MP, I think you call it the old college try. Here come the 250s that Nick and Dakota were talking about. 47 straight.
Breaking through those 50s. Let's see it.
Do we make new lows?
Get out
Don't-
of here.
Don't count on it. Don't count
No,
on
we're
it.
not. Oh my goodness.
What's the alien say? Do we make new lows?
Oh,
It is true.
well, now
Alien
I
says
can-
it's true.
I mean, I love how they're on opposite sides of the trade. Both of you are
Yes,
matching
they
eight
are.
balls to just make it even worse of a decision making.
Yeah.
Right. Coach Jay,
He's
500
confused
lots
me
or
even more.
75 in crude oil.
Okay, we're in the night. We're below the 5500s. Those that are driving on the road, we're below the 5500s in the S&P.
Yeah, you're right, Coach Jay. There's 500 contracts in crude oil right at 75.
75. Let's pull that off.
Still lots of negative delta
75
down
even.
here in the S&Ps.
Yeah, there's
Wow.
Buyers
still
are still trying. Buyers are still trying.
violently range bound, as we said an hour ago.
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
So do we like longs down here?
I want to see if
No.
we can leave a failed downside auction. I want this 30-minute bar to close back above 55.01 half. That could confirm a failed downside auction. But again, we've got 5.5 minutes to wait for that.
I have not
55.01.
seen a order size that big in crude oil.
500 on the 75 bid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just me covering in my personal account.
Hey.
That's your target. That's your
How
target.
nice would that be?
No, dude, I still am not. I am a terrible crude trader.
You got a bunch of storage facilities down there in Texas.
Yep.
What would that be
bought oil
called?
when I went negative.
kinda-
Took delivery.
The ultimate
Say you
trade.
have the
Greatest
cash
trade of all
commodity.
time.
You have the cash commodity. You have the cash commodity. You must be selling it. So then you now need to buy back your futures because you locked in your price. Am I right, Nick4ATick? Series 3.
Talk a little
The
series
book's
3.
somewhere. I got to find it. I was just going to hold it up.
Uh-huh.
Right. 45, 245s last trade, 19,245 last trade MQ. Last trade in S&Ps. Tug of war going at this 5,500 level. John's, we're seeing some iceberg down here a little bit.
Yeah, there's some small accumulation going on below the IB low, which is 55.01 half. We've been watching it for the last half hour. Well, I'd really like to see this 30-minute bar close back above that, because that might confirm a failed downside auction. But there's a fight going on here.
Yep. We're right
And
into the
Q moving
30s.
lower.
Yep. 230s.
We have our overnight low at 96.25 as well. If we can't take that out, we'll leave a failed downside auction. I like the long side, but we just have to be patient. We got 4 minutes to wait to see what's going to happen here.
4 minutes. Okay.
Hey, Eddie, JD, can you guys ping your team, see what they're saying?
Checking.
Get back to us. Chat, what are you thinking? Did we do a poll, Dre? I don't know if we ever did.
What from what 98s? We did not.
No, 5,500 S&Ps, just like right here, right now for both markets. Are we higher in an hour or lower in an hour? I don't know. Try that.
All right, 5,500 longer or higher or lower in an hour? Above 5,500 or below 5,500 in an hour? We're waiting. We got about 3.5 minutes left here until 10 o'clock Central. John will be keeping an eye on that for a possible failed downside auction.
Hoagland Heroes. Hoagland, I like that. Is the name of your team?
Hoagland Heroes.
It hasn't been agreed upon yet, but I thought I'd try.
Just executive decide that one. You're
executive
good.
decision.
Yes, coach's play. Dre, 78% of folks said 200 minimum for the hot streaks. JD, let's let the people speak.
Check for the ES buy right now. We got a check from Coach Jay. Thank you, Jay. Decisive. He likes the buy right here. Boom. So production all over. Thank you, Jay. Higher or lower, and we got the poll. Higher or lower, 5,500. Higher or lower from an hour. Ooh, 50-50 right now. 50-50. Make up your mind. Take a look at the tilt. Yes. 50-50. Yes as well in the tilt.
50-50.
Isn't that crazy?
All right, here we go.
Here we go, John. Tell us.
We got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Hey.
You can preempt it now with a stop below the session low. But it would be preemptive.
What are we doing? So we got a Hoag check. We got what's a Dakota thinking?
We got a J-check.
JD.
Yep.
J-check.
I mean, I like longs if we can hold this. It's just a little scary of an area, because if we go and it gets ugly.
Here's your old Coach Jay's zone 7 downside. 233s is coming up.
We're looking at S&Ps. Let's take a look
I
at
know.
the net. Yeah.
All right, we're in 5. We're in 5. If it wants to pull back,
what price?
Unless you think 10 lot from 01.
55.01 plus 5.55.01. We're gonna preempt it here, Hoag. Let us know what your read is once in about 90 seconds here.
Yep, you got it.
Dakota says a little scary for long, but it is still
valid.
Lean.
It's still valid for me.
I like it when it makes me scared.
So yeah, I was just thinking about your quote. All right, Nasdaq's seeing some weakness here. Got a bit of a fight going on. Cheap trade. JD likes it. Cheap trade.
All right, we're gonna put on 99s as a working. If it comes down here, you wanna we'll wait it.
Yeah. Well, what do we got for
JD
stop?
says cheap trade. It's new session lows, isn't it? Really?
Okay. Here comes sellers.
That's for you to tell. That's for you to tell me.
Okay, we got 10 seconds, and we will not be leaving a failed downside auction.
Okay.
No.
So that tells us.
Cut bait.
If it takes out the overnight low, yeah, you're gone.
Cut bait.
Did you?
Well, I mean, we can put it back on. It's right here, right now.
Yeah.
No, if you cut bait, you did the right thing. Good call.
Yeah, we cut.
All good.
It was $700. Yeah, $700 look. It was 5 lots. So slowly getting in.
It's dangerous to try and preempt it.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
180s. 180s, huh?
So look out.
Breaking out of this range. Here's a little extreme, right? The downside?
Now,
Yep.
Yeah. Now, if we stay below the initial balance low in the S&Ps, it's a short. Initial balance low is 55.01 half, so basically 5,500.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, back in there.
Sellers in the house. Sellers in the house and crude as well. Got one eye over there. Yeah, long would have gotten smoked in crude as well.
Woo,
sellers.
everything.
Look at everything just selling off right now. Into the 100 handle in the NQ. Dakota, you got any targets down? Nick, you got any targets downside for NQ?
Yeah, 180s. 180s.
Yeah, I would say
and then the
Globex
next
open
point is going to be like 113. But this can get ugly fast again. We're right at that area where we went up, we tested the highs, we felled, and we are starting to break.
Poll results turn around 4 minutes into it. Higher or lower in an hour from 5,500. 52% say lower on the poll. Decisive. Might be hands off right now.
19,104 is the afternoon pullback low, which I'm really interested in seeing an opportunity down there. Is the afternoon pullback low in the Nasdaq 19,104. Afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps, which I'm also very interested in seeing, is 54.82 half. 82 half.
Looks like buyers are trying again here on ES.
Yes, they are. One thing that I do have on my chart here is an anchored VWAP from the all-time high. On the 30-minute chart, it's coming in at 54.8975, which kind of lines up with that afternoon pullback low, kind of close to it. They're still trying to buy this thing.
212. Wow. Okay.
Tricky.
We got down to 192 in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I was just looking at that right now.
Ugly
Okay,
chart.
you got your 180s. It was 192. You're talking 180s. I saw some 180s, 7s, and whatnot in here. Thanks, Hoop. Awesome, dude. Hoop, you got a team coming out, hopefully, eventually. New coach over in Discord. Topstep coach.
He's on some.
We're recruiting coaches.
If he's not, he's on mine.
He's on Hoag's Heroes.
Yeah, I think Hoop is very knowledgeable and very helpful and sees the markets really well. We're going to have more teams. We have VIPs. We have 3 teams right now for the VIP experience. For us, we had 150 people that we invited. It's free 6 months of trading here, no activation, 2 free resets a month, and then a dedicated chat room with a team name with a head coach. I hope that puts you in the best position you can get. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, guys. Good stuff.
Yeah, look at that VIP.
Yeah. So we have Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Coach Ray. I think I don't know the 3 coaches and the 3 teams and the 3 names. But Coach Hoop, I'm sure, will be overseeing a team if he so chooses.
JD says Hoop's going to be on our daily levels page soon also. So
Awesome.
good stuff.
I know, Eddie, you've called out his levels before in the past. You reads the markets really well. He has kind of your philosophy, right, Hoagland?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
He's an old floor guy, so yeah.
Floor guy.
Oh, yeah. Hoop was his badge.
We have a picture of his jacket too. Okay, cool. We're down here in the lows of the day.
No trade right now.
Hey, how's the volume looking down here?
Me?
Jay, I'm asking Coach Jay, how the volume looks down here.
A lot of red.
Well, while we're waiting on the trade, the Series 3 was mentioned,
Jack's
and I'd be
back.
failing in my duty
Jack's
if we
back.
didn't show a Series 3 question. This is what I
JD
missed the
did a
most.
great job. JD did a great job where you're out.
Jack's back.
Jack's
back.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure he was replacement level. But the King's back.
JD, that's
Here
your
we go.
strength.
This one's, I think, pretty simple. It's an options question, but that is a section on the Series 3, so you need
All right,
to know
MP.
them.
Yes.
All right,
The
MP, what you got?
maximum gain on a short straddle is A, unlimited. B, the total premium received. C, the total premium paid. Or D, the difference between the premiums. Dakota, you know this.
You think so?
Well, I'm going to let you guys. What's that? I would make sure you guys write it down or put it in chat.
Yeah.
So there's no cheating.
Yeah, I think it's I wrote my answer down.
Hold on, I'm gonna write my maximum.
I was trying to get long 98s. And now I'm distracted. All right.
No. Jack's fault.
It's trade 95. So if you like them at 98, you're still gonna like them here.
No, NQ 198.
Those 98s.
If you're gonna like them at 198, you're gonna hate them at 230.
That's
All
my
right.
point.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need to get
Are you guys
better at
writing
marketing
out-
sometimes.
Majority of the chat, I think, is getting this one right.
I wrote this.
typing in the right
This is
answer.
my
Like
answer.
you guys are writing out equations here.
I wrote down this.
Andre.
It's just my
Andre's
answer.
not right.
Nope.
I said
Close
A, but I think
though.
I'm wrong.
Close.
Is it
Well,
big?
if you're short, you're selling premium. You're
You're collecting.
So a
You're
straddle is you're selling the premium on both sides usually, right? And when you're selling
Mhm.
premium,
yeah, it's B.
that's most you can keep. So let's see what the answer is.
That's B.
It
That's
is the
B.
total premium received.
B or D. MP, did you get that?
Yeah, I said B.
Oh.
2.68
All right.
GPA, 19 on ACT twice, Dre. Pass the test once. Taken.
Premium don't care about GPA, and that's
No,
the
it doesn't.
When I
Man.
care, I care. When I care, I care about it.
That's the truth. It was B. What the poll get? Everyone had D. D and B. I knew it was between those two.
Yeah, I seen a lot
33%.
of people were typing in B.
B, yep. Just the total
Okay, we're on our
premiums.
lows.
Yeah.
Still.
We can't
S&P.
stay bid. We can't stay bid.
We haven't been able to. But
Questions have gotten harder on this Series 3 since Jack got into the new book. First book was nice.
Andre, Delta's getting pretty heavy in the S&P. Is
What is it?
minus 8,000 right now. So aggressive selling is coming in. It seems like there's some long accumulation, but it's just not enough to handle the selling coming into this. And below 5,500, we got to stay short.
Okay.
you have zone 8. You have 192s. What were you liking about the 198s, Nick? When you said you wanted to
It
get
was just
long?
kind of us potentially pushing back above 200. It was more so the reflex bounce play.
Okay.
At this point, I probably would
So we
have
got
trailed
one-
it up and been tagged, but now it's a little sketchy to do that long again.
We're trying to call the bottom here.
Well, we did open up Sunday at 170s. We opened up
Yeah.
Sunday, so that can be a really interesting target.
So you got the 170s, but we got the 192s, 174s in the high 100 level of 19,100. That Hoagland and Coach Ray. Coach Ray liked that area.
That's awesome.
I got a
Thanks,
message
Jack.
from Jay. He says there's some pretty nice selling at these lows. Heaviest negative delta at 54.99 quarter. The ES, we're holding below that. He said he liked the buys only if the auction failed, and I'm with you on that, Jay. Total agreement there. So right now, if you're short, stay short.
Mm-hmm.
We got solid
RJ
rips then.
says, "Am I still calling Mick to hold long for a few days?" Nope. The breakout to the long side failed.
Mhm.
As soon as I started mentioning air horns, it killed it.
He's looking for air horn. All right,
market
MP we got to sell rips then, MP.
I'm waiting for you guys to formulate a cohesive
Yep. Getting tricky.
general idea.
It's getting tricky. Let's see what we got here. S&Ps were into zone 8. 491 pivot. Brought to you by Coach Paul. Currently trading 4592.
I should say, I just told everybody to stay short if they're short. I don't know what's going to happen. That is not advice.
Yes.
There's no guarantees. ACH, baby. Anything can happen.
Yup.
Exactly, Hoag. We could go test. I mean, it looks like we're headed to those 170s, and if we're talking about a pure range bound day on the longer term, 19,000 070s, 070s, 050s, down to the bottom of last week's lows.
74 settlement. We're at settlement. 490s. We're at pivot.
There we go. Overnight low. Let's
Wow.
see.
Toshe, thanks for the sellers talk. Wow, this thing didn't want to hold up.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was afraid of doing that. As soon as we started the
It's
break,
been a
it's
theme.
just ugly.
Still selling
That's
it.
Did anybody, and I'm not playing hindsight capital, did anybody annotate and or trade anything around the tilt when the whole world was long here at Topstep?
That was the play. I mean,
that was the play.
You said 80%, or it was like such a high tilt when we were up there at the 350s, 360s.
Yep.
Still looking for that afternoon pullback low in both of these markets. 54.82 half in the S&Ps. And what was it here? 19,104 in the NASDAQ. If you're short, that's a good spot to lighten up or good profit target.
I like the 104 areas, Hoag. Friday found that 104 zone as support on Friday.
Yeah. It's the afternoon pullback low. In profile speak. Same thing though. Same thing.
They'd be right back.
Yep. 19104. Dakota's flat. Nick4ATick is flat. MP's flat. Sellers in the house. I'm not muted. It says I'm muted. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you, bro.
Hear you fine, Andre.
Yeah, okay.
No, I don't hear you.
Let's see. I'm muted. I don't know. Yep. More selling here. New lows. Lows. 487.
There's an interesting long right now, just because of where we are sitting on SPX, and as far as options, 54.50. So those round numbers just tend to act as support. They tend to act as resistance. So it's one of those where it's like, hey, it's worth the stab to the long side here, even on NQ. Yeah. I wouldn't be looking for us to potentially traverse the entire day's range, not by any means, but definitely a safer place to long right off that 54.50 SPX level. So roughly 88s on yes.
Yeah. Now, when you say worth a stab, I just want to make sure it's very clear. Is that the risk reward and maybe a cheap trade can be used as well, right?
Yeah, and it's one of those where it's like, it's not necessarily market generated information as far as that level. You are purely basing that on where options positioning would be. And a lot of the time there are larger gamma strikes at those big round numbers of the 50s and the, hundreds. Mm-hmm. So that is the only thing I am basing this trade off of, is just large options activity to both sides sitting at that level, with it acting as a wall of resistance that we could potentially get a few points of a bounce off of. That is not a trade thesis. That is just an area that, hey, cheap short, if you're wrong, if it kind of dips a little bit below that, a couple of points, you should probably get out.
Right. Yeah.
170s. Wow. 19,170.
Yep,
yeah, that's right where we opened Sunday.
Gold's getting hammered here, guys. Gold's down $10 in the last 5 minutes. More sellers in NASDAQ, more sellers.
Gold is in D's also.
Well, I have gold in D's. Yep. D's.
Yep.
Sorry.
Where's crude at? Crude, we had that 500 lot at 75. Let's see.
$75.77 last trade.
Took a bounce off that bottom. And the low 75.61 took a bounce. But I think sellers are coming back again. I think they just went for a coffee.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if we can get down there.
Peace.
I love Eddie.
You love you.
He just makes it.
I love you.
What?
You're having a bad day, man. When you're having a down day, Eddie there's always got you.
Man.
Yeah.
All right, we're targeting 104s downside NASDAQ. Just get short.
I got long with I got long in zone 8 with the Coach Paul 156. It had just popped off the 157s and then rallied, and then now it popped off sort of again. So I got long just a one guy. One lot.
I think a 500 lot right around 500 on ES now too. That just came on the books.
What price?
His Royal trades like some downside here. 19,147, 19,133, and 19,119 downside targets. Thank you, Royal.
There's a 500 lot at 5,500 or 54.99.
Gotcha. Yep. Roger that.
They moved it.
Yeah, they might have chased that down a point for some
Lame
reason.
algos.
It's just somebody trying to impress somebody.
It's probably MP with the house account.
I was going to say, we would never do something like that. We would never do anything like that.
Trying to impress my wife. That's what I'm
Look
doing.
at this.
I got a 500 lot working. I got a 500 lot working here.
Yeah. You want to see some size? Look at this 500
You feel like
You want
you're
to
an
see
idiot.
something?
All right.
All right. MP, you're long. Update. Board's got you. All good.
I'm right here right now. I'm covered. All right. Now I'm up on the day. I'm just
Yeah. Good. See profit, take profit.
catching falling knives.
I agree.
Isn't anything I want to take into my hiking or going golfing day, whichever one I'm deciding this afternoon.
How's your golf game, MP?
How's your golf game, MP?
I call it, hey, do you want to go for drinking holes? And I don't even call it golf.
It's about how I golf these days.
Yeah. And it's you can't go a whole
And I'm not
season
even
and be as bad as I am.
I'm just not even much of a drinker anymore. It's just an excuse, I think, at this point to get out of the house and go sit in the sun for a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a bar with your buddies. I mean, like, or hang out with your buddies type of
Touch
experience.
grass.
That's grass.
Yeah, bogey
Yeah, be
golf with the
outside.
one random 300-yard drive and a chip in off the fringe that keeps you coming back. That's about as good as I play.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
These markets, man, it's just been the last 30 minutes just completely selling
grinding lower. It's grinding. It's not like it's one of those technical sellouts David Green talks about. Here comes more sellers.
Well, there's a pattern here. The last four sessions, every rally, even if it's a higher high, just kind of gets pushed, gets sold into.
Yep.
How do you on TradingView on our charts on Topstep X TradingView? How do you, when you hover over it, can you see the open, close, high, low of that candle? I'm just asking chat if you guys nobody knows. It's kind of a. I want to see the open low.
JD.
If you show on my screen, I can show you.
Oh, yeah.
So you go the chart settings here. You chart settings open up, go to status line, and then click open high low close values, and they'll pop up.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Open. I have high and low price.
So make sure you're on status line. OHLC, open high low close values. Click that and then hit OK, and then it'll put it up there for you.
John.
Yeah. What do we do without him?
I've been looking for this all my life.
Where have you been?
I've
right,
been
this
looking
could
at
be a
forward since February. I know when I started trading on Topstep.
Is this a rip to sell right here?
Again.
Yeah, is this the pop we want to sell? You want to call it a pop?
Say soda.
I mean,
Pop soda.
I mean, Q, maybe to 200, something to sell, like 190s.
The buyers.
And we're still kind of just hovering around where we opened Sunday at those 170s.
Yeah,
give or take.
Which,
yeah, I don't
know.
20-point pop right there. It's gonna be the sell. Levels. 165 last trade. Settle 174.
What's that for settlement? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we can sell those. I don't know. We can't get the check marks right now.
Yeah, it's
it's a no trade.
To me, it's not a check
a
mark
weird
until
spot.
we get down to like 104, 105, closer to the 100 evens. Unless
enough.
we just consolidate here, and then that would change for me. If we continue to consolidate here.
Well, if we are looking, Dakota, if we are looking for 104s, why wouldn't we take a stab at getting short then on the way down to it?
I mean, we've already sold off so far so fast. There is something to be said. If we do get a bounce, then yeah, maybe we take a short for those 100 levels, that 100 level.
Nick4ATick, how are you reading this right now? Obviously, we've been selling off last hour or so, kind of bottoming out. I don't want to call it bottom, but how are you reading this right now?
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I'm seeing is, right, as of right now, we're holding above that option wall, and we've pierced below the overnight low, which is basically the Globex open, since we just went full, bull run the second the market opened on Sunday night. And we're hovering right around there. So it's kind of a sit on the hands. Like I said, you could have taken that stab long at 88s, but I'm not looking to do anything right now. It's not necessarily middle of the range, but it's an area that I think we definitely could waterfall down another 50 points, or we could easily bounce to, 200 and try to make a push back into today's range. So I'm going to just kind of wait. We've sat on the air many times in fast markets. I'm sorry, Hoag, go ahead.
I was just saying, I've banged my head against that option wall a whole bunch of times.
Yep, exactly.
It hurts.
And we how many times have we sat here in the last week with us kind of being in this sell the highs mindset, and have been trying to call bottom, and have been lucky at times to skate out for a few points or break even, or a small stop out. I think it was Wednesday, Dakota, you and I kept getting paper cuts, or just barely getting out of it with, for 10 points, and just kind of walking away unscathed. And then it waterfalled 200 points the other way.
Yeah, that sounds exactly today. Yeah, and we're not really.
We're try these lows
kind
again.
of consolidating and slowly drifting lower.
Yep, lows.
There's no initiative from buyers yet. Nothing that really shows that they want to push us back into today's range, really, yet.
Sell anything?
By 54.90s.
Yeah. Targeting 104s downside. 104s.
NASDAQ. Okay.
And make a push here. They're gonna make new lows here in the NASDAQ. I got the overnight low 146. Last trade. Is that all right? Yeah, new low 146. Last trade 157.
We might see a nice bounce right here.
Here we go.
We got Euro closed in 5 minutes too.
Oh,
yep. We could see some buying momentum stepping in now.
Yes.
Yep.
I got long just a one lot down there at 49. You can see right here.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad entry, sir.
That's not bad. Jeff. This guy. This guy.
Yeah, the old alien. Me and him are becoming buddies.
Look at this.
He seems to be definitely the more dangerous
alien
prophet to ask in the situation, whatever you want to call him.
Alien
So
on one
break above
shoulder.
Contrarian of each
78.
other so far.
If we break above 78, that's a 3-bar reversal, and I would like us to see 200s after that. If we break above 78, I could see 200s coming in back into play.
All right, let's see how that plays out. Looking for that 3-bar reversal. We have a leaderboard stop. We got Euro Close coming up here in 4 minutes. Real quick, I'm gonna throw it to JD. Please, guys, jump in if we got trade ideas. But let's throw it to JD right now. JD, go ahead.
Here we go. Some more.
Boom.
You're up. MP's out.
5
We're
minutes
just breaking
remaining.
78
Yeah.
now.
It's popping.
Yep. Up 6.
There we go. There we go. Yep, I see 200s now. I see 200s coming into play now.
Yeah, we see another accumulation of buyers down around 90 in the S&Ps again. Just negative delta, nothing too much, but just still some accumulation of longs. Somebody who was buying them up near the previous low, they liked them there. They love them down here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bill auction half past here, guys and girls.
Oh, yeah. 3 months, 6 months.
3 minutes.
All right.
Go
Let's
ahead,
rip
JD.
through this leaderboard real quick.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at XFA P&Ls first. One
Okay.
second. Here are Friday's best XFA P&Ls. All right. Nicholas D. More than 24 grand trading the NASDAQ. Nick was actually trading in a pair of XFAs worth $48,000 on Friday. Big day for Nick. Hamza had a nice day trading crude oil and the NASDAQ, just over $19,000. And then Cade, Susan, and Seth all carved it up, trading the NASDAQ to take home close to $19,000 a piece. Always big numbers come out of the XFAs these days. All right, here is the bottom half of the Topstep leaderboard. There he is, Mr. Nick4ATick in sixth place. Keeps ticking up on the Nick4ATick, ticking up on the leaderboard. Yep.
Nice.
Just slowly but surely.
MP, see that?
6,700 bucks on Friday. Nice job. Nicholas D, we just saw him on the XFA P&L board. His $48,000 winner on Friday was good enough to move into 7th place. He was in 20th place on Friday. Issa dropped about 10 grand trading in 5 XFAs, dropped from 6th down to 8th. Pinson took a drawdown Friday, right around 3 grand, somewhere around there. Fell to 9th place. Pinson, just a reminder, trading in a single live account, no XFAs for Pinson. And Marco is back, trading in a live account in 5 XFAs. Took a solid $4,300 out of the market on Friday. To slide back into 10th place. He was in 12th place on Friday. All right, Eddie, let's cue it up.
Congratulations! You pass with flying colors. You're a real star.
What is that? Ronald McDonald?
All right, there's your top 5. We'll start at the bottom. Same names as Friday, just a slight shift in the order. Quinn remains in 5th place despite a $12,000 drawdown, trading in 5 XFAs Friday. Brian P had a $4,100 winner in his live account, but took a hit in his XFAs. All in, combining everything, he dropped about 10 grand on Friday. Positive in the live account, negative in the XFAs. His current take, though, is still good enough for 4th place. Drayton dropped another 40 grand across 5 XFAs. That's 2 days in a row of heavy drawdowns for Drayton. He had a huge $170,000 day last week, and he's given quite a bit back to the market. Kind of a pattern that we've noticed that happens, right?
Yep.
And he dropped a notch. He and Edward shifted spots. Drayton was in 2nd place on Friday. He's now in 3rd. Edward also took a drawdown, though. Just not quite as bad as Drayton. That's how he was able to retake 2nd place. And our leader, Rafa, also with a drawdown, just about $5,000, trading in a single live account. No XFAs for Rafa either. Still firmly cemented in 1st place. Top 5 all took some heat on Friday. There is your leaderboard.
Wow.
Boy, they just smashed those buyers. They just rolled those buyers. Euro close just kicked in.
Did they ever?
Wow.
Yep.
They just got
I was
faced.
going to ask, your 3-bar reversal, did you get long, Dakota?
Oof.
Nope.
No. Good.
Oh, that was
I did
brutal.
not.
50 point sell, 40 point sell. Jeez.
Man, there we go.
I wanted 200.
Oh, those longs just got rolled. That's got to hurt.
I
Thought
wanted
they
the
got the
200
target
short.
by the tail.
I mean, these are the moves. This is what I think Dakota and I have been talking about when we said, size down, widen stop. It's like you just had a 50-point rug in about 30 seconds.
Spot on, Nick. Spot on. That was vicious.
Exactly,
And we ain't
yeah.
done. Woo! That hurts. They thought they had the target by the tail. And then the sellers.
Here we go. New lows.
Wow, 40s.
That was vicious.
Yeah, man.
That was nasty. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And it looked good for buyers too.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
Buyers came in, got
We're
up
down to negative 12,500 in Delta in the S&Ps. Negative 300 in the NASDAQ.
I don't want to say I'm speechless. We've seen this before, but that one hurt.
Yep.
Yeah, that hurt. Hussein in the chat, yeah, that hurt, man. That stinks. Keep your head up, though. More often than not, that trade works out better than that. All right, back to the levels, MP.
Yeah, that's why going back to the troll thing, you can't troll. This is just a tough market for anybody. These are swings.
Yep.
And that's why I think we've seen so much shuffling on the leaderboard lately. Dakota, you've talked about it. When you're slinging 15 lots, the market will give it to you, but it'll take it away just as fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Especially when you're doing it on like 5XFA.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Multiply that with slippage, 20 grand across the board easily.
Huge P&Ls.
Ooh, doggy.
What did we say about
like
the
Nick said,
what did you say about the 100s?
104. Target 104. We're going there.
Yep, 104s.
We're going there. Like Nick said, dumb down the size. Dumb down the size. It's Monday. Oh my God, look at these sellers.
Well, it's like even if you had a 1 lot or 2 lot and you were trying like, hey, let me jump on board after we kind of broke the VWAPs and around 290 even. Like, hey, you threw that on with a little bit of a wider stop to see if you could catch the low of the day. Well, you're sitting real pretty and you could have taken a little bit of heat there as we were re-breaking these lows. But it looked really good. And that's the type of trade where it's like, hey, you can let that ride a little bit and, be a little looser with a stop with a 1 lot or a 2 lot.
Man.
120.
Well, the hardest trade right now would be to get short, wouldn't it?
That's the hardest.
I'm just saying as a normal trader.
But okay, so that
Shorting
point
the holes worked for the last week, but I still am always afraid to do it.
But the dumbest trade right now would be to get long, right? The hardest trade is to get short, but
so
the easiest.
S&P's just traded down to. Sorry, the S&P's just traded down to within 2 ticks of that afternoon pullback low. This would be, if you are short, this would be a good spot to kind of lighten up, if you will. NASDAQ still has to get there. That's 19,104.
All morning we're talking about these 104s. Yeah, man, we've talked all day about these 104s. All morning we're talking about 104s. We're 10 points away.
And here it comes.
Are we looking for a long at the 104s, or what are you looking for?
I would look for some sort of structure before doing anything on the long side in either of these markets.
Yeah, if you're short, that'd be a great area for a take profit.
Yes.
And if you're looking to get long, just wait to see how the market reacts around there.
There's still plenty of time left in this session.
Oh yeah. We got left here on the
and on a
list
week full of volatility events.
What's VIX at there, Nick? I think VIX is real, by the way. I think VIX is
still
finally real.
It's holding above 16s. So it's something, these violent moves are here to stay as long as it continues to hold above 15. You're going to see some wild two-way action. There's no question. And I'm here for it.
Hell yes.
Now a VIX at 20 during FOMC, I mean, don't even bother turning on your platform. Just watch with popcorn instead.
Speaking of MOC, that'll be Wednesday. Rips will be joining us for that FOMC. I don't think we will see 19,104. We get up
What did
now.
we stall at?
Done. If it longs there.
113.
Saw it happen to longs there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
113 quarter.
I think close enough, John.
Is MP asleep? No, Brooksium.
It's always a zone. Everything's a zone.
How'd you sleep this weekend, MP? How'd you sleep this weekend? Okay.
I slept great. I have sleep apnea, and I got a CPAP. So my wife goes, "You look old now." I go, "Thanks. I sleep better now." Because I got to wear this thing over my.
I used to have one of those. Yeah,
Guys, I sleep straight 8 hours straight. I wake up, head's not groggy. I feel $1,000,000 freaking bucks. I was waking up 100 times. My body was. I had all these tests done. I'd hold my breath or stop my breath for 22 seconds and while I'm sleeping 100 times. Yeah, it's that's what sleep apnea. Your brain and your lungs and you eventually die.
Oxygen.
Yeah. Like 3 times the amount of so I got sleep apnea. I just got diagnosed with that. Whatever doctor told me I had it really, really bad. 100 times I'd wake up, little wake ups in an hour. 111 actually.
That's scary.
Just remember to change that filter. That's important.
That's what my old man said too. Yeah.
Junior?
Yes, us old men know what's right.
I could pop it up to these 150s here in the NASDAQ. Is this a pop we can sell, a rip we can sell? Or I'm confused.
I hope so.
I don't ever read. You guys, as long as that rolled, shorts are getting.
I put the CPAP on and then told my wife, let's watch Top Gun to see if I'm still sexy.
That's pretty good. That was pretty good.
She's like, yeah, Top Gun from Wish.
Pilot Bombardier.
She'd be about to be like Glenn Powell from Wish here.
I love you guys, man.
All right, man.
Really quickly, I got the CPAP and hiking walking sticks. And Dre, you told me about that the same week. And she looked at me and she's like, I go, yeah, I know. I'm 45, but I can start to enjoy.
Those walking sticks, though. They're legit.
Walking sticks.
They're legit.
I talk to everybody on the trail. I'm like, a game changer, huh? And they're always like, what?
Yeah. All right.
Well, how about if a cougar or something? A wildebeest?
Mine has a built-in 9mm. I'm fine.
There you go. Just click and keep walking.
All right.
Ooh, man.
I don't know,
Anybody
guys.
who was short, the covered down there is feeling pretty good about it right now.
Yeah, we're right back into those 150s. We'll just see how this. For me, it's just wait and watch to see if there's some type of market structure to either go long or short.
Didn't we have a 6-month auction? Like right at the Euro close too?
Yeah, the Euro close triggered something there.
We got Dan Trader saying long ES 54.85 for a cheap trade. What do we think?
85s.
I mean, I do like. I have no opinion. Sorry, I'm not allowed to. I'm an executor.
You can give your opinion. We're executing based on what they say. You can still have an opinion.
It's cheap.
That's not the opinion.
Back low. See if we get some sort of a reversal here before we do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, if 150s hold, if the 150s hold a support, then at least a sea of 180s again.
Euro close triggered a pickpocketing. Hunga says that was those longs. Here comes some buyers.
Yes, gets back above 90. Be interesting.
Of 90.
Just throwing it out.
We got plugged.
Remember down there? I was like, hey, what's the easy? No, what was it? What's the hard trade and the easy trade?
Yeah,
hard trade was the short.
Yep.
The easy trade was to get long. Yeah, I guess.
The easy trade is always just to close your eyes and buy it.
Yeah. That's a Rips line. We got to give him credit for that.
Yep. Close your eye and buy it.
All right. Well, while everyone's flat, we're going to see if we can get some market structure down here. Looking for possibly a cheap trade around 85s. We get some check marks for 85s. I think, Hoag, do you have a check mark for 85? Or 82s?
Yeah, because it's so cheap. I mean, if it takes out the low, we're out. We don't have to risk a lot.
Well, I like that.
I like that. Keep an eye on that MP for a potential execution. All right, we're going to go to Eddie now. We still have some business to take care of, some housekeeping to do around here on Fast Markets, Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe. 111,000 subscribers. Nice job.
Wow.
All right, Eddie, my man, what do we got for plugs today?
Housekeeping. Yes. Are you hungry? Hungry for more? More what? Topstep TV not only covers New York Open, but the Asian and London Open as well. Here's where your hunger can get fulfilled. Coach Dakota, starting now at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. That's Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. And yes, you heard that right. He's starting half an hour earlier. Going forward, so he has more time with you. God love you, son. God love you. Also, don't forget about Deanna. Catch Deanna for her opening call at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday. This is for the London Open. So, boy, I tell you, you can get really prepared here before you log on to us clowns with some real education. So check it out, Coach Dakota, and every morning, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Deanna will be doing that London Open. Also, yes, somebody going to say something? Okay.
I said, I was agreeing with you.
75,000 members plus. Discord, my friends. We're excited, as you can tell in my voice, to announce that our Discord has surpassed 75,000 members. If you're not already in Discord, it's a great way to connect with coaches, meet your trading buddies, lots of information, great answers. And if you need some basic support questions, by all means, check it out. I just checked it out just this morning, and I had to keep scrolling down. There's something for everybody. Trust me on this one. So here's the link. I'm going to put it in our chat. And yes, that is also suckerific. Back to you, Andre.
Suckerific.
You throw that in my lap.
Awesome.
Yeah, he throws that in my lap and then he leaves. All right, let's see if we can get some buy. Those 85s were nice. If you got long from 85 on the way back up, we bounced from 81s in the S&Ps. Current trade 54.92. Buyer stepped in after that Euro trigger puke, if you want to call it. Buyer stepped in. Hoag said, yeah, if you're short there, do take lighten up down here. He was talking about those 13 level, the 120 level in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 19,166. I'm not doing much. Oil chopping around the lows. Low today, oil $75.61. Last trade, $75.91.
Is that 500 lot still sitting at 75?
Let's take a look. We remember stuff.
Really quickly. Rupert Pumpkin, it is still there. Rupert Pumpkin, thanks. Your sleep apnea helped, but more importantly, support took some time, but they fixed me up. That's what I was trying to explain to everybody today. Yes, we do take time. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we do fix you up.
Michael, let me ask you a question on that. Do they are they taking track of how much you use that?
How much? Yes, every morning when I take it off, or middle of the night, like I took it off a little early last night, like 3-4 in the morning. It tells you how many hours you got. You nailed it. Like sealed.
Right. And
it's just pumping oxygen into you. Yeah.
Right. If you slack off, they're going to take it away from you. That was my.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. And we need that back. I'm like, well, I'm using it. No, you're not.
73%
FYI for everybody.
Like, we take it. Trade all fields around here, man. It's not just all trading. We'll give you sleep advice. we got everything around here. Yep.
No financial advice, no medical advice.
No medical advice, no financial advice. Hiking advice. We'll give you sleeping advice. I mean, we got it all around. Blackberry picking advice. Not just a trading show around here. All right, we got.
I'm sure we could do a cooking. I'm sure we could do a cooking segment at like 5. Hoagland's a good cook, chef, or whatever you want to call it.
If you want to know how to make a specific drink, I'm your guy.
Oh, there you go.
Mixology by Hoag. Coming Saturday nights on Topstep TV.
Cooking show.
Yeah,
Hoag's in the apron. He's got the chef hat on and stuff.
Today we're making chicken marsala.
I love cooking. Cooking is one of my favorite things to do.
There you go.
Yeah,
We got a lot of.
I'm a big cook too.
My family owned a restaurant for 14 years, 13 years.
There you go.
I actually made a pizza last night from scratch.
Really?
I
What
did.
are the go-to toppings for a Dakota pizza?
Oh yeah, what I want to know what you put on your pizza. If it's pineapple,
Well, we
we're
like to
canceling
cover
the
it with,
show.
like,
And
a ton of pineapple and
Banned.
Yeah.
isn't that the very controversial pizza topping is pineapple?
Yes.
But
Gnarly. It's really gnarly.
to be honest, just regular cheese, meat. I love meat lovers pizza, but it's a lot harder to bake with the meat. But last night was pure cheese for me.
cheese pizza. My kids would love hanging out with you.
Yeah, I love the thick crust. I'm a crust guy.
Oh wow.
Right.
Oh yeah, they do, Jack.
Hey,
Those are
didn't you
cool.
like Pequods, right, Dry?
The best.
And Pequods pizza, I'm buying it for you. We're going to ship it there to you.
Heck yeah. Hey, MP, look at those cool graphics in the lower right. MP, check out the cool graphics in the lower right about what's coming up next. Those are sweet.
there you go.
I like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nobody makes a better pizza than me.
Oh, wow.
That's
Game
true.
on.
That's what John is known
You know
for.
what? I'll challenge
And the
you, Hoag. I'll challenge you. I'll fly
How
out
the
there to
hell is that
Chicago
gonna go
for a
down?
pizza competition.
That is a sweet
Okay, there
graphic.
you go. Guys,
I'll
coming
be a
up,
judge.
you can see that bottom right corner. We're going to do a little bit more. Production team is just twiddling their thumbs over there, wondering what they're going to do next. Just joking, guys.
Dakota, you make the dough, the sauce, everything.
Yeah. Yep. Dough, sauce, everything.
right,
from scratch.
all right.
Not the cheese though. Not the cheese. The cheese is
Look at
not.
these pizza snobs,
I'm not
Michael.
making my own cheese. No, that's for sure.
Pizza snobs for sure.
But I did,
Let's see if we can. Let's see if we
I'll
can
be a
make
judge.
that
Green
happen.
Bay Packer, Green Bay, over there in Wisconsin, and that area has amazing cheese.
I see what
Hey
you're
guys,
doing.
we're back up to the 5496 5500 level. What do we think now? Why Pequod's Pizza, Joel? Because you got to figure, you got to look on the website, go order it, and you will know, right, Dre? I mean,
It's really good.
Pequod's.
Yeah, it's really good. All right, here come the buyers. Buyers just stepped in.
Yeah,
We're up to 5,500s.
15 handles in the
I'm
S&Ps off
long
that low.
from
Pretty good.
148. 148. I switched it out of my live account. Didn't like this price action. Playing with it with simulated account.
One from 148.
148, and I'm trailing it. I think everyone's been able to watch me trail this.
Boom.
Wow.
What would we have been in? There was
I don't
the
know.
hardest traders to
130s
get
MP.
short, the easiest traders to get long down there when we said that, and now we are
All roads. You got to be kidding me with this one. This is
We're 100 points higher.
These markets are tough, man. All those longs that got
130s
smoked.
were
Yeah.
a spot, but I didn't take it. I had no interest.
Yeah.
Those longs that got smoked on that Euro close are probably going crazy right now. I don't blame them because that was brutal.
We could go
trading.
back up to 300. I could see us going back to 300.
It ripped through all
The
those.
reoffer spot would be like, do sellers step back in around it should bounce low?
Yeah. Yeah. My first target,
Which is-
240s to 250s.
220s MP.
And we're right at it in the S&Ps. IV low is 55.01 half. So this is a tough spot right here.
What a move.
That was,
I think we smashed through it. I think we smashed
As I said,
through
the
it. I
VIX
think
is
we-
real.
Yeah,
Nick,
we're smashing through it in the S&Ps for sure.
Holy
I-
cow.
look at this. Right back to view of S&Ps. VWAP 5507. Last trade 5504. Bottomed out to 81s. My goodness.
Oh, I got to write this down in my journal.
That was a
Yeah.
violent 5-minute candle there.
Don't forget, you
You
can
guys
use
wanna
the
know
Top
what I-
Step journal too, Michael.
Yes, I use a Topstep notepad, and Eddie just talked about the Topstep journal, which just launched a couple weeks ago. We have a big launch. Well, I think it's one of the cooler launches actually coming tomorrow to the Topstep X platform. It's going to allow you to stay much more organized on your accounts.
I know what you're
If
talking
you have
about.
multiple accounts and you have multiple strategies, it's going to be much more organized.
Ooh, I'm
Track
excited to
everything.
hear that one.
Yeah. It's coming out tomorrow. Each week, I don't know. Did you guys see I bought this too, or I have this? That might be another thing coming out here shortly.
Yeah. Ooh. There's mine.
I could be a DJ nowadays with these things.
I got this like 3 months ago, and I have not set it up. So this could be the excuse.
Look at all these hot keys.
There we go.
Look at all these hot keys.
Wow. I haven't set up anything, so it's just been sitting there. It's just collecting dust.
Wow. It just looks cool.
So that's possibly coming down the pipe, but it's not coming tomorrow. There's something else showing up tomorrow on TopStep X. They'll be really exciting to help you stay organized. But going back to what Eddie said, performance dashboard on your TopStep X will have the ability for you to journal for the day.
Okay, here's the 40s,
trade.
240s. 240s. I'm going to go ahead and close profit on one of them. And the next one for me is going to be the lower 300s, 300 to 310. That my next profit zone.
Is there any sell into this that sell the rip, or no? Is this just a?
I mean, I'm looking for a spot that they may reoffer, but I also am not going to be the first person to step in front of this and short it.
How can you?
Mm-hmm.
This is tricky. This is very difficult.
That was a big change in direction and momentum right there.
Mm-hmm. And you had a lot of late shorts just get liquidated there.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
We got Trent, one of my guys, talking about upside down head and shoulders forming. I got a limit buy waiting at 46.75. Thanks, Trent.
Eyes, okay.
46.75 in what market?
That yes.
Looking at NASDAQ.
No, I just was kind of talking to somebody in chat, and you know, the afternoon pullback low or afternoon pullback high, nothing works every time, but it's certainly a level to pay attention to. And we talked about 54.82.5 was the afternoon pullback high on Friday. The market targeted it. Buyers came in and took it the other way. Pretty close to it in the S&Ps as well. 19.104. We got close to it. What was the low there? 13.25. That's close enough to be the zone in the NASDAQ, and buyers came in and have taken the market higher off that level. So, you know, those areas, and Dakota was looking at those too. He's like, yeah, those are like where the market kind of found buyers on Friday. Maybe they'll find buyers again, and they certainly have at this point so far. So watch those afternoon pullback highs and lows, folks. I hope everybody trailed it off of that.
I hope they did. Yeah. Right to VWAP.
Okay.
Right to VWAP in S&Ps. 507 VWAP. Last trade 5506 half. Still got room to the upside. About 25 points off VWAP from what I got anchored overnight. NASDAQ about 25 points off VWAP. Last trade 19,240. VWAP 267.
45s was the high of this move thus far. Eddie, 19,245. Is that what you said? 4675 or 4?
I'm short 240 and a quarter.
Okay. Ooh, I like that trade, Nick. That's the resistance zone for where we broke down. We broke down from that. So
I'm going to be tight leash on this, but I'd like to see if we go retest at least 220s.
Ooh, I like that.
Yep. It could be a very simple case of that was support this morning, and as soon as we broke down, that support could become resistance. I'm on the opposite side, Nick, and I think we could smash through, go back into that zone, and test 300.
Yep, exactly. Hence the tight leash.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right, we got about 2 minutes left here in fast markets. Keep an eye on these guys' trades. MP flat. Nick,
yeah,
is
up
short
629.
69 bucks?
No, 629. I'm going to lock it out. I'm not trading.
Do it. This market's
after
brutal.
the show ends. There's
good job.
Let's go to
You
MP.
got to worry about it then.
Yeah, let's.
Be
Let's
smart.
You don't have to worry.
Here. Hold them accountable.
Yeah.
Let's lock it up.
You lock it up. Oh, sorry.
We're watching your screen right now. Let's see you do it.
Oh, I had fun with you guys today. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
it was good.
Do it. All right.
Yeah.
Hashtag, all right, we got 2 minutes left. Let's go to James. What kind of hashtag fast market submissions do we have from our amazing audience, our amazing community? What do we got, James?
We got good stuff today from the Y'all Suck community. First up, first 150K with Topstep completed last Friday. Congrats to Bullish on Me. Wasn't a marathon. It's a marathon, not a race. You'll see he had some bad days, but he made up for it with good days overall. So congrats, and keep us updated with your Express Funded account. That's right, Snoop Dogg. Moving on. Kenny, Topstep Fast Markets, Topstep X on the right, Topstep TV on the left while at work.
Love to see it.
Spread the good news to your coworkers. Let them know what you're watching while you're at work.
Good job.
We got the usual suspects here from Tom Phillips.
I like
cast
it.
than I remember from the movie, but
look at those guys.
Yeah,
These guys are
unusual,
so
right.
Look at those guys.
That's a good
You
question.
ever hear the blooper for that
MP?
movie?
No, what is it?
Somebody kept cutting gas, and they kept it in the movie. I think it was I forget who it was, but yeah, check the bloopers out. Somebody had some nasty gas, and they kept it in the movie.
Nick4ATick looks thrilled in that mug. That looks like a mugshot, Nick.
You're right.
And we got one last one for today.
I'm flat.
All right, yep.
The duality of chat.
Trying to get the levels to the house. Pretty much. That sums it up.
Baby, look at this NASDAQ run now.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Thank you, as always, for your fast market submissions. Get those brains working for Power Hour. We'll see you then.
Usual Suspect was a great movie.
Oh my
Nice.
god!
No.
Don't give
guys,
nothing
cookie
away
bear.
because that twist is probably the best.
The whole
twist
thing away.
in a
Give the whole
movie.
thing away, and he came out in '97.
Did it? No spoilers.
Yeah, probably.
It's one of those.
All right,
ones
guys.
you
One
gotta pick
comment
your
on
jaw
that.
up.
Go ahead.
That equity curve that person shared is just so beautiful, where you're not
Yes, it
trying to
is.
pass a combine in 2 days. It was a marathon where you're taking profits, and you're finishing the day at a really great level. You're not looking for the max $4,500 or hitting the daily loss limit. So big shout out to them on that equity curve.
What a rally. All right, guys. That was a tricky fast market session. The day is not over by any means. We got Tuckman coming up right after this. Power players are a little bit behind schedule. So let's close it out for right now. MP is going to lock it up. Nick4ATick, good trade today. Dakota, some nice calls
bring
there
it
as
over
well. What's up?
Bring it over. Bring it over here. I got to show people how to lock it up.
All right, MP, let's do it. Hold them accountable, folks.
Top of my screen, 629. It's a nice day. There's no complaining in baseball or trading. Okay, so then you press this button up here. It says lock it, manual lockout. You do it right here. By clicking this button, you pretty much can't do anything to unclick it. And warning, it's unreversible. Yes, lock me out. There you go. A little tip from Coach T. Says go to TopstepTV and Discord. And I'm done. Anxiety level is gone. I can have meetings today and not look over to the right and be like, put it on, put it off, whatever. That gets me into big time trouble. And I'm saying this just because it gets me into big time trouble. I can end the day like this and then trade the rest of the day and call Dre and be like, dude, I'm down $1,000. I'm down $2,000. And I ended the show up, $800. So that keeps me from doing that. And Dre, you're going to hold me accountable. So you never have you're like, why are you calling me about that? You should have locked it up. Okay.
Now he's locked up. Good job. Would use that. All right, guys, let's turn it over. We got power players coming up next. We got Mr. Peter Tuckman live from the New York Stock Exchange, the most photographed man on Wall Street. Anyways, good job, guys. Power players coming up next. Let's go.
Yeah.
Suck. I quit.
Topstep X is now available for everyone, and so is the now famous Topstep Tilt Indicator. What is the tilt? It monitors the trades of tens of thousands of Topstep traders, showing their average entry price, balance of traders long versus short, and which side is profitable. All in real time. Kind of like being in the actual open outcry pit. I like to watch it for a change in balance down from heavy longs or shorts to 50-50. When this happens, I found it helpful to exit my own position or perhaps initiate a new one. Why? because it means that thousands of Topstep traders have identified reasons to exit their trade. And sure enough, I've seen the trend stop and reverse almost immediately after the tilt hits that 50-50 balance. So that's the power of Topstep Tilt Indicator, and you can only get it exclusively on TopstepX platform.
Welcome back to Top Step T with everyone's favorite power player, Mr. Peter Tuchman, live from the floor. Are you at the New York Stock Exchange today, Mr. Tuchman?
I am. I'm here on the floor, guys.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, there it is. There you go. There you go. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Tuchman. We've got a lot in store this week. We got Apple earnings, Amazon earnings, Jerome Powell testimony, FOMC. We also have non-farm coming up at the end of the week. But I want to ask you, what are you looking to hear from Jerome Powell this week?
Okay. So it's really important to say this is something that I've noted that's the most significant thing about the last couple of days. So we had a week and a half ago, the market got spawned by this really shitty CPI number, which sort of forced the market on top of all the other stuff that's sort of in the wings and the clouds and the hair that's happening around the potential Fed meeting. But what ended up happening was the market sort of got spooked out. It was a little bit, we went into rotation mode, right? So suddenly everybody started focusing on how high the tech sector had gotten, how the fact was that we weren't clear about what's going on with the Federal Reserve, that the market was a little bit short-term over-technically bought, actually really in a big way, in so many ways. And that CPI number and one of the unemployment numbers kind of spooked the market. And all of those little bit things, it got the market's attention. It got the attention of the bigger players in the game. And they decided to start selling tech. We saw that happen. It was a week ago Thursday. They started hitting the market hard, and then we came into last week. Last week was a wild week. It was very rotational. Everyone needs to note, when everyone's dumping the market across the board, that's one thing. But when you've got people coming out of the Dow and out of the S&P and into the Russell and into gold, that is rotation. It's very healthy for the market. It's basically people positioning themselves for the next leg. Where are we going? It's very healthy for them to sell their outperformers in the Magnificent Seven and get into small cap and mid cap stocks in the Russell. When you see the S&P in there, look, think about last week. We had days where the Dow was up 700, S&P down 60. We had days where it was the reverse of that. We saw on Thursday the S&P down 1,200 handles at one point, hitting beautiful, spectacular technical levels. We saw that with NVIDIA. We talked a little bit about it on Friday. So when you see that rotations are healthy. It's not people's getting spooked and dumping everything and going into cash. It's rotation. So that was all spawned by that CPI number that came out a week ago Thursday. But last week, for me, it actually got it got my attention because we had 4 days, not consecutively, but one on, one off, where the market seemed like it started to break down a little. And what ends up happening when the big guys start selling and you see that bit of a 3-4% pullback in some of the bigger names that have been the high flyers that have taken us up to these levels, well, then the tertiary and the secondary communities start going, oh shit, big guys are selling, I better dump some positions. So that kind of fulfills that prophecy where you're saying, okay, people are starting to get out of stocks in a bigger way. And we just came short of that happening when Friday, the CPE number came in, consumer personal expenditure, which was better than expected, right? Some other numbers came out that were better than expected, right? We got enough economic data pointing to confirm that we had rallied, that the percentage probability of the Fed going to do one cut at least went up to 100%. And all of these 3 bits of data got everyone's attention, and we had a rip your face off rally on Friday. Now, for me, that was significant because it pulled everyone away from all that. They were about to start hopping on the sell bandwagon there for a while, for like 24 hours. You realize everybody needs to know that what happens in this market is happening at such an accelerated pace. It's virtual madness. The stuff that we see on a daily basis or an intra-hour basis, you guys are seeing it in the futures, right? It's happening so radically and so quickly. This used to take weeks, months, and generations to happen. Now happens in literally a couple of hours. So everybody here were hopping on this sell bandwagon, and I kind of thought we were going to start to break down, and then that number came in on Friday and got everyone's attention. It showed me that people are way more, at least the bigger players in the game, are way more interested in the Fed and the economic data and the condition of the economy than all the other stuff. And so that sort of pulled us out. Look, the market today opened up higher. It's fading. It's kind of quiet right now. Right now, we've pivoted our attention to Jay Powell's meeting on Wednesday. What am I looking for? I'm looking for at least one cut in September, at least one cut. probably in September, possibility of 2 cuts. How the market will react to that, I'm not sure. We may have waited too long and the market gets negative. We may have been just our timing may be right and the market likes that. What's important is tomorrow, Wednesday, is going to be one of those days where we not only get a number, we get a time frame, but we also get guidance going forward. And that's going to be what everyone's going to listen to. So everyone sit on your hands in the beginning, because the knee-jerk reaction, if he says we're cutting rates and it's September, I don't even know how the market's going to react. It's going to be up and down like crazy. Then it's a matter of whether he says we're looking at possibly another one before the end of the year. And then how does he position himself with all the other economic data and the trajectory getting down to 2%? So there's so much going on. We've got a lot of earnings coming out this week. We've got unemployment numbers coming in at the end of the week. So Jay Powell will be sort of the, you know, the march to Everest in the beginning, in the middle of the week, and then we're going to fade off into the end. We have to realize this is the end of the month, the end of the quarter, and the end of the half. Okay, so you're going to see some sell pressure on a month that was not a bad month by any means. We had a couple of bobs and weaves, a little bit of a pebble in our shoe, but net, it's been a positive net month. Right. So people are going to position themselves now. Look, we had, crazy wild Trump over the weekend suddenly pivoted. He's now Professor Crypto from being Professor Orange. Right. We're going to be the greatest storage unit of Bitcoin in the world, blah, 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 blah. So that's, that blew Bitcoin right through 70,000. That's all fine and good. But anyway, I'm saying all this to say that everything is trading in such a volatile, eccentric way that the futures are trading crazy, but they still are being true to their technicals. David Green, who I know you guys see a couple times a week, we've talked about it week after week. We saw Nvidia go down to $107.43, which was a screaming 200-day moving average. We saw the futures, the ES, the NQ, the MES, all those guys got down to levels when we saw that major sell-off on Thursday and on Tuesday. They got down to their supportive moving averages and they bounced beautifully. So please, people, hold true to your technicals. Have a stop order on every trade you do. Do not have a major opinion, because you may be right on the opinion side and wrong on the way the market reacts to it. Right? There's no rhyme or reason. This market is crazy. I've been here for 137 years. I've never seen that kind of wild volatility. I look good for 137. Right? But I've never seen this kind of, look, you're either lucky. If you have an opinion, you're either lucky for $1 or you're wrong for $50. That's the way this market trades, right? So be super tight on your stops, right? You should look when David comes on the show, have a pad, and David will tell you where you should have your stops when it comes to the futures, because it's different than the SPY and it's different from equities, right? Normally at Wall Street Global Trading Academy, we use a 1% stop of the price of the stock. $50 stock, 50-cent stop. But he's got really strong parameters about the NQ and about the MES and the futures when it comes to what your stop should be on each one of the financial instruments on the futures. So listen to Dave. Dave's a master. You guys are wonderful. Check us out at Wall Street Global, and happy trading. What more can I say?
That wraps it up. I didn't even have to ask the question. I was going to ask about David Green. I was going to ask about Wall Street Global Trading Academy. You did it all today. Mr. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much for joining us live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. See you on Friday, Peter. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Love that guy. Love that guy. Nothing better, man. Live from the Einstein of Wall Street, they call him. And gets recognized everywhere on the streets of New York. We got my man Robert coming up here in a minute. He's going to join us for Power Players. Ding dong. Hello, come on in. When he's ready. Oh, we got 3 people in. Oh, my man's moving too. What's
Ding
up,
dong.
guys?
Ding dong. We're here. Up? Hello. Knock knock.
Devore, is that you?
You got Robert here. We'll wait for Devore.
Devore is moving right now. Look at this. This is TV. This is live television, folks. This is what it looks like behind the scenes. We're trying to get the shot set up. Or can hear us or not. Or please, when you're ready, please jump on in. Robert.
Yeah. You guys hear me all right?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Good to go. All right, Devore, welcome. Welcome to Power Players, man. Welcome to TopstepTV. You are a power player, Devore. I believe this is your first time on the show. Do I have that correct?
Yep.
Okay, you're joining us from where? Let's get to know DeVore. Where are you currently located?
I currently live in Vancouver, Canada.
Beautiful city, beautiful city. Stanley Park, very beautiful park over there. Enjoy it very, very much. So let's get right into it. DeVore, how did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you? Let's get to know you a little bit.
So I kind of started off with some of the other future prop firms just because of the Discord I was in. And I started off with the whole trailing drawdown, and then I found you guys right around the time you changed the rules for the combines where it was 3 days. I think it was 3 days to pass. That's around the time I got in with you guys. First payout with any prop firm was with you guys, and then it's just been kind of back and forth trying to find the consistency of getting payouts more often.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, so take us through your trading journey. Tell us about how you trade, what products you trade, indicators, all that. Let's get to know DeVore the trader.
So I started off with options, oddly enough, and I've learned very quickly that just being right on the direction is not, there's more to it than that with options, basically. So I found through my kind of journey where I'd be like, okay, I think it's going to go here, it goes here. Then I get the options contract and theta decay and the gamma and the Greeks and all that stuff burned. So then I switched to futures because I'm like, this makes more sense. But being in Canada, you're actually quite limited in terms of doing it yourself. There's only one discounted broker that's offered where I live, and that's Iron Beam. Otherwise, you have to go with interactive brokers, and the margin requirements are proper, I guess, margin requirements. So that's sort of out of the question. Then I stumbled into the prop firm stuff, and I kind of used some of the knowledge that I was using with options, transferred it over into futures, and then it kind of just progressed from there. Different things using different systems, and the method to the madness has kind of progressed. I would say I'm mainly a support resistance style of trader now. It's definitely evolved since I first started. Before it kind of was, previous day high, previous day close, that type of stuff. Which direction or which one is it reaching for? Okay, like long or short, very, very simplistic. And it's kind of evolved since there. It'll make more sense. I can show I don't know if you guys see my charts. I am sharing.
Charts, right. Oh, is that your chart?
Yeah.
All right, we got your chart.
So basically, what I look at now, I draw a lot of channels out. So that's what some of these dotted lines are. Different, whether it's dotted, whether it's dashed, represents whether it's an hour, 4 hour, etc. And then what I'll do on it today is typically wait for some sort of sweep, manipulation, or whatever you want to kind of call it, where they induce people into going a certain direction. So when you look at market open here, it instantly flushes. So a lot of people that chase, you get burned if you chase this. So then I will utilize things like fibs where I'll draw it from the bottom to the top. And I'll draw this after this move up has happened. And then I'll look at the standard deviations, typically between -1, -1.5, all the way up to here. And essentially then I'll look to the left and see we have for support and resistance. We have a resistance right here in between -1 and 1.5. So then I'll zoom into here, and I have multiple. I'm doing this on my laptop because I have no cameras on my actual desktop computer, but I'll have 3 monitors, and I'll have my Topstep X actually zoomed into the 15-second, and then I will look for basically the reaction here where it flushes down, comes back up to about the middle of this range, and then I'll look to short from there. Or if I'm feeling very confident in this kind of the top for that moment, I'll enter right away in here. The only issue that I have with that is a lot of the times, if I do something like that, we're kind of against everything, I'll roll my stop quite quickly. So I'll opt out a bunch in here, and then some of this movement as it comes back up, I'll short some more. And that's sort of, it's simplistic, but it works. And then I'll look at multiple time frames with all the monitors I've set up, and I effectively kind of treat the market, the time frame I'm looking at. I'll look at essentially, so on this move up, I'll just zoom it into one so it's a bit easier to see. This move up, my first level of resistance is that flips to support So when the market come back down and not even touch this, I'm looking now at this level, and so on and so forth, all the way up to where it happened to go today, which was from here.
Yep.
And then I'll use that in confluence with obviously zoomed out time frame I valued there.
Hey, DeVore, pardon me for interrupting really quick. If you could seem to be a little bit choppiness with your audio, and I think it's triggered by when you move when you move your mouse a little bit. So if you could maybe not move your mouse as much while you're talking and doing some chart. I understand this kind of goes hand in hand. Well, you're just getting a little bit choppy, like receiving it on our end. So please, just something to be cognizant about.
Let me try sharing my chart on my other computer and see if that helps on my actual.
All right, cool. All right, cool. While you do that, let's do a quick market recap. We've seen a hell of a rally since that Euro close. Euro close, we bottomed out in the NASDAQ. We bottomed out at 19,113, 19,113. And in the last 50 minutes or so, we're currently trading 19,328. So we're talking about 200-point rally, 210-point rally in the NASDAQ. Similar story with the S&Ps. Bottomed out at 54.81. Last trade, 55.21. Just a crazy bounce. Very tricky. Robert, what do you make of this? What do you make of this trade?
It's just silly when it comes to this stuff. I mean, we say it's silly, but this is NQ that we're looking at, and you're hoaxing of ACH if anything can happen. It's like anything can happen squared or cubed with NQ because it's just some crazy. Hey, are we going a little lower? Nah, not really. 200 points later, and it's like, well, maybe we'll catch a bounce. It doesn't. Nah, this isn't going anywhere. It does. It's just the way this beast works, man. It is really something else to see here.
Sure is. Robert, what kind of levels do you have? I know you were actually really hot last week with your levels, your calls, your targets. What kind of targets? I don't know if you've done the analysis just yet, but do you have any targets in NQ or ES yet?
Yeah, I did. I'm going to pull those up next time DeVore is talking. I will flip over to ES and get some levels on there as well. So as you all know, while he's pulling that up, mine is just really short term, really small level pieces, and they happen throughout the day. So that's why just, to clear it up for we get Jay and Hoag and and other coaches and stuff will say, hey, these are what I'm looking at. And that's based on a lot of the longer time frame and they're really super good at saying, oh, the market, if we go to this level, we should come around here. And they're like all day long things. And my levels literally change every 15, 20, 30 minutes. So it's really tough. And I'm going to keep throwing them out there. So this is what I was looking at earlier today. And I will put some more out there. So it's not looking at hindsight. I'm just saying this like, I'm looking at my market drop down up like this. So I'm looking at these pivots at the bottom and I'm around 19,137 and the pivot at the top around 19,192. Like this, and I put them in this little calculator thing that I built, and it's just on a bunch of stats, which I'll share out. And it says, well, geez, if you go above this high pivot, 19,191-ish, if you go above it, about 19,000. I'm eyeballing it. It's just a couple of ticks away. But if we break over that particular level, the 19,190, I believe it is going to my zone level that I plotted at the top, and it's between 202 and 209. So once I break a certain level, my assumption and speculation says, I think if we go over this, we should go to this level. And that's just, it broke over. And the same thing on the downside. I use that same high pivot at 19,190-ish, and I use the pivot at 19,135, and then place that calculation. And it said, well, if we break below that 135, I think we're going to target between 121 and 115, 115 and 121 at the bottom. And lo and behold, it did hit down there. I don't have one right now because I need to have pivot swap. I need to have a little bit of, it's just went straight up right now. So if we get a pullback, I will use the lower and the higher pivots, and I will give y'all some levels above and below that area of what I think the market might go to. And while DeVore's talking, I will look at the ES for those ES traders as well and give you some numbers there.
Got it, Robert. Well done. In real time, updating levels in real time. He likes those levels for 20, 30-minute window looking forward. Hey, that's how long we're in these trades for. So those levels, very, very relevant and accurate as well. DeVore, your new screens are being shared. So please continue what you were saying before you swapped out computers.
Yeah. So basically what I do with the it's, I guess, similar to kind of Robert, but I'll project with pivots. So I have, this is sort of my main screen, and then this is my higher time frame screen. So, actually, no, I can't. Hold on. Let me do this 1 second.
And Devore, please be cognizant of actually calling out the price when you're doing your chart talk. And so when you put your mouse over a specific price, please call the price out so the audience, because not everyone can see people are listening. So just be cognizant of that. Thanks, man.
Gotcha. So basically, what I'll do a top-down analysis with a higher time frame. So if I look at the hour, it's the same fib projection that I described when I see a kind of manipulation or a sweep. So the sweep from the 26th went to a low of 19.04025, and then the high of that it broke on that kind of manipulation move was 19.236.5. So then when I project those same fibs, my first target on a higher time frame is 19.432.75. So when I'm looking at then the day and I see this pullback initially at market open from about 19.290-ish all the way down to 19.223 roughly, I look at that as, okay, that's just to induce shorts to get people trapped, and then they're going to run it higher. And then I'll plot the same fibs on the lower timeframes to see where it'll potentially turn around, or where you'll see some resistance, or where I should take profits. And a lot of the times those fib levels will line up with kind of your classic support, swing highs, swing lows on multiple timeframes. So looking at the 5 minute, that same area, you have your high from 8:30 Eastern time at around 19.350-ish. And that's sort of where it reached to first, hit that, pulled back, and then what essentially happens is, the way I kind of trail or follow a market is, well, where's the latest swing point that broke market structure to the upside or the downside? I'm looking at that kind of cluster of consolidation between 19.296 and 19.323-ish. So that low, 323 roughly is the high, give or take a few points. I'm kind of just giving a general area.
Sure.
So then when I see that, 19.298-ish, the bottom of that swing point on the 1 minute hold, I look at it, okay, it wants to continue higher. It's going to, now the next target would be that most recent swing high that it made on the 1 minute at 9:45 Eastern, which is a high of 19.367. So that's sort of how I do it. I do find in the first 30 minutes, and oftentimes today I actually have off work. A lot of the times I'm actually trading, I'm on PST time, but I have to leave at around 7:15 for my day job. So I have to zoom in a lot more than I necessarily would like. And a lot of the times the first 30, 45 minutes is a lot of manipulation. It's a lot of volume coming into the market. A lot of people are trying to position. There's a lot of players. So it's very quick in terms of how I'm trying to get in and get out, just because I'm restricted on time, essentially. But I try and always, I've recently switched to micros, especially with Topstep X, because of, one, the commissions, two, the way the market's moving is you're very, very over leveraged on minis. You will hit DLL incredibly quick. And it doesn't allow me to allow my runners to really run. I can have 30 contracts on micros versus 3 on minis. Well, once it pops 10, 15 points on NQ, you're going to get a pullback. Now, are you going to let that position go green when you're limited, or from green to red when you're limited on time? I can't do that. That just wears on my mental capital. So that's sort of how I look at it. And I'm very quick to take profits. And then a lot of the times, especially recently, the market's just been, you get, 1 minute bars that are 50, 60 points. So it's hard to control any type of risk in that.
Yes, it is. All right, great. All right, Robert, did you have a chance to look at some levels for the NQ, perhaps the ES? We are seeing a bit of a sell-off, maybe some profit taken from the longs covering up here. Last trade, 19,300 in the NQ. So, Robert, you took a quick peek. What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely, Andre. I did take a quick peek. I'm calculating the ES levels now. It's not moved far enough to get an accurate level for me. They need to be over 2 points in size on ES. So I will spread this out a little bit more and get you an ES one. But as far as NQ is concerned, we did have, what did you remove it on me? Yeah, so I went and switched screens and removed my indicators. I will give you those right now as well. Andre, bear with me, but thank you, Devon, for saying that. Yeah. While I'm putting those up there for you, I did have a question for Devor. Have you traded into your XFA yet? I know that you on July 26th, you got over there, got your XFA 5 Express accounts, and I have a stat for you on the last combine that you used. We like to go over stats. That got you over the hump to pass. So while I'm putting these in here, 100% winning days on that combine to get you over the level. Wow. 100% winning trades. 100% winning trades. Okay, their risk reward ratio you don't see very often, but it's 0 over 0 because 100% winning trades. And finally, your average daily P&L is 4,533 on a 150K combine. That got you over the hump, over the $159,000, so $9,000 profit. And you now have 5 open express. So the question is, have you had the opportunity to trade those yet? I know they're fairly new.
Yeah, I traded them this morning. They're up, and I'm sort of, it's lunchtime right now, so I don't want to necessarily get involved in anything, but they're up about 1,500, give or take. Some of them are a little lower, some of them are a little higher-ish. The fills are a little different, but I traded them this morning, and it was kind of that very, very, very scalpy because of how the market moved. It's just, you get 10, 12, 20 points in your direction, I can't not take profit.
You got to take it.
And then I'll try and add to winners, but my kind of rule is if I'm adding to winners, my stop is, even though your average is moving, my stop is to cover kind of the commission a couple points slightly above break even instantly, and I'll happily re-enter, exit, re-enter, exit, re-enter, exit, rather than sit in it and have conviction but watch 10, 20, 30 points of drawdown because I think it's going some way. So that's sort of how I do it. I try to add to the winners, but it's
Go ahead. Yeah.
It's tough on your mental health kind of within that session because at least for me, I don't know if other people are in the same boat, but when you get stopped out, that almost feels like a loss. Even though it's not, that's how a lot of people, I think, perceive it as you got stopped out in profit, but you were wrong. It didn't go to where you thought it would go before stopping you out, essentially, is how it kind of affects. And I think the micros help with that. And I think just remembering like you're green, you're not red. So
we're in the same boat there, Devon. I'm sorry, I call you Devon. I know what Devon is in your divorce. So my apologies on that. It's just stuck in my head. I got that level coming in. We may break through this level right now. Yeah. It's how it goes. I have a Devon, I have a Devin and divorce. So my apologies. My level's right there. We may break through it right now. Andre, I want to make sure I get those out for you.
Yeah.
NQ, I had the pivots on the 338 and the 296. So my feeling on this is if we break down below, I'm going to plot it right now because we have to get below a couple of wicks over here. If we get below 293, my target area will be 181 and 187 in Devor, just as we were speaking about. That's a 10-point trade. One contract 10-point trade is $200. That's what you need to take a payout. So targeting 10, 15 points a piece, stack those things up, and you should be okay. So that's the level that I have right here, right now, and we'll see how it transpires. It's a little bit smaller than I anticipate and that I like to see, but that's what I'm going to call out. If we go below 293, my target is around, we'll call it 283 for a 10-point move. It's right in that middle of that zone. But the reason I make zones, not specific levels, you got that Andre star, but that 283. Yeah, no. 293. I would like the zones because if it drops out, let's say the market breaks down 293 and I'm in a short, and it goes to 287, 286, 287, 288, 287, 286. I'm going to close that sucker. I say the hell with it. I'm not going to mess around. If I'm looking for 10 points and it's at 8 and starts messing around, I am not going to lose my 8 points just to get those last 2 and call myself a winner. I'm just not going to do that. I really don't like doing that. So Devor, I'm just like you. Hey, if I'm looking for a longer trade and it's just kind of hovering around and I see that 10, 12 points or 15, you're looking for 20 and it's hanging around, get the hell out. There's got to be another trade. It's not that you're wrong or anything. Just like, hey, just didn't go as far as soon as we wanted to. Take your money. It's green. Focus on making that, $200+ a day. If you do that in a couple of trades, so be it. I will say, full disclosure, that if I lose a trade, it's typically a little larger than my winners. It's only because I have to give NQ room to move around. So I might go after a 10-point trade. My stop might be 18 points away, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to let it go all 18 points. You can pretty much look at it and say, hey, this market sentiment changed. I'm just getting the heck out of this trade. I'll take a 9-point loss instead of letting it go the whole way, and then place another trade when the market comes around.
I like
That's
that. I
where
think
I
DeVore was
really
saying
like
something.
micros.
Yes. Yeah, DeVore, I think you're saying
So,
something similar
like
about
you're
these
describing,
moves are very vicious. You get a 10, 20-point move, and how do you not take profits? That's essentially what Robert was saying there, because these moves, the volatility's been there all summer. Like someone in the chat was just saying, the volatility of summer has been very, very good. In terms of letting runners go, it's not the type of market right now, DeVore. I think what you're saying is spot on. Sorry, you had a comment. You had a thought. I interrupted you there. Please go ahead, DeVore.
yeah, no worries. Well, Robert was saying, he's one contract, $200. I mean, if you're on Topstep X where you're paying just the CME commissions, take 10 micros. So then when that happens, exactly like me and Robert just described, you get your 10, 15 points, take 70, 80% off or whatever. And if it happens to, because NQ likes to, if you look kind of today at, what was it, at around 11:48 Eastern time, when it just decides to just burst up and rally over 100 points, 200 points.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you leave those last two in and you capture that, because really, to me, it comes down to kind of risk and what you can tolerate. And on an XFA, even at 150K, you're essentially dealing with a $3,000 account every day. And the hardest part is to grow the account. Once you have a bigger balance, then you can start capturing more of those moves. You can start sizing more, but that's where it's kind of, you take some, pay yourself. So then if you do have that loser, you've kind of covered some of it. And if you happen to capture, or if NQ decides, and NQ loves to do that, just out of nowhere, right into lunch, go up 300 points. Like that's the summer that we've been in. Makes it very difficult to trade, but I find it just more manageable and you can capture more of it.
That's exactly right. I'm glad you threw the micros in there. There was a guy on the I'm going to say trade. I don't know if it's a guy or not. So I'm going to say there was a trader in the Topstep community on Facebook who over the weekend was going through his stats. And the gentleman, the trader said, I am only trading micros from now on. He blew up X amount of combines, was struggling with it, too far, too fast. He's an NQ trader. He started using the trader started using 5 micros in and out, and the target was $400 a day. They did that for several days. They passed, and now they're in an XFA taking payouts. So yeah, we have these great days. And yes, we have leaderboards, and those are awesome traders. Not taking anything away from anybody. They are fabulous traders, but it doesn't mean that's you. And I don't mean a good trader, I mean the size. I don't personally have the risk tolerance for it. I cannot stand looking at an $8,000 negative P&L, even though I'm making $12,000 a day. It just doesn't fit my personality. So really focus on yourself, focus on your own trading. And that's a tip of the week, is handling your emotions. So whatever is going to fit within your realm, absolutely. And DeVore, that whole thing was exactly, hit the nail right in the head. I just throw an NQ on, but there's no commissions in Topstep X. So yeah, throw a couple of micros on there and just scale them in, scale them out. And I would venture to say, hey, maybe start with 5. And if it doesn't go your way, you're only losing at the rate of 5 or a half of a mini. And if it does go your way, now throw the other 5 on. It hits your target, take those 5 off. So it's a great scale in, scale out. And just because I personally don't do that, it doesn't mean I disagree with it. It just needs to fit your trading style. Some trade ranges, some trade trends, some trade micros, some scale in and out. It's whatever fits you, but spot on with your assessment of saying you don't have to do that. You can always scale in and out, let a runner go, just like you said today at that 10:45 Central Time. Up 200 points. 1 micro, that's $400. That's one micro. It's $400 if you just stuck one on and left it, right? And this is staying scale in, scale out. So really appreciate you putting that comment on there.
It's been a difficult market, I think. I think it comes to account size and account balance, right? If you think on non-discounted brokers, I think it's $22,000 to trade one NQ contract. So the people that are actually moving the market, they're trading with that kind of account size. So when it moves 100 points against them, they're not stressing like you are with a $3,000 account, right? You want to hop on the wave, but you don't have, and that I used to, before Topstep X, there wasn't really an option for micros, and I only traded the minis, and it was very, your P&L curve or your payout curve or your cycling of accounts, it was sporadic. You're hot, you get a bunch, you make a lot fast, and then DLL, 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 DLL. Oh, then $10,000 day, then DLL, 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 et cetera, and then it just kind of, is this sustainable? Can you tolerate doing this? Do you have the bankroll to continue doing this? And what's going to make you more money in the long term? And then me being in Canada, when I do get payouts, I get a nice little bonus because it's the conversion, right? So I look at it from a perspective of, what do I make it work and have a pretty well-paying job? If I can make, my salary over the course of a year trading micros over 5 accounts, I mean, that makes more sense. Once you go live, I think, and build your equity base with you guys, or if you decide to do it personally, and it can weather the drawdown to trade minis, then I think that makes more sense. But until that time, at least for me personally, it's not comfortable, because you will have one big day, but then you have 3 losers. I don't know how other people process it, but that one big day, even though it's massive, it's 1 winner and like 5 losing days. I still look at it as 1 winner, 5 losers. And how long does that last? And I think that's where you get a lot of these rise and fall kind of traders, where they come, they make a bunch, then you don't hear from them for months, then they make a bunch more again, then you don't hear from them for months. And to me, that's tougher if you want to make this something that you're doing over the long course.
I think it's a very professional and measured way to approach your trading. Exactly. Absolutely. Trading those micros, 100% DeVore, 100%. All right, real quick market update. Market made another push higher. We saw some profit taking around the 19,300 level. We saw the buyers step in, currently trading 19,336. S&P's found some buyers around the 515 level, currently trading 55.20. High of the day in the S&P's 55.34 half. So we're about 14 points away from that. High of the day in the NASDAQ, 19,377. Yes, currently trading 335. I think you said something, DeVore. Now you said you see, some of these people, you hear a lot from them when they make their money and then they go away. I think there's a lot of people get into this industry as a kind of a get rich quick. Would you agree with that? And then they learn the realities of this, that it's about sustainability, it's about surviving, it's about being able to trade for the next day.
I think the biggest thing is when you have those big days, and I've had them, you look at what you can do, but what you don't appreciate until you get taught it, unfortunately in a harsh way typically, is you can make that much, but you can lose, thankfully in prop, not as much, but you can still lose, because what's going to happen is you're just going to cycle accounts, because you're going to be chasing that that big play. And I've done it myself. There's been plenty of times where I over leveraged full contracts before micros were a thing, and I was in 15 contracts and I got wicked out. It went to 3,100, and then I watched the market just turn and go 100, 150 points, and I'm like, oh, if only I'd held. And then you go into the next day with that exact same mentality. I'm gonna make that back. Because what will happen is, let's say you run up that XFA to 10K, that happens on Wednesday. Now the account's down at $7,000. What are you going to do on Thursday? You're going to chase that. You're like, I should have made 25,000 or whatever, and then you're going to go in with the mentality of like you were robbed almost. At least that's how I went through, and I feel like a lot of people struggle with the same stuff. And then you just get into this pattern of you're chasing this, exactly what you said, and get rich quick. And most of the time, that is not how it works.
To keep an eye on the account size as well. If you're trading on a 50K account and your maximum loss to lose the account is $2,000, you have to look at that like you trade a $2,000 account. Take that into consideration. Doesn't mean you can't trade the minis, because you can. Just take into consideration. There's not a lot of room, not a lot of leeway there for a lot of drawdown. That's where the micros come in. Even if you only trade 1 or 2. Look at, like you just said before earlier, once that bottom was set in there, and then around 10:45 Central Time, if you threw a micro on, you'd be up $400 right now. 1 micro. So I don't have any problem with trading the micros whatsoever, especially on the smaller accounts. Hey, if you're on 150K, I would rather take 5, 6, 7 minis than 50 micros. But hey, to each their own. Nobody's still anybody know what to do. I did put a larger zone up here for those that are trading on a longer time frames, and I will go through those 2 levels. It was the bottom pivot that I used at 19,113. and then I use the upper pivot of 19338. Those are the two calcs that I use based on my formula, and it gave me a target area of 389 to 418. Now that's a little wider because I like to see my target areas between 10 and 15 points, but since this is a much bigger move from the bottom of the market today until right around now, I will give that. And if Andre's writing it down, if we break 358, 19,358, if we break 358, I would look for a target of 400. And then, because that's right in the middle of that upper zone for those that are taking those longer distance trades, be glad to hear how that turned out for you. There it is on the screen, so y'all can see it.
Just to recap. Yeah, I think it's just to recap. So if we push through 358s, you're looking for a test of the 400s to the upside, Robert?
Yes, sir. Pull it right off there. Long 358, not trading advice. Long 358, my assumption and speculation is we should reach 19,400 because it's a nice round number. And the end goal would be 418, but I would not shoot for that if you get up in that green area between that 389, 418. So 400, yep, I pulled that trade off at that point. That's a decent move. It's a 30-point move. I mean, what are you going to do with that? 30-point move? That's 3 up to a 6. It says
40 points. 40 points, Robert. We go from 358 to 400. That's 40.
40 points. Yes, correct. Yep.
Awesome.
Yep, I'm sorry. You're right. Yep.
I'll take that all.
Awesome. So that's for the longer term traders. Yeah, that's the longer term traders. DeVore, I'm gonna head. I like to do a lot of traveling. I'm gonna be heading up to Canada, maybe in a month or two. So I'm gonna throw it out there. You're in Vancouver, and to be honest, I didn't look at Vancouver. So Vancouver, Quebec, or Montreal. Give me the scoop.
I like this.
What do you want to do?
Well, I have a trader friend in Montreal, so I'm absolutely stopping there. It's only like 6 hours from me on a drive, but I just want to have fun. I like experiences. I went skydiving not long ago, and I just love experiences. So I'm heading up there. I want to see it. I've been to Anticosti Island hunting at one point back in the day with my dad, but I want to get to Montreal, Quebec. But you're in Vancouver, so if you recommend that, I'll take a scoop up there as well.
Oh, here we go.
That's a tough one. Vancouver's good. If Vancouver, if the weather's nice, then it's good. The problem is we do get a lot of rain here. But there's lots to do kind of in the summer, especially beaches, that sort of stuff. If you're into the mountain thing, Whistler's not too far off. It's a bit of a drive, maybe an hour and a half from Vancouver, but
beautiful drive.
You got kind of plenty to do. I would say for kind of like, if you're into food, going out to restaurants, that sort of stuff, night kind of entertainment, out east is better. Montreal specifically is the city I'd go to. I know Toronto recently had some major flood issues and storms and that sort of stuff. I don't know about Montreal. So I check into that before heading out east. They've had a very kind of torrential downpour monsoon kind of weather recently, but it's roughly the same. I'd say people in Vancouver, the best way I describe it is the East Coast is kind of like New York in the States, and the West Coast is like LA. Vancouver is very LA. Everyone's trying to be somebody. Everyone's the attitude is very like.
I like Vancouver.
North kind of sounds like Montreal to me. So
I liked it.
You went there? You've been there, Andre? Yeah.
I have. Some of the best sushi I've ever eaten was in Vancouver. Actually, I forgot the name of the place, but I remember that. But yes, Vancouver is amazing. It's beautiful. Like you said, Whistler. That's one of the most beautiful drives I've ever been on. Was it Sea to Sky or something? Sea to Sky Highway or something like that. Yep. Absolutely gorgeous, stunning. It's jaw dropping, awe inspiring. And let's get back to these markets. All right, we're starting to see a bit of a chop. We did enter the range, like DeVore was saying. We are in the lunchtime trade right now, lunchtime hour for about another hour and 15. We'll keep an eye on that. YM trading sideways. Crude here trading around the lows of the day. Low of the day, $75.35. Last trade, $75.48. Gold has found its range for the time being, currently trading 24.23. I'm sorry about that. ES has found its range. Looking at the 5-minute lower end of the range, 55.14. Upper end of the range, 55.22. So for all you range traders, get in there. Shout out to Dolby Time, who's off this week, getting some much-deserved rest. DeVore, I'd be remiss if I did not ask you, is that a reindeer over your shoulder? What is that behind you? Am I looking at a reindeer, perhaps?
No, that's so I got 2 young kids, so I kind of got kicked out of one of the rooms. So my setup's in the garage. So that's what you see there. Is it's like a bag and it's filled with kid toys. And you see the bikes.
Very good.
And,
We've gone to a one shot. We are now in your garage.
Yeah.
We are now in your garage.
So
I see a bike. Yes.
Yeah. So this is what it actually looks like when I'm trading. So I'll quickly
Here we go.
twist the laptop around. But that's,
cool.
Oh, beautiful.
That's sort
There
of
we
where I
go.
sit and have my multiple screens. So it's hard even on the sharing. It's tough to show you kind of everything. But I have my kind of main setup is what I'm looking at. Try to make sure you guys see. But I have kind of the EMA screen there. Then my main screen, which I'm sharing, and then my other bigger screen is the kind of higher time frames. And the far right there is just ES, and I kind of have key levels on ES because a lot of the times I look for kind of confluences between the markets. I'll find oftentimes what happens is NQ will kind of lead, but it won't go without ES. If ES isn't making the same move or if it's stalling out, NQ is going to wait before it actually does what it's about to do. And then kind of similar to Robert's levels, it's the same thing for those that see my chart, but it's kind of that down move that we had at 11:30 Eastern to 11:33, and I drew my fibs out, and it's very similar projections to what Robert gave out for levels. My kind of zone, my first zone of interest would be 391 to 351, and then I'll just narrow that down by looking at the swing points made earlier on the higher time frame. So if I look at the kind of the 15, the 5, and the 1, kind of in the area of 377.5 is what I'm looking at. I'd want it to get there, and I'd expect some sort of resistance there, or some sort of, maybe even that's the top and it turns around there and it can dump. And that's sort of unfortunately how NQ behaves. It can hit a level, stall, or it can hit a level and just puke. I mean, we look at last week, I think it was, what day was that? I think it was Thursday. I think it was Thursday, right? Yeah, where it just decided goodbye, we're going down.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, gone.
And that's sort of, yeah. And that's my biggest thing in terms of micros or minis is if I get in, whether it's 5 or 50, it's the scalability or the ability to move in and out, in and out, in and out.
Right.
Because the thing I hate the most is if you're kind of trying to control risk, especially at the start of the day, because your balance is zero, say you haven't made any money today. My issue is if I go 1-2 contracts, I'm not going to go more than that on minis. But if I see plus 500, plus 800, plus 1,000, how do you take off? Do you sit in it and wait for your ultimate target? And then the thing is, you're gonna, with NQ, I've found in my experience, after about 20 points, you're gonna get a good pullback, and that pullback's either going to be back to break even or even some red. And I have learned myself I can't sit through that, and that's where I'd rather go 20 micros, take off 15, and if the 5 gets stopped out, great. If not, those 5 can run for days. And it keeps me out of, the thing I've really noticed is it keeps me out of kind of the FOMO trades. So if you caught the bottom today or anywhere near the bottom, for example, and you took profit maybe at the first, because what, it went up from 118 to about 191, that's a significant amount, and that's kind of the first level of resistance that I'd look at as that swing point. Now, if you took the bulk of your contracts off or entirely off there, if you're on minis, and then you watch it go another 200 points from there, what are you likely to do? Try and get long. And a lot of the times, barring trend days, you're going to get punished for that, and you're going to be at DLL very quickly. My experience, at least.
We have a couple minutes left in Power Players. DeVore, you are a power player joining us from Vancouver, Canada. Beautiful, beautiful city. You see in the lower right corner, this new graphic we rolled out in Topstep TV. We're always bringing new stuff, Topstep TV, Topstep. We got some new stuff coming out tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. Anyways, lower right corner, you'll see shoulder tap coming up next, coming up at 12 o'clock. We should probably put the time zone on there so people know. But yeah, in about 6 minutes, we got shoulder tap coming up. So we got about a couple more minutes left here on Power Players. DeVore, do you trade the power hour? Do you trade the morning session? What time frames do you trade during the day?
Typically, like I mentioned earlier, I'm off work today, but normally I work 8 to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard. So I have to I have to be out of my house by like 7:15. So that's about 10:15 Eastern time. So I trade the first 30 to 45 minutes, and then I'm essentially done because I'm at work. I can on my phone on my break, but that's not necessarily the road you want to go down. Maybe managing a position if I'm in one, if I have a runner. But other than that, it's not. I'm limited on time, so I don't look for those big kind of trend day moves. I try and let the runners capture that if it happens. My situation is such that I'm quite limited on time, so I have to be very quick in my decision making. I have to be very quick in my profit taking, because if you look at the first 20-30 minutes of market today, it's kind of all over the place. It's toying with you a lot more, which I hope to one day kind of get it to the point where I can have a situation where I can be at the charts more, because I feel like, especially lately with the market volatility, when I'm looking at it, the first 30-40 minutes are rough, and then you get the move after. And if you look at it today, really the move was, if you had kind of caught the top today at whatever time it was, 10 a.m. Eastern at around 384, that moved down to fill the gap from Friday, and then from the gap up to where we are now. Those were the kind of two moves. And I find typically you have kind of two moves within a day, and then it's sort of done. After that, to me, everything's sort of high risk, and I don't like to touch it.
Well, Devore, I just want to say thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for joining us on Power Players. Robert, you as well. We're going to see more Robert this afternoon with Coach's Takeover featuring Coach Jay. We got Robert, Hoag, and Coach Jay in the house this afternoon. But before that, we got Jack and Brett for Shoulder Tap, as you see. Then we also have JD and Hoag for group coaching. Get those questions in. Close out the day. You got Jack, myself, and that came out weird. And Mohammed. Mohammed coming up next. Wow. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Devore, thank you so much. Wow. I got to get out of here. I need some lunch. Take care. See you got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Let's go.
Hello, everybody out there, and welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Brett. Brett, I can't tell you how good it is to be back in front of the green screen doing this with you. How have you been?
I've been good, thanks. Markets have been moving, but overall, I took some time off a couple weeks ago and have to look forward to that at the end of this week as well. So I've been great, busy, but good with the markets.
Yeah. That's the thing with the vacations, though, man. You leave and then you come back and you're even more tired than when you left. But I guess I'm feeling somewhat refreshed. Any refreshing P&Ls to note with our traders today?
Oh, we've got a few. I mean, with the way the markets have been today, with them starting up, trending upwards, and then kind of dipping down, what was that, around 9 a.m. this morning, caught a lot of people, it seems like. I know the house account has been struggling today, but we've got Nick4ATick. He's up about $800. We've got I've got these small today. Jeta at about $2,500 on the good side of zero. And it has been a little bit rough with that reverse on the day, with it dipping to new lows on the day. And then I think we're almost getting to new highs at the moment, but it's got a little bit of ways to go, but that did catch a few people. And actually, there's some of the traders that I want to highlight today. Kind of, I'm going to talk about some of their P&Ls today specifically, and some of the things that they've done well.
All right. Well, with that, you want to dive into these cards?
Yeah, let's. And the first trader that I wanted to talk about today is Brian P. We've talked about Brian P quite a bit, I know, on leaderboards and also as featured with the trading cards. But I think it's been about a month or more since we have talked about Brian P. They are in a 150K live account, and they trade the S&Ps primarily. And one thing, Brian kind of got caught today. He's does have a expanded daily loss limit of 5,000 in this live account.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing, he got really close to the daily loss limit. It did give back $4,913 of the profits that they've made. But one thing I want to commend him on is stopping before that daily loss limit liquidated them. Because you know what? You saved at least probably $100 in not having a market order submitted by the automated systems that do liquidate you at the daily loss limit. And there is value to that, and knowing that, hey, you know what? My trade strategy isn't realistic for an $87 of room to go up against the daily loss limit. Let's call it a day. And it looks like Brian did that. So kudos to you, Brian, on stopping for the day. Some things that Brian has been doing unbelievably at: average daily P&L of $957. And I know I featured traders on Thursday last week with kind of what I would consider extremes in the winning day percentage and winning trade percentage. Brian is kind of in the middle with 52% winning days, but has managed to average 957 in profits over the 60 days in this live funded account. Brian, I spoke with Brian actually a couple of weeks ago. I want to say it was on the 15th or 16th, and he had requested an expanded daily loss limit that I mentioned earlier. And I'm always hesitant to expand a daily loss limit. But the thing about the trading since then, he's hit it a few times, but he's managed to, and this does not account for today, but he's managed to take just shy of 21,000 out of the markets since that expansion to the loss limit, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, Brian has had, let me find my numbers here. Brian has had 80,000 moved from their XFAs to live, and he has taken, 70,000 in payouts. And I know he did call just a few minutes before shoulder tap started, and I was not able to get to it. But I do know that he is requesting another payout and has a very healthy balance, which he's done a great job keeping a healthy balance while taking these payouts regularly, which is something that's really important to do to ensure the longevity of the account.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in this account for 60 days, as you mentioned. It's something like 65 or $70,000 in payouts, so that's phenomenal. Don't know what to say about that. I had noticed that he seems to be pretty selective with the number of trades he's taking a day. A lot of days with just a single trade, and kind of scaled appropriately. With I'm kind of noticing here, it seems like Brian was trading 3 lots for his one trade, and then with the expanded limit, has moved to 5 lots. I mean, with a 5K limit, I don't know, especially if you're going all in, all out, if I would do 5 lots, but I'm a little risk adverse that way. But he's definitely making the money on the up days to justify that sort of limit.
Yeah, that, and actually in the last segment, one thing that they were talking about was keeping it small. And one thing, even before I saw that segment, that I had in my notes is 1 or 2 contracts. If you want to limit your risk, that's the way to do it, with 1 or 2 contracts. And Brian has really done a great job. Overall, in the 60 days in the account, averages 3 trades per day, just 9 contracts on average per trade, and scales into and out of the positions and really limits that risk. And you can see that with the average winning day being just over 5,000 and the average losing day just over 3,000.
His longest streak that I can see along. Oh, now I see one where he did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hitting the daily loss limit 6 times in a row at one point. But that kind of shows how much he's making on the other days. But it's also not a report that's sort of all daily loss limits and then a couple of huge days. There's a lot of variety there with the losses and the gains. I think this is a strong card. I mean, what can you say? Someone who took $70,000 in payouts is going to have a strong card. But I think that they should generally just keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I agree with you for the most part, Jack. The one thing I would say is it does appear, based on the trading that I reviewed, looks like Brian is kind of getting a little too committed to some of the trades and allowing some of those daily loss limits I see with just 1 or a few trades on the day. And that's tough because you got to learn when to take your losses. But you are absolutely correct in that it's working. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It seems to me, too, that he could be. It's interesting because you're right. On some of those daily loss limit days, it's just you can see exactly what happened. It's he put 1 5 lot on of what's he trading? Ooh, the ES.
S&P.
Good on you, Brian. Where it's just like one trade, they put on 5 lots, they hit their loss limit, right? Then there's other days where there's like 4 or 5, and those tend to be the up days. But yeah, I think you're probably right. If there was one thing I would say is maybe not set on like one trade. Like, it's fine if you have a 5K daily limit, but that doesn't mean you should probably be losing your whole limit on one trade.
I completely agree with you. I mean, and kind of invalidating what I had said, I do believe what I had said earlier as far as don't hit your daily loss limit on just a couple or a few trades in a day. But Brian's average win-loss per trade is right at 2-1, actually a little bit better than 2-1 with 23.91 in profit on the average winning trade and 10.60 in losses on the average losing trade. So really doing a good job managing it. And it shows just how much more, even though the winning trade percent is a little below 50% at 43, it does show how that reward over risk ratio is so important to being profitable and making sure you're at least 1-1. And if you're below 50%, you have to be greater than 1-1 to move on and continue trading the account, really.
And let it be known, this shows, so he's, had a high at some point. He made $93,000 in this account, right? You can make a lot of money without trading 15 lots and without racking up tons in commissions. It's a pretty clean commission card here, right? Some of these cards we look at, we see people paying $500, $700. I believe I saw $1,400 a day in commissions once. You don't need to do that. You can still make a lot of money. So great job, Brian. Good stuff.
Yeah, great point, Jack. And it's such an easy thing to do, especially when I'm frustrated in the markets. It's so easy to click, click, click. And it is generally one of the worst things that any trader can do. The problem is sometimes it works, and that sometimes encourages a trader to try it again and let the frustration get the better of them. And I know I've hit my daily loss limit plenty of times doing that.
All right. Well, with that, who do we got up next?
All right. Next up, we've got Benjamin M. And Benjamin is in a 50K live account. Trades a lot of the indexes and looks like the yen as well. Doing, I would say, decent in the account, a little above average, even though they've got a daily net P&L average of down 187. They've only been in the account for, I think it's, let me get my notes, 17 days now. And today they are up $300 and they've stopped trading. But with being down just over $200 a day on average, you know what? It's not a bad start. It's something to work from. And it shows that you're able to limit your losses 60% or 59% winning day average, but kind of just treading water for the time being, which shows that, hey, you can analyze your trades, go back and look at what you've done and figure out what's working, figure out what isn't. Some of the things that stand out to me for Benjamin's trading is taking 15 trades a day, 2 contracts per trade, which is phenomenal. One thing, almost more importantly than the daily loss limit, that I think a lot of traders and users could benefit from is limiting that contract position limit more than necessarily the daily loss limit, because you can make a good living on 1 to 2 contracts at a time, especially with market volatility, which with some of the moves that we've seen even today, the volatility is there. And with voting season in the US, the markets are going to be volatile for the next few months, probably at a minimum. And you can get it done and limit that risk as much as possible.
So the big thing that jumps out at me here, after I clear my throat, is this is a pretty clear-cut example of someone risking more in a day than their trading deserves at this point. pretty much all of the losing days in these 17 are $1,000 or just under it, right? Which is the limit in a 50K account. But they haven't really. One day they made $1,100, but they're not making. If you're willing to lose $1,000 with some frequency, right? We see 59 win days there. If you're willing to lose $1,000 on 40% of your days, you really have to be able to prove that you can make a good deal more than $1,000 with some frequency, right? I don't know if we have the stats in front, but I wonder what his average winning day is. Is that up there?
Average winning day, I show at $407. And I'm glad you brought that up. That is a point that I wanted to make, is kind of similar to Brian getting locked into a losing trade. Benjamin could benefit from limiting his losses on individual trades. If you take a look at the recent win percentage of individual trades on a daily basis, it's been declining. And they've been treading water in the account so far in the 17 days that they've had it. Made money today, $300, fantastic. Another benchmark day towards a payout. But one thing that I know I was guilty of, and a lot of traders are guilty of, is, you know what? Initially making $500 in a day seems amazing, or losing $500 in a day, that's tough to stomach, but you grow more comfortable with it. And the longer that you can hold off on being comfortable with really any losses, you're going to benefit as a trader from that.
I would just recommend that Benjamin cut his daily loss limit to $500 and keep it there until you can make 1,000 on that risk. And if you're gonna use the whole 1,000, you got to be able to put up like a $2,000 day at some point. So I would just be careful. Just because the loss limit is there, it is a limit, not a suggestion or a goal. Yeah, controlling the downside is gonna lead you a long way there, Benjamin. But pretty good stuff so far. Hope we can turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last trader that I wanted to feature, Heather, is really in line with what we've been discussing about Benjamin. And Heather, it seems like maybe a little too comfortable with hitting that daily loss limit as well. And in addition to that, she needs to consider taking another trade even after a losing trade to start the day. Average losing day is, she's only had 3 losing days in this account. It is a rather new account at 13 days, trade days under their belt. But average daily P&L, $113 on the good side. And it does look like they've gotten away from that daily loss limit after hitting it, I think just a few days, about 5 days into the account. And they've really done a good job of staying away from the daily loss limit, even though it's a 150K live account. They've only exceeded 1,000 the one time, and really managed the losses. But consider taking another trade or two, even if you got surprised by the market, took some losses on your first trade.
Yeah, I'm seeing, the loss limit on the 150K is 3K, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm seeing her biggest. Am I missing this here? Or maybe in this count, I see her biggest is like a $1,200 loser?
Yes, I think I misspoke when I said daily loss limit, as I'm used to seeing 1,000 associated with a 50K account.
I mean, what I would say here is that this is really like a really good use of not like fully utilizing your loss limit, when you can lose $3,000, but only lose on your worst day in these, 13 days. Here are the losers. $1,200 was the biggest, then a $700 loser, a $90 loser, a $2 loser, and a $400 loser. The rest are winners. That's really disciplined money management from what I can see. Also, very few trades. It's usually one trade a day for one lot, a lot of them. Seems like she sized up a little bit to maybe doing 2 lots along the way. But I like it. Very efficient. She's holding trades for about... So she's in like the 10 to 15 minute range, it seems, here. So coming in, making one trade, and then I guess shutting off the machines.
Yeah, which it's tough to sit on your hands and turn off the machine, especially when you're making money. And Heather's doing a good job of that, especially for today's her 14th day in the account. Today was a little rough, lost about $700, but it looks like they've stopped for the day, and that is going to hurt the average daily P&L, but the average daily P&L after this will be above 0, which is kind of the all-important fact of these accounts.
I would love to see her take a payout at some point, though.
Yeah,
especially
that's one thing I have in my notes.
Especially given how disciplined she seems to be with the management of her capital. It's like she's not trading 15 lots. It's not like she needs a ton of it in there to do it. She's done a great job building up so far. She's clearly, it would seem, let me see if she's eligible. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, she's eligible to take a payout. Heather, if you're out there, take some of this money. Get something nice. That's my only advice. Besides that, looking pretty good.
Has a nice and healthy account balance, can definitely take a payout, and has earned a payout, has the 5 benchmark days of $200 or more in profits, and really deserves it, as the trading has been good, and it is a good platform to go from into the future. Could benefit from getting that average win-loss up a little bit, but 65% winning trades are doing it and keeping Heather in a profitable space in this account.
Well, very nice cards, Brett. Thank you for sharing. We're about out of time here for the shoulder tap. Ooh, that was a cool transition that JD just did behind there. I'll have to get that some more. Anyway, stick around, because after this we have group coaching with JD and the Hoag man. Coach Jay is stopping by at 1 o'clock. And then to close out the day, me and Andre will be doing Power Hour with Muhammad, a fan favorite. Lord only knows what time it is in Saudi Arabia, but he is being a trooper by being there. Stick around. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with group coaching. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. You have made it to the group coaching half hour. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding Hoag your questions. We had that question form pinned to the chat for quite a while. It is still pinned to the chat right now. We did get quite a few submissions, though, so if you throw one in late, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to it. Anyway, Hoag, how's it going today? Got some nice volatility early on. We've kind of settled into a bit of a range. Oh, actually, NASDAQ just broke out of that little 5-minute range, trading below VWAP again right now. So getting some more action going into the last couple of hours of the trading day.
Yeah, having a good day.
Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear it. All right. Like I said, we've got your questions. What do you say we answer a few, Hoag?
Hey, what happened? There we go. Yeah, let's do it, JD. Always a pleasure to be here with you.
For sure. Love group coaching half hour. All right. First question comes from Zando. This is relevant to today's price action. We talked about it quite a bit during fast markets. Zando says, after the big sell-off, does this count as a failed auction to the downside? Does the depth of the breach below have any meaning? Does today count as a failed downside auction, in your opinion?
Great question, Zando. So looking at the profile in the S&Ps, we thought we may have had a failed downside auction below the IB low here at 55.01 half, because price came down, came back inside the initial balance, and we actually kind of preempted along in the house account, but it was not a true failed auction because the market then came down, opened, leaving single TPOs. That then becomes a short. This is not a true failed auction. This is an auction failure, but it's not a true failed auction. Semantics, right? By looking at how deep the market extended, left single TPOs above price, found buyers down at this level, and we're going to talk about that level here shortly. Will Murray, I saw your question in chat. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Then the market found buyers and then came back, took out the low of the initial balance and traded all the way back to the high of value. It's not a true failed auction. A true failed auction is one push down below the initial balance, met by buyers bringing price back inside the initial balance, leaving that buying tail at the end of that, below that initial balance. Now, there's different words, different ways to think about what a failed auction is, or what an auction failure is. This was a true failed auction here on Friday in the NASDAQ. The market opened, the initial balance, the first hour of trade established itself. The market looked below it. Sellers backed off, buyers took over, and the market took out the high of the initial balance by the end of the day, and then just fell into range bound trade, which is typical. Trading outside the initial balance below and then outside the initial balance above has a tendency to create range bound trades. No, I don't think that I would call the downside failure move not to the downside a failed downside auction. I know Market Stalker D has something that she calls this, and I don't remember exactly what it is, but this had some potential to really push to the downside, which it did. And where did it trade to? Well, the significance of that 5482 level in the S&Ps was an afternoon pullback low. The market opened around here, 5484, let's call it, in the S&Ps on Friday. It looked lower, it looked higher. It came back to that level before the close, and then the market closed above that. So that creates the afternoon pullback low. That's why it was important. That's why it was a level I was really looking for in the opportunities today. So D is calling what happened in the S&Ps a weakness inside IB setup. Weakness inside IB setup. Thank you, D. I knew that there was a specific terminology that you used for that, and I thank you for that. So But yeah, in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, and on the opening call this morning, I talked about the afternoon pullback lows. Afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps, 54.82 half. Afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, 19,104. Didn't quite get there, but I would call this certainly within the zone of opportunity. And the market did find buyers down there and then turned back to the upside. Weeb. All right. So, Will, that was the significance of that level that we were talking about today. All right, JD, what else you got?
Cool. Actually, Hoag, I just refreshed my screen, and I got 3 questions up top that I missed earlier. So I'm going to start at the top again. All right. So the actual first question that came in was from Isaac. Isaac says, how do you guys see open orders? Is that a feature on TopstepX? By open orders, I wonder if we could ask Isaac for a little more context here. When you place an order on your platform, are you asking how do you see your own open orders? I can only assume that's what you're talking about.
Well, there's a couple of things, and that could be one of them. If I place an order to buy one S&P down below the market here, there's my offer. There's my bid. If it was an offer, would be over on the other side. But that's one way to see your bids and offers. But if he's talking about, how we see liquidity or bids and offers away from the market, that is, that's level 2 delta, or level 2 data, I should say, because on TopstepX we can see, the offers above the market for several handles. We can also see the bids below the market for several handles. What does it mean? How do we do that? What is it? How do we use that? Does it have any meaning? Well, goes back to the old lumber days for me, JD, when I was a deck holder for John Fisher. And, I'm holding all the orders outside the pit, keeping them stacked and in order so that as the market moves, he can execute the orders. And I grabbed him and I said, hey, John, there's like no upside in the deck today. There's all the orders are to the downside. And he said, well, that means we're going lower because the market, and the way he put it is, the market always goes to the point of greatest aggravation. The market's job is to facilitate trade. So if there's very little liquidity or interest in price moving higher, and there's a lot of interest and a lot of orders and a lot of possible trade facilitation to the downside, it's probably going to go that way. And that's one of the ways that we look at those, and we have, opportunity to maybe see, what, there's not a lot of liquidity above. There's a whole bunch of liquidity below. Nothing happens the same way every time, and nothing happens every time. But that usually means that if there's liquidity down below the market's usually going to go and see what's going on down there. There's business to be taken care of. Price will usually go to that level. One of the ways that we use that information. Good question.
Excellent answer. Yes, level 2 data wasn't on my radar when I read that question. So, good save, Hoag. Appreciate it. And everybody else in chat that chimed in. All right, next question comes from Matt. Matt wants to know, what is the use or purpose of a tick chart? And how do you use them with other charts, indicators, and profiles? Well, the tick chart, on your basic traditional candlestick, you're looking at both price and time. A tick chart basically takes time out of the equation. The tick chart is just pure price action. But Hoag, you got the charts up. What's your take on the tick chart? I know you've been looking at that 500 tick for a little while now. Are you liking it?
Yeah, I like it. I like it to kind of manage trades. Just looking for, if I'm long, I'm looking for, recent pullback lows to move stops down below. Find that to be useful. But yeah, your time-based charts are based basically on time. You're going to have a 5-minute candle that's going to last 5 minutes. It doesn't matter how much volume or anything like that is involved in it. It's just going to show you the range, the open and the close for that 5-minute candle. But a tick chart is not time-based. It's based on the actual number of trades. So you're going to be able to see like periods of time here where the 500 tick chart takes, let's see here, 30 seconds to finish. And then when the market starts to move a little bit faster and there's a lot of trading going on, the candles take less time to establish themselves. So you're starting to see some pretty decent push to the downside. When you get 500 trades, it's going to move to the next candle. So it's, I guess in a way you could say it's a little bit time based, but the bars themselves are not based on that. They're based on the number of trades. A 500 tick chart is 500 trades. A 100 tick chart is 100 trades. So it's really not based so much on time. It's based on activity. You get a really fast moving 500 tick chart. You know that there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of volume. There's a lot of trading going on at those levels. So it's just another way to organize the market's information. And that's all these charts are doing. There's dozens of ways to organize the information that the market is giving us. The tick chart is just a different way to do it. There's lots of different ways to do it. Great question. Thank you very much. And I hope that is a good answer for you.
Excellent answer. And thank you for the question, Matt. All right, Hoag, this next one's right in your wheelhouse. Key wants to know, you use a lot of Jim Dalton's concepts. Is there anything from his books that you find doesn't work that well? Interesting question.
Yeah, but everything again is in context. Everything, nothing it works exactly the same way twice. And even similar situations, there's always going to be slight differences in the way price and the way the market acts. If there was one thing that I read that I've never used and that I never really understood, was the 3I special situation. It's initiative, and initiative, and it's never been something that I've been able to get my head wrapped around. I've looked at it. It's just something that I've never really found use in. So the special situation 3I play, I've never looked at. Now, from what I understand, Jim Dalton is changing some of his views on some of his situations, like value area special situations, spikes. Things change a little bit. He's got a new book coming out. It may take a year to come out, but I'm really looking forward to some of the changes in the way that he, yes. See, even Market Stalker D said she fades 3I days. So there you go. She found a way to take advantage of it that I have not. But there are things in there that are going to seem obscure in the profiles. For example, sometimes an anomaly will really seem obscure, and it's going to kind of slip out of your wheelhouse until the market comes and rechecks an anomaly, and you go, "Oh, I forgot about that anomaly." So if that's the one thing, is the 3I day that I don't really pay attention to. Key, but I think in the right context and in the right moment, anything that you find in that book is going to be useful. Again, in the right context and in the right time frame, and all of that stuff. Great question, Key.
Yep. So keep an eye out for Dalton's new book. We're not sure when it's coming out, are we? But we'll keep you apprised of it.
He says he's finished writing it, but now it's got to go through editing and publishing. And once it's out, believe me, I'll be one of the first ones there. See, I have one of the original Mind Over Market books, and it's even signed by the artist.
Well, here's if you want a link to that book, I'm dropping our Top Step reading list in the chat right now. Link is in there. Definitely not the definitive of trading book lists, but it's some of our favorites, and Jack Dalton's books are in there too, so go ahead and check those out if you are so interested. Full disclosure, we do not make money off the sale of books. No. All right, next up, we got a question from Connor. Connor's a nephew of your old buddy, Ron Mickrit. So shout out to Ron if you're listening. All right, hey, Connor wants to know, if I trade, can I trade with TradingView within the Topstep platform, funded trader? I am currently having great success on TradingView. Short answer, yes, you can use TradingView in the trading combine and at the funded level. Longer answer, we've got another product to recommend. We've got the Topstep X platform, which is fully integrated with TradingView charts.
TradingView charts.
And what what else do we have on TopstepX? We've got the tilt on TopstepX. That's our proprietary trading indicator. Shows the bias long and bias short of all Topstep traders in real time as the market moves. You're not going to find that anywhere else. The tilt indicator. We've also got that awesome lockout feature, which you're not going to find on any other platform anywhere. And yeah, our own dedicated data feed direct from the Chicago Mercantile Exchange CME Group. A lot of benefits to using the TopstepX platform. So if TradingView is your thing, yeah, we've got licensed, fully integrated TradingView charts on the TopstepX platform. So I would recommend checking that out. Oh, what's your favorite indicator on TopstepX? Or what's your favorite feature on TopstepX, I should say?
My favorite new feature is anchored VWAP. I'm liking learning about the anchored VWAP, but there are so many of them. There's nothing on this platform that I would say, well, I don't like that, or I would never use that. There's so much good stuff on there. It's really fantastic. And if there's something missing, don't forget, you can go right here to the support and you can let us know what you want. Feature voting. You can vote. You can look back and see if anybody has put it something that you want to vote in. You can vote it up. You can move it up. So these are all things that are just fantastic about the TopstepX. We are creating it based around what you want as a trader. Connor, say hello to your Uncle Ron. Always good to see Uncle Ronnie.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. All right, next up, we got time for a couple more. Simon, we got another question about liquidity and level 2 data. This is from Simon. This might be a little redundant, but maybe we have something else to offer, Simon. Simon says, I see you guys talk about where the liquidity is shown on the dome, either above or below the market. Can you please explain the significance of the size and how you would go about building a thesis around it? Will the areas with large size create some sort of support and or resistance? So again, level 2 data, how do you trade around it when you're seeing those big bids and offers? Typically, we like to say, Hoag said it earlier, the market tends to go to the areas of, how did it go again? The most discomfort for traders, you could say. Greatest aggravation. And I'm of the belief that it also, markets have a natural tendency to seek out liquidity also. So
yes,
when you see those big orders, it's not uncommon to see the market sort of gravitating toward those big orders to fill them. Do they necessarily become support or resistance levels? That's that's a job for Hindsight Capital, junior analyst. But Hoag, what's your take on level 2 data and seeking out liquidity in the market?
Well, like JD said, I mean, the market's job is to facilitate trade. If it sees liquidity, it's likely to go visit that. Now, whether that's a buy or a sell or it becomes support or resistance, I think would be more based on technical analysis, technical data, profile data, some sort of measured move or some sort of trend line before I would start to look at that liquidity as somewhere that I really wanted to think about executing. Although, there is the theory that still comes from the trading pit that, if there's 100 on the offer at even, well, if I sell 10 at 95 just below that offer, odds are pretty good I'm going to be able to lose just one tick on that if that's the case. We would call that a lean. Leans have not been working. You've got to be really, really faster than a human to be able to sense if that order is going to get taken out before you say, all right, I'm out. You're going to have to buy it. You're going to end up paying a couple of ticks above that. So leans have not been, I don't think, very successful. We did have a really good lean in the house account a while back. That was a lean against like a 1,500 lot in the S&Ps. And we took about 8 points on that, but the order still got filled. We leaned on it. The market broke. We covered. It came back up, took out that big offer, and then continued to move to the upside. So, just the ability to see or sense where there is a lot of liquidity can be useful in the right context and in the right situation. Nothing works the same way twice. Exactly. And if we, whenever we find the right answers, the markets have a tendency to change the question. So just knowing where the liquidity is a good thing.
Nailed it again. Thanks, Hoag. We got a follow-up question on an answer you gave a few minutes ago about anchored VWAP. Matt Ree wants to know what is anchored VWAP called within TopstepX? Where do you find the anchored VWAP? We just went through that real quick.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, can we run through that real quick for?
Of course. Yes, of course. So, all right, let's anchor a VWAP here. We're going to anchor VWAP on a 5-minute chart on the overnight high. So we go over here. We find these tools, forecasting and measurement tools. Click. You're going to find the anchored VWAP right here. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to put it on this high bar here. So now we have the anchored VWAP based off of the overnight high, what I think is the overnight high here, just before 8 o'clock. So now we can see, whether sellers remain in control below that, or if they begin to maybe show some bids as price comes back down to that, which may be the case right now. But one thing about it is you want to make sure that you are setting it to open, high, low, close times 4. I think the default is high, low, close divided by 3. You want to go to open, high, low, close divided by 4 for, I guess you could say, would be a more accurate level. Accurate level, maybe. So that is where you find it, again, in the forecasting and measurement tools. Good question.
And thanks for the quick tutorial. All right, I think we got time for one more. Kiss has a question about the initial balance. How do you trade after the initial balance has been set? What are you looking for after the initial balance? Are you mostly looking for breakouts or trading inside the range, looking for failed auctions? What type of price action do you look for once the initial balance is set and we're still trading inside of it?
Great question. The initial balance is the first hour of trade in the equities, in the S&Ps. It's from 8:30 to 9:30. Once the initial balance has been set, now let's think about where the initial balance came from. When Mind Over Markets and when Market Profile was actually kind of created as a theory, there was no electronic trading. Everything that happened in the pit during regular trading hours. The initial balance was initially the first hour of trade because that was giving the locals and or speculators, off the floor, on the floor speculators, at least some sort of range to look for potential for two-sided trade. Two-sided trade. So when we're looking at the initial balance, we're looking at the early extremes of the regular trading hour session. Focusing on those extremes gives us opportunities to take cheap trades. There's a lot of folks that come into trading that look into Market Profile. I'll tell them, you may want to wait until the establishment of the initial balance before getting involved in any trading. Look what happened today in the S&Ps. The initial balance, okay, we had a break of the initial balance and the next 30-minute bar opened below it. That was a short because we're leaving the initial balance. Okay, that was a short. We moved. The short was good. It took us down to the afternoon pullback low from Friday and value low from Friday. Could not continue. We ended up rotating back, taking out the single TPOs and coming back inside the initial balance. And then we started seeing some momentum above the low of the initial balance. So in that case, the initial balance again becomes a potential long, even if it's only because it allows us to limit risk. If we came inside the initial balance and we just bought a long here and we never came back below the low of the initial balance, which is 50.01 to be precise in this profile, then we're looking back at potential longs. What happened on the top? Well, we came all the way back after all that range extension. We took out the high of the initial balance by 1 tick. That is a weak low. However, if we did take a look at a short against the high of the initial balance, it's still a cheap trade. I'm not going to be putting my stop 1 tick above the initial balance. I'm going to be putting my stop six ticks outside, or about there, about 6 ticks above the initial balance, because there are going to be a lot of stops above the high of the initial balance. I don't want to get stopped out with everybody else. I want to be able to stay in the trade after everybody else has stopped out to see if maybe the market can rotate back into the initial balance and then rotate back into the body of the profile, which is exactly what has happened today. So the initial balance, I'm just going to go back and take a look at this. So the initial balance is the dead ass low from Friday. It's the dead ass low from Thursday. It's the dead ass high from Friday. And yes, dead ass high and low is an industry term. Neither there. Neither there. Another dead ass high. Another dead ass high. Another dead ass high. So I went back and I looked. Another dead ass low. Neither. I went back and I looked. The S&P is approximately, I think it was about 63% of the time, leaves one extreme of the initial balance as one extreme of the day. One extreme of the day. The NASDAQ was even higher than that. You got to pick the right side, right? For which, which extreme of the initial balance is going to remain either the high or the low. But most days, the one initial balance extreme will remain an extreme for the day. All right. Yes. Yes, it is an industry term. When I was a broker, if I got a 10 lot to sell and I sold it and I sold the low, the customer was usually like, great job, Hoag. Sold the dead ass low. But hey, that's the break. So you're only as good as your last fill. You're only as good as your last trade.
That is the truth. Thanks, Hoag. Unfortunately, we are out of time for group coaching today. Man, that half hour really goes so fast, doesn't it?
It goes way fast.
But thank you, Hoag, for taking the time out of your day to answer these questions. And thank you to all of you for submitting your questions. We're happy to be here to answer them for you. Stick around. We've got a coach's takeover coming up next. We've got Robert, another hour of Hoag. You're getting Hoag for another hour, folks. And Coach Jay are going to be there. And then after that, we are closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jack, and Mohammed A. Funded Trader. Mohammed is back. Everybody loves that guy for sure. All right, Hoag, take us away with some dad wisdom.
All right. So this was actually something you told me that it wasn't about trading, but I think it talks a lot about trading. It's the things you don't do that you'll regret, not the things that you do. I had made some money. I was getting a little bit burned out. I said, I'm going to take a motorcycle trip across the country. And he says, oh, you have to. And I was really surprised. I thought he was going to say, are you crazy? What are you thinking? And I'm like, wow, I'm really surprised by that answer. And he says, well, one day you're going to be 60 and you're not going to be, feeling like riding a motorcycle across the country. If you don't do it, you're going to regret it at some point in your life. It's kind of the same thing in trading. If you're having trouble executing, if you're double clicking or double clutching on trying to get into some of your good trades, you know what the risk is going to be. If you don't take it and it's a good trade, you're going to regret it. So take the good trades, manage the risk well, and look forward to seeing great success for all of you. So have a great rest of the day. Thank you all, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
And James said we are live in 5, and we sure as hell were. Thank you very much, James, for counting us in. I appreciate that. This is the Coach's Takeover. I'm going to do a slight adjustment on my background here because we can see it right over my head.
Be a fun afternoon.
Oh, yes, it is, Eddie. It's going to be a wonderful afternoon. There you go. There's the Coach's Takeover. We got it going. So the guy on the other end over there, I want to put it the right way on the other end. That's Shay. That's Coach Shay. Hell of a man, hell of a guy. The guy in the middle, chat's going to have to help me out. He's new here. So if the chat can help me out who the guy in the middle is, let's just start with that type of thing. Now, how you doing, Mr. John Hoagland?
I'm doing great.
All right.
I had a wonderful coaching session and looking forward to this. This is going to be fun.
Man, don't those coaching sessions go by super fast? Super fast. A lot of great questions.
Bang. Done.
Yeah, they're quick.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to be driving the segment. Let's get it on. If we are in any positions, as always, you just cut me off, and say, this is what I'm in. We will put it up on the screen. And I think, Jay, you said you may have been in one there on ES. How's that one doing?
Yeah, it's working out well. I just did trail my stop into profit. I'm short from 55.12 in the ES. We came down to this demand level that we were kind of testing around before, this 55.03 area we bounced from. Didn't see a push through that. Ideally, I'd like to hold for, targeting the lows of the day, but it doesn't look like we're getting the momentum to push it through yet. So my exit is at 55.10 right now. I'm going to take, at least 2 points out of this trade if I do get stopped out, but hopefully we can hold it. But you can see on my charts here, we're kind of bouncing out of this demand area.
Yep, that's good. John, you have anything on? I know you've been on the show for a bit here. It's kind of tough when you're behind the scene there. So did you have anything that you were looking at? I know you look into the ES a lot as well.
Not at this level. We're kind of right in the middle of the range, right in the middle of the value area. For me, this is a no-go zone. I'd be looking at the extremes. We did, both Jay and I did like that afternoon pullback lows, 54.82, 82.5 in the S&Ps today. That really turned out to be a nice level. Didn't get it in the house account, though, but that's all right. We'll get the next one.
Oh, I'd love to hear that. We didn't get it in there, but we'll get the next one. That's a wonderful thing. You know my philosophy on that. We don't have winning streaks or losing streaks. It's trade by trade, factor of one. If we win it, we won it. If we lost it, we lost it. Whether it's 2, 3, 4 in a row, we still won the last one or lost the last one, and we'll make adjustments as we go. So definitely I go and cut it off. I did have a zone plotted up here on the NQ, and I am one of them. So once we click over to the chart, I'll go through the one I had earlier. I'm going to mouse over it and I'll talk through it. Was this zone below him, and then the levels are. It was early on when I was on the segment earlier. It was 87 to 81, so a little 6-point area, but we needed to get under right around 93, and I think Andre was writing that stuff down. That would be a stop out. So I'm actually going to move this over. I extended it to where it hit, but that would actually be a stop out because we would be getting in it right around 93 for a short. It never made it even to the entry point of this zone, target zone, which was 87. Never made it there, so that would be not classified. That would be a stop out for sure. The next one I have in line was the break of 245, targeting 208 to 222. So we can see it is kind of hanging around right there. I did not get in. We were in the behind the scenes right smack at the 1 o'clock. We have to do things behind the scenes in green room and get charts set up. So not paying attention to it, did not jump into it. I'm not just going to jump in just for the hell of it right now. We'll catch the next one. And then I did plot a higher target area for those that hold on to longer time frames. If we break long over 358, then the target area is going to be right around 19,400. So that one still is valid as far as I am concerned. And Hoag, before I kick it back over there, you said on your closing those wonderful dad wisdoms that if you don't do something, can you refresh that? Don't do something, you'll regret it. If you do, what was that?
Yeah, it's the things that you don't do that you're going to regret, not the things that you do. Now, put some context on that. If you don't rob a bank, that's probably a good thing.
How about if you don't jump out of an airplane?
But if it's
we had a little fun on that one.
If it's an opportunity for a life experience like that, Robert,
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, it's nothing that I would be thinking about doing, and I don't regret not doing it because I'd probably have a heart attack. But oh my goodness, yes. But it's life changes, life opportunities. When an opportunity comes your way, you know, you really have to take it. Well, like David Green says, and like a lot of people have said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it.
Yes. Yes. Actually, Yogi Berra said that also. If you know who Yogi Berra, he talked those backwards things where he had a house, it was at the end of the road, but his driveway was split. So if he drove up to the house, it was a fork in the road, but it still went to his house. You could take either one. So it was a circle like that. So he would give people directions. You go up here, you go to this road, go to this right. And when you get to the fork in the road, take it. So there you go. And that target zone was hit. Back to the markets. That target zone was hit. So breaking through the 19,245, we really would have had 3 points or 3 handles of heat. So on one contract, $60 worth of heat. We just entered that lower target zone of 222. I wish I would have gotten in that, but I was in the middle of setting everything up on the back end and did miss it. Guess what? There will be another one. And as soon as we get a pullback, I will plot out another level. Jay, anything back to you on that ES?
Yeah, it's working out well. You guys know how much I like 50% retracements. And if we have my screens up, this market is kind of just bouncing in between 250% retracements. The orange one up here, anytime I put something orange on my chart, it's sell side. Anything blue is buy side. So we kind of just bounced off this buy side imbalance, 50% retracement. If we sell under that, then I like the way this looks. But I just, trailed my stop down just a little bit more, securing about another $100 on that trade, just because that's a potential bounce zone. Need to see the selling to come in there. To, flush us through that. We do have that 5,500 that's right below us. It's a major psych level. So need to see some momentum here. We're just not seeing it. So I'll take this trade as a 30-minute scalp if that's what it provides.
And that's your 3-minute chart there?
Correct. Yep. 3-minute chart here.
I'm curious, Jay, where did you hear about the 3-minute chart?
At this point, I don't even remember.
It was from me.
Was it? There we go. I heard it from Coach Robert. I heard it from Coach Robert. I love it though. I love it. It's a unconventional time frame, right? It is, for me, it helps me make sense of the markets. It's not as quick as a 1 minute. It's not as long as a 5 minute, and it's been working pretty well.
That's awesome. Yeah, 20 at the 3-minute charts. It's a 20 candle rotation on an hour, right? So every 20 candles, you can kind of look at that back and say, well, 10 candles, half hour, 20 candles, an hour. And just for additional, if I'm on ES, I like a 6-minute chart. Believe it or not, whatever reason, just do.
Absolutely. Hoag, what was really interesting, that 54.82 level that you had earlier today, you said that was an afternoon pullback low.
Yes.
That was from Friday, correct?
Correct.
And I just keep going back to, the markets remember price. I realized where I had that level on my chart from, and it was from the 24th, which was Wednesday. So we keep revisiting that level for some reason. I had it on my chart, based on, this volume spike that happened right before the session closed, right? So this is at 4:57 Eastern time on the 24th, which is Wednesday. There was just a random volume spike there, right? This positive 14,000 delta in this 3-minute candle from the 24th, and the market, I mean, we've sold through it. We've traded above it, but it keeps revisiting that level. And I just can't help but think that there's a ton of volume that got traded at that price, all positive delta. So, I think going into FOMC, going into the rest of the week, that's going to be an important area, especially because of the time frame that happened, right? If that was during the session, it may not mean as much, but that amount of volume trading when there aren't a lot of orders on the books is pretty significant. So coming back down there a couple of times, I think is really interesting.
I can even see that on the 30-minute chart.
You see it on the 30, right?
Yeah, you can see the volume spike as it's kind of trying to pull below that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
So really, really interesting area going into FOMC or the rest of the week with, expecting range bound activity until we, get to decision making time for FOMC.
So, Jay, I've always said that markets are extremely visible, but now markets are extremely visible and they remember price.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
remember
someone traded there, right? Someone traded there and a lot of size for a reason. And if we can find where those big accounts are trading, when price gets back there, then we can, make a determination about their interpretation of the market, right? Do they protect those prices? Do they not care about those prices anymore because they made their profits if they were buying? And someone asked to repeat that level. It was 54.82 in the ES.
And yeah, that afternoon pullback low on Friday was 54.82 and a half. And the thing about those levels, you may get 3 out of 10 afternoon pullback lows that hold or afternoon pullback highs that hold. Maybe it's 7 out of 10 that hold. But anything that helps you limit risk, and in your view at that level, that was a good area to limit risk, wasn't it? If it got too much through that, they're gone.
I agree. Yeah, for sure. And it's not going to be perfect. We were calling out a level that was 40 points away from where we opened, and the market's diving down towards it. So you don't expect it to stop exactly at it. But yeah, that's where you can, look to limit risk. And some are going to be more important than others, right? I think I had some levels that were in the middle of the range for the day where I'm not looking at those to hold as much. But towards the extremes of these ranges, and here we go, breaking down a little bit through this demand. Towards the extremes of those ranges, really good opportunities to limit your risk.
Yeah, I think we're seeing 200 coming up on this. We're just breaking down under the ES, yeah. Oh, the NQ breaking down under 215 now, and I'm looking at, we'll see 200. The bottom of that target zone that I had marked out was actually 208.5. So right smack in the middle. If I didn't get out last time, we'd be out now, but I'm driving and did not get into this trade before we started. But just to give you all a heads up, that's what we were that's what we were looking for in the NQ. So you're talking 45 to 25. So that's a 20-point move. One contract, $400. That's not too bad. And that's really $400 a day is 6 figures a year. So I know we don't like talk extrapolation, but I'm not talking extrapolation. I'm talking pure math. If you had a job and you made $400 a day, you'd be at over 6 figures a year. So that's all I'm not talking. I'm not talking extrapolation, trying to make a good thing. Yeah. Let's say, I'm sorry, go ahead. What was that?
Both markets just traded back to the IB low and back to value low. And S&Ps are looking like they may try and extend to the downside, but this is a buy level here because it's the only place I can limit risk. We've got the IB low.
100 there, Hoag.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Oh, no, NASDAQ's below it. So 55.01.5 is IB low in the S&Ps, and 222 is IB low in the NASDAQ. They're both of them are right at the bottom of today's area of value. So this gives me a cheap potential for a long. Remember, this is not investment advice.
Yeah, not at all. We're just talking things out. That's just is what we're seeing in the market, and this is what the coaching side is. So we talk a lot about. This is a question I had queued up here. We talk a lot about getting into trades and saying I like the for example, the IB low might be looking for a long. Range breakouts. I'm looking for a breakout to go long over or short under it. So let's shift gears a little bit and say, Jay, start with you. Is there anything that you see or that when this particular thing happens, it's just a no trade for you? And I'll give you mine. If we're trading NQ and it's within 10 points above or 10 points below the point of control, that is a definite out for me. I will not trade around that. So regardless if my setup shows up and it's targeting, but it's right over that point of control, it's just a dead stop for me. I will not trade around it, for example. So Jay, do you have anything like that that's just like no go, no how, no way?
In a range-bound market, any trades near VWAP. And that kind of lines up with the point of control. Also, for me, if I'm looking to buy, for example, today's trade in the house account, I think we had a good level that we were looking at to buy, but the momentum into that level was heavy. So if I see heavy momentum into a level, then I'm going to wait to see how the market trades at that level. A lot of the time, and we talked about this in the the market recap, in Discord, I think sometimes we can simplify our trading to, excuse me, just looking at whole number levels and how the market responds to these whole number levels. And a really good indicator of a trade for those whole number levels, similar to what we just got at 5,500 in the ES. We sold down towards it, but there wasn't heavy momentum. Pushing into the level and not hitting it is, the opposite of your question, Robert, a great indicator to take a trade in the opposite direction because that momentum isn't pushing. But if that momentum was strong, I can't look at that as a buy because at that point I'm fading the volume that's coming in.
Yeah, it's good. And you did answer the question about VWAP. It's like, for me, just point of control. Give it 10, 15 points over and under. If it's hovering around there, there's no way, no how. I don't care how, wow, this market's flying. It's just a personal preference. Like, to me, nope, sorry, it's around point of control. I'll wait for it to get out of there. It's just too much of a mess. How about John? How about you? You've been at this such a long time further than Jay and I probably combined. And so what is a full stop for you that just says, nope, not doing it?
Well, I mean, I got to go with what Jay said. I mean, if we're in a range bound day and we're at the point of control, I can't limit risk. If I'm going long, it's a 50-50 chance. If I'm going short, it's a 50-50 chance. Jay, are you still short?
I'm out of that short. I'm flat, positive. Shout out to Eddie, 420 on the day.
Nice. Good trade.
Ooh,
Good
yeah.
trade. And that was a good out, man. That was low of value. That was IB low. It wasn't taking it out. It was a good trade. Good trade.
Thanks.
Super good.
Thanks,
Super good trade. For
So
sure.
yeah,
So
it's
John,
those extremes that I'm looking at. Not in the middle.
Right.
Those extremes that I'm looking at. I want to trade where everybody's traded. I want to trade where few people have traded.
So Jay, you're looking at the fib levels, and because you mentioned 50%, so 50%, I'm assuming you have a high and low pivot or low high pivot, and you look at 50%, and I'm assuming you're just using that because it's based on the on the fib. You can just plot them up and you see 50%, right? Would that be an accurate statement?
Yep. That's correct.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You know that 50% isn't a particular fib number, right? It's 55.
100%. Yep. Yeah,
All right.
I learned that from you, Robert. But from the data that I have, and just kind of going over the markets, for whatever reason, we see that 50% retracement work often. So I'll stick with it. I actually don't. Traders ask, Jay, do you trade the fibs? I don't. I take all the other levels out, and just a half back is to me enough to pay attention to.
Oh, absolutely. I'm certainly not trying to convince you one way or the other. No. We all see it. No, hey, and that's always, if it's working, it's working. I just don't trade in that particular area. And I just wanted to say, nah, it's not really 50%. It's 55. Just for those traders that are listening. Yeah, it's all just a different. Guess what? There's a range, right? 50 to 55%. We can agree in the middle of that one. 52 and a half.
It's funny.
Hey, I'm not on the air too often. I'm just having a ball over here. So
it's funny how 50% isn't even a fib level, but it's on every fib tool.
Isn't it funny? Just to make it easy.
Dalton calls it half back.
Yeah, exactly. It's good stuff. Where are we at now? We're selling off again a little more. I am going to try to mark up an ES chart, see if I can pull a zone out for you guys. If you want to talk through anything there, that would be great. And my stuff is all based purely on this math crap. So I'll put something in there and we'll see what it comes up with and see how it works out.
What's it based on?
Math crap. It's a mishmash. You got math, like arithmetic. Arithmetic.
Oh, math crap. Oh, got it.
Mathematic. Yeah, there's a couple of different things in there. Yeah, you get your chicken bones and your tea leaves and stuff. I don't know, I'll go with like ribeye fat and coffee beans or something, or whatever it is. But there's a couple little funky little things in there. Oh! I'm losing it, guys. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to everybody. What are you supposed to do?
You did jump out of a plane over the weekend.
Well,
I think you've already lost it.
Yeah, something like that. I just did, I don't know, somebody saw me earlier. I did a quick change too. We have a new Topstep shirt. It's in Massachusetts. It's a little bit gray and rainy and crappy out here. So I figured I would throw on a gray shirt, but it's still a Topstep shirt. So we're still in the right. Mr. Moon, I can't with this guy. Yeah, I know. I'm totally weird, totally strange. That's okay. I love it.
Trying to plot out what the rest of the day might look like here. And like Hoag said, we're right in the middle of this range for the day. So this is definitely a no trade zone. But going into power hour, just trying to identify what to expect. If we test back up to this supply up here where we did see some selling, 55.15-ish, and I don't see the buying to push through there, may take another short. Again, if this is going to be a range-bound day, we saw the same thing on Friday, right? We popped up, traded above this area I have here, 55.22-ish, up to 55.25. We eventually saw the full rotation back to the bottom of that range. This is Friday, and then looking at today. So would like to see that again. Again, I'm looking to the downside. I don't see much of a reason to buy this here outside of 5,500 holding. But I'm not going to take the trade in the middle of that range.
NASDAQ,
the volume that I saw
weaker.
Go ahead, Hoag.
NASDAQ certainly seems weaker at this point.
Yeah. Switch over to the NASDAQ. Yep.
Oh, you can't trade the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it definitely seems weaker.
So far,
I've got a couple numbers set up for you on ES. And then if anybody in the chat, well, that's the chat right now. Let's take a popular of which other instrument, and I'll just kind of gravitate to there because I do want to make sure I'm contributing to these things and make sure we have some levels. I'll pull up my charts. I'll do some little calcs for you, and I'll give some what do we call hypothesis, some speculation. That is all we do. But I'm plotting up a high for ES. I'll get you that one in a moment, and I'm plotting out a low zone for ES also. We'll see how they play out. Maybe they'll come true in Power Hour. Power Hour, we have Andre's coming back. We have Jack, and we have Muhammad A for Power Hour right after this. So that should be fun as always. Dobie's off this week. So, yeah, you're going to have to stick around with us.
I don't like Jay's 15 idea. That might actually end up being an afternoon pullback high here.
Interesting. Yeah, we spent a lot of time up there near the high of that range and just did not see the buying to push through it. I don't expect that we're going to with FOMC on Wednesday. So I think these are the prices that we change. I actually went to update the Topstep daily levels this morning. Deleted everything from the chart and then pretty much put the exact same levels that we had from Friday back on here, which tells you a lot about the market conditions that we're seeing right now. We're not really going anywhere over the last couple of days, which we had huge downside move last Wednesday. The market has to digest right before some of the biggest news of the year comes out. So not surprised by this price action at all.
Mm-hmm. Even Dalton was saying, we're in a 3-day balance here. Market is seeking new information. When is that information coming out? Wednesday.
Yep.
Friday. So it makes sense that we're really still just kind of adhering to this 3-day range that we've been in and just kind of rotating back and forth. And I feel like we're right in the middle of that range now or close to it, but
yeah.
I like your 15s though, Jay.
You know what? I'm going to put an alert there, Hoag. I've been trying to use alerts a lot more just because I think we do a pretty good job at calling out levels, but then wanting to trade them when the market gets there. So I'm going to put an alert right at 55.15. And if we get back up there and I like what the market looks like, I'll go ahead and take that short.
Then you'll take a look.
Yeah.
Well, so that's 55.15 you said, which is interesting that Jay, when I did these little plots here, if we break 55.15, I got a target of 55.18.
Okay.
That's good.
Long there just for a scalp, right?
Yeah, just for a scalp. I mean, that's 3 points, right? From 15 to 18 is 3 points on one contract of $150. If you do that for 2 contracts, you take 2 of those, you can qualify for over $200 a day for a payout. I mean, to me, that's the goal, honestly, for this. This is a coach's session, and everybody's going to be a little bit different, have a little different thoughts. But to me, that's the goal, is to step one, you want to manage your risk. Manage risk. Always, always, always. Step two, get your 200, just over 200 a day will qualify you for a payout, because that is the goal. We're not just going to trade to trade. We want to trade so we can make some money, take some money out of the market, take some money out of the Topstep, and get your funding. So that's the whole goal in a nutshell. Why do we trade? Well, so we can trade. It's a job, right? We can make money at it. Well, you need that 200 a day to get that payout. So that would be goal number two. One, manage your risk. Two, making sure that I'm targeting just over 200 a day to cover fees or anything like that. So target 250. 250 is 5 points in the ES on one contract. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's not extremely hard. It doesn't have to be 5 points in one trade. 2 trades of 2.5 points. It's, or one trade of 5 with 2 contracts. We just kind of break it down and simplify it. Get that payout, get those numbers in there. And it's great if you can put in some large numbers, but what's more impressive, being on a leaderboard and losing it, or being on the smaller side of things and taking money out of the market? I don't know. That's just kind of my philosophy on these. So I have a high number. Once we break 55, what do we got?
Well, I was just going to ask you, if it breaks 15, you think it's going to 18. Is your math crap like seeking out stops?
Meaning, what would I use for a stop on that?
No, just like, we're both looking at 15 as an interesting level. That makes me think that we're not the only ones. Well, where are their stops going to be if they get up above 15? They're going to be right up above there, and that might be the scalp long that you're looking for, and might give us a better trade location for the short, instead of going through everybody else's stop out and being able to manage the risk a little easier.
Right. So for a clarification, if I'm breaking 55.15, and I'm eyeballing the market right now, my stop loss for that particular trade is going to be right around 55.12.5, right around that level, because, and I will put it on the chart, because it's just below where the previous pivots were. Previous pivots around 14.13, 13.5. And the next pivots down are around 12. So I want to make sure that I'm below those last ones. If the market comes down to that 13 area, if it ends up dropping below there, I should be stopped out. But if it just hovers that area and jumps back up again, we'll be in good shape. So you're looking at nearly a 1-to-1 ratio. Now, I think, John, what you're talking about, the stops, and people having the stops above there for the short, that's part of it also. And I'm the person that's going to take that 55.15 and ride it up for those couple of points, where a reversal trader, such as what you said, and Jay is looking at, say, wait a minute, we broke over this. It pulled up a little bit further. It came all the way up from 5,500. That's a great place for me to short it. The difference is I am already out of my long when the decision to the short comes in. So they both work. It's a perfect example where you can have 2 traders looking at the same market, looking at the same level, and going in opposite directions.
Yeah, just, if you're hunting for stops and you would take that scalp for that long as a scalp, I would think there may be some stops up there, and maybe we can get an even better trade location than the 15s. Because when those stops are exhausted, that's where you want to get short.
You get that pop for sure.
That's exactly right. Yep. And then Jay's got his tools over there with the volume profile, and also when you have your DOM up there and you can see your levels. And what's the other one that you use, Jay, for the not volumetric to show you how many orders are hanging around there?
Just the depth of market. I'm using the level 2 indicator on the chart. I don't use it for the ES because it looks like what this looks like now, where there's a lot more on the books. So my filters for the NASDAQ don't really apply for the ES. But pretty much everything I do is based on volume. Hoag, that 54.99 quarter we were talking about earlier, that was the heaviest negative delta for the day. We kind of just bounced right off of there. I don't even know if we get the 15s at this point. We may just continue to sell. That short I had from 12. Guess I could have just been more patient and held it, but it looks pretty good.
Yeah, well, the NASDAQ is now, moving and seeing some momentum comfortably below that IB low. You still got a chance in the S&Ps if we're gonna lose the IB low.
And there's that 19,200 we were talking about on NQ.
This looks like just a rotation back to the lows of that range. Lower volume session right now where we might not get the momentum to push us through, but going into power hour, I wouldn't be surprised at another test or run of these lows. Making new lows.
Yeah, Robert, I have a question here. Go ahead, Jay. Question first.
No, go ahead.
In the chat, we have Flabbergasted Trader. When I was talking about the 55.15 on the ES to the 55.18, it's a good comment. The trader says we're not even going up that far. What are you talking about? It's talk about some realistic trade ideas. Okay, that was a realistic trade idea. If it was higher up there, I didn't mean to offend anybody on this, but I'll pull it back up. But you know what? That can be canceled. And if we're sitting here, if we're at 55.03 right now, and if this thing just starts dumping off, that's going to invalidate that. There's no way I'm going to wait all day long for that to come up there. Yeah, if we just broke above the 54.15 area, that's a good area, I think. But if we just keep heading down like this, and there's a different opportunity, and I see a smaller trade up in the 10 to 12 area, but there's not enough movement in there for me to figure it out. So, yep, he's 100% right. That trader, where is it? Flabbergasted, I think. Flabbergasted trader, you're 100% right. In the current market conditions, it's a little further away. It wasn't when we had this discussion, 35 minutes ago. It's a very good possibility, but now, probably not so much. Jay, what are we going to say?
It might still happen later.
It might, but there may be a better long area because just the way I'm looking at these levels, right, John, is if we move down, we have a little bouncing, there may be a different level to target before targeting that upper one. It still may be valid, but it also may be taken over by the next better one. So we'll just keep an eye on it. And this is what I mean when I'm trying to give the levels out where it's not daily. I can't do that. I'm horrible with that. And I don't want to lead anybody in the wrong direction. Say, okay, I'm looking at the market tonight, let's say last night, and I want to give the levels for today. I simply cannot do that. And I don't want to put anybody in the wrong position. I'm such a short term. It's been a half hour. My level that I put in the top, it's probably invalid now. So we'll just give another one when it starts to rotate around again. No problem. Everybody's different. All good. Jay, what are you going to say?
No, I was just going to ask, with those levels, when you plot them, I know you do a lot of automated stuff. So are you, do you have a system that's taking that trade for you, or do you manually place them and you're setting price alerts or just limit orders for when we get there?
That would be, you're correct on all those. Yes, I have an automated system that does this exact same thing, except it's on those screens over there. It's not on right now. I can't really focus on that while doing this as well. And it's not the right thing to do. But yes, this is the math that I'm using. Once we have the ability inside Topstep X to make these, custom indicators, I'm going to put this one right in there and say, yep, here you go. We can all use this. I have it in Quant Tower. I have it in TradingView. I have it in Trade08. Once we get in Topstep X. So what I did in the meantime was I made this little trade zone calculator. It's just for me where I just log in and I enter the levels and it goes and pulls the data using my information just because I'm a coder, nerdy type guy. So if I can't add it to the platform and I want to be able to take trades with you guys, I just threw this thing together. It's got the same math built in and I just use it on screen so we can actually have something to display and I can contribute to this fun thing we call TopstepTV trading.
Nice.
New Topstep feature. I'm not sure of the Topstep feature. Let's take a look at some of the other markets while we're here. We're just hovering around. I will take a look. Let's go to our old faithful here. Let's go to GC, which is the futures gold. I had some lines on here from before. Let me remove those drawings. There is our 500 tick chart GC. Is that right? 24.4. Can somebody else pull that up? Because I'm on a live account and I've subscribed to YM and NQ. I'll make sure I'm giving the right information.
24. Yeah, that's right.
Perfect. All right. Boy, am I glad to hear that. So there it is. It's not too
It rolled into the December contract this morning.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. That's probably where that gap up came because we need Topstep X to catch up. So there's where that big gap is, pulling in the new contract. Great. So we will focus on that going next time. And we have our other faithful here that we like to look at is CL. I am going to pull up YM just because. And there's CL. I'm still looking at a 500 tick chart. Looking for 15 minutes just so everybody can understand what we're looking at here. We had that sell-off today around right at the market open. We're still hovering around 75.83, 75.83, as Rips would say. Everybody caught that in the morning. They did pretty good, and if they ended up catching that breakdown of 76.54, they'd be in good shape also. I wonder if Deanna caught that. YM, taking a look at the Dow. Same thing. Boy, that followed suit, didn't it? That YM. Once we broke down under 40862-ish, because I'm eyeballing it, that support became resistance. Resistance around 11 o'clock. We can see them popped up. So, excuse me.
Yeah. The
So not
Dow
too
is
bad.
just the Dow was the darling last week, and it's the dead one this week. If you look at the profile here, I mean, Jay, look at the opening range.
In the Dow?
40,832, 40,000, almost 100 tick opening range.
Wow.
And then it's left at the high. I mean, it's been all downside all day, but I'm not. Can you take 100 tick opening range trade, Jay? Even at $5 a tick?
No, I can't. Maybe somewhere in the middle of it. Maybe if we get a retracement of it, but that's a lot of risk.
It did give us an opportunity, but not till much later in the day, right around 40,875.
Yeah, that is a lot of risk.
867.
So I'm looking
in
at
the first half
the
hour.
Dow here.
Crazy.
Hoag, you're on the September contract, of course, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, cool.
For the Dow,
looking at the 3-minute opening range, and then right around 50%, or maybe it was 55%.
Yep.
We got that pullback to there, and then that gives you maybe a better opportunity to limit risk. You're still risking about almost 100 points, even with that 50% retracement. But I see a couple of things, right? I see, the VWAP from the Globex session, which is kind of this faded white line. You might not be able to see it. We checked up towards that, around that 50% as well. Sellers were in control, and we kind of saw that from the open. And it gives you an opportunity to limit risk. But yeah, maybe that's a put on a couple micros trade, especially with some of the drawdown that we have in Topstep accounts. I want to go back to gold real quick because I know. Just talking about an opportunity, we haven't talked about this in a little while. If we have my screens up, but we know that gold closes. The floor close for gold is 12:30
Central. Yes.
Sorry, 12:30 Central time. Right.
Yes, sir.
Eastern.
We
I thought it closes at 1:30.
Sorry, say that again, Eddie.
I thought it closes at 1:30. Is it 12:30?
Eastern 1:30, Central 12:30. Yeah.
Central 12:30. Okay, so this 5-minute candle right here, where it starts at 12:25 and ends at 12:30 Central. We saw this. I haven't paid attention to it in a while, but we saw this in the market recap. A lot of times, this candle gives you a pretty good opportunity for similar to the way we would trade an opening range trade, Hoag, where if we can frame out the extremes of that range and then anchoring VWAP to that, right? Because we know the market still moves a little bit after, but anchoring a VWAP to this floor close, identifying the extremes of the range, and we can see in this case that VWAP stayed pretty flat. So when we get up towards the extremes of the range, because volume hasn't gone with it, it's an opportunity to take a range bound trade, right? Fade the extremes and go short there or long at the lows of it. I haven't paid attention to it too much, so I don't know how well it's been working out, but it's something that we saw, and it was for maybe 2 to 3 weeks was a really good trade. And if you're a gold trader and some of the ranges that we trade early on in the session, are too big, maybe consider taking that trade. I think a way that we looked at it as well was, we were trading the equities in the morning, and now around this time is our lunchtime where things slow down. Is there another market that I can look to say, hey, there's a potential for a trade at this time? So, if you're giving yourself 1 to 3 trade ideas for the day, that might be one to look at just in your sessions. Go back on your charts, go back a couple of days and look at that time frame out the candle and see if it presented any opportunities for you.
What is that? What time frame is that? That's still your
This
3
is
minute?
I put this on a 5-minute chart just because it's a little
Okay.
easier with the times. So
Got
the
it.
candle starts at 12:25 Central, ends at 12:30, right at that floor close. We know we normally see some volume come in there, so I love that as well, right? Where we're framing it around the volume that came in, and then providing opportunities from there.
Interesting. And it works until it doesn't.
There you go.
True words have never been spoken. It works until it
Very
doesn't.
nice.
Just try to go back and see other examples of it. Here's one here, right? This is Friday, right? So we'll frame out this candle.
Mm-hmm.
VWAP doesn't go lower, so you trade it like a range-bound trade. You buy the lows, and this is to the other side of the range. It took 40 minutes because there's less volume, but it's a $400 trade with a 1 lot.
Nice. I take that. Take that every day.
Again, not trading advice, but just areas of opportunity, potential trades.
This is why this is so cool. I mean, I probably could have traded my whole life and never recognized that.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I don't know.
It's closed. Forget about it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, don't even look at it anymore, right? But it's a decent trade.
Fascinating. We're still holding in.
That's really fascinating. I'm curious. We don't have to do this. I have the poll stuff in front of me. I'm going to throw a poll in myself right now because I have that opportunity. I have that functionality. I'm going to throw a poll in. I want to see who's up and who's down today because the day was entirely different. It started off one way. After the open was a second way, and now it's trading a third way. And I'm sure Power Hour will probably be a fourth way. So I'm going to throw a quick little poll in here just to say who's up and who's down. Give me 1 second to type it in there. Who's up and who's down. I'm also going to include flat as well. We always want to put that in.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Be careful. I saw somebody post something that maybe some sort of escalation overseas. I'm not seeing anything, but I'm not going too deep as far as looking for it.
Yeah, I'm looking for that too, John.
Thank you.
I'm sure that it'll pop up here soon, if at all.
Yeah, the U.S. did buy nearly 5 million barrels of oil to refill the reserve, or start to refill the reserve. Almost depleted.
Yeah, Eddie will keep an eye on that for us. And while we're talking about some eco stuff, John, you went through this morning for tomorrow. I'm not going to go through everything, but we do have the consumer confidence tomorrow and the JOLTS tomorrow as well. And of course, on Wednesday we have the employment, Chicago PMI, Fed chair talking, and then of course Thursday, jobless claims, the big ones, right? Jobless claims, natural gas, consumer spending, PMI, all that good stuff in there. I'm going to keep an eye on that as well. As a reminder,
be a busy end of the week.
It sure
or maybe
is.
not. Or maybe not. Could be a storm in a teacup.
Just to bring up other markets as well, I don't know how many traders we have trading micro Bitcoin on Topstep, but another market that I think has been providing pretty good opportunity and it's going to continue to, especially, we heard, both presidential candidates making some promises to make investments in Bitcoin. And I think what Trump's was holding it for 20 years without selling. If that's the case, there's a lot of upside potential in these markets. We saw them trade above 70K today. And, whether they continue to go up or down, micro Bitcoin has been providing some really nice ranges, right? Coach Paul and I talk about this one all the time, especially Coach Paul. He trades it a lot. But this is a 1 lot short in a trending market. If you held it all the way to the lows, it's a $350 trade, and your risk, if you went 2 ATRs, was less than $50. So really nice market where there is a ton of opportunity still. So just if anyone's looking for, if you're struggling with trading the equities or anything like that, we just like to provide, other areas where you may be able to look where markets are a little bit easier to trade or easier to understand. and give you opportunities to limit your risk.
Excellent. Jay, that's awesome. I'm of a certain age that I'm very distrustful of technology and Bitcoin.
Yes.
I have not invested. I have not played with it at all. What's the tick value in a micro?
Micro Bitcoin, the tick value, it's pretty small. As one of the reasons we recommend it is because it is a great place to limit your risk. Let me get the exact value for you, Hoag.
I think it's
50 cents.
50 cents, right? Same with I think Ether is also, was it?
Yep.
5 cents? No.
Yeah. So
that's also.
The micro Ether doesn't trade as much volume as Bitcoin does, so it's a little choppier. But the micro Bitcoin contract trades a decent amount of volume. Where even if you were trading it on a live account, your orders are going to get filled. We can see the books aren't thin here, and just has been a really nice trending market.
MBT is the symbol.
MBT, correct.
B is in boy, T is in tango.
I'd have to look at that.
Right. MBT. A lot of it, you can put the same concepts that you're using in trading an instrument to another instrument. Liking crypto, agreeing with crypto or not, doesn't mean it can't be traded. And it sure can. You just have to find out what works. The markets are different, and they're going to trade a little different. I can do pretty good on NQ, not too bad on YM. But gold for me is my nemesis, and I every time I touch it, I lose like crazy. So I'm not forcing, you're not going to make that suggestion and say, hey, you should do this, but take a look at it. There's so many products. In fact, what I'll do is I will put the tradable product list in the chat. I'll pull that link up and put that in. Unless Eddie wants to do it. Maybe Eddie's behind the scene. Maybe Eddie can do that. He's a good guy. You pull up the product list. Yeah, good man. And that way you can just scroll through and see what else turns you. Maybe you want to do, currency futures. If you came from Forex and you're doing the currency pairs, well, currency futures are not the same, but similar. At least you already have the knowledge of what's going to happen with, the euro versus the dollar and the yen and everything else. So take a look at those also if you came from the Forex background. And if you came from commodities background, it's not just gold, but you have oil and you have the other commodities. You have corn, we have wheat, we have those in there. There's cattle, there's hog. So those are all available, and you never know. There may just be something out there for you, especially if the majority trading NQ, if that's not doing it for you, and it's just like, man, it just moves too far, too fast, I can't get a hold of it. Take a look around, switch to something else. That's why you have a practice account. Give it a shot, take a look at it, and see what it looks like. Make your adjustments and move forward.
I totally agree with you, Robert. I mean, inherently they're all pretty much the same. They're, two-sided auction processes, but they do have different personalities, different things that are going to, work for them, maybe not work for them. Maybe everything works for all of them when it's the right time. It's just what works with you, If gold isn't your thing, you take a look around and see what does.
You said the right thing there, Hoag. 100% agree on. 100% agree on is find what works for you. I said this once on a group coaching where we have the majority of traders. 85% of traders are trading NQ. It takes a special personality and a special character that matches it.
I can't.
And I don't. Yeah, and I don't think we have 80% of our traders have the same personality that matches or gels with NQ. So take a look at yourself and say, man, this thing, maybe you like it. Maybe you're in and out. And if you try to trade something else, it's not good. Well, congratulations, you found it. If you're more of a trend person, take a look at RTY, take a look at YM, take a look at those other ones. If you understand economics better versus equities, take a look at the golds. There's silver also. And I'm just pulling up the product list now, and here we go. I will paste that into the chat as to what and when you can trade. And there it is. So take a look through there. You got a practice account, give it a shot.
And that's an important thing to remember too, is when you're trying something new, definitely use your practice account.
Yes, absolutely.
100%. That's what it's there for. It looks like we bottomed out here around 19,200, 19,195. It's kind of hanging around this. Looks to be about 89, about a 15, 20 point range in the NQ right now. I say range loosely, and we'll see what happens and see if it's going to keep going down. And I don't have any targets below that just yet. What I need for my calcs, I need to drop down, come back up a little bit to create a lower pivot, and then I will post another potential trade opportunity, and we will see there.
Yeah, that last 30-minute bar in the NASDAQ just could not stay inside the initial balance. So it's looking kind of weak, and unless we can get back above that. S&Ps are just trading right at and around that IB low. I just can't do anything here until there's some sort of decision made.
Yeah, and as we always say, there's three trades, right? You can be long, you can be short, you can be none. And
you can be flat, right?
You can be flat. That's exactly right. And how did that poll go? Let me pull this up on the other screen over here. Looks like, yeah, it's about split. But up is 53%, down is 34%, and flat is 14%. So it's pretty close to 50-50 because flat, we're not down, but we're not up, right? So I'm glad that we see traders are up, 53% of them, down 34%. That's okay. Maybe lock it up if you're up and lock it down if you're down, if you're getting close to your limit. That's how you manage your risk. And we know about those features. We got them in there. If you're not familiar with those features, I will post a link to all of the Topstep X tutorial videos. Not trying to plug myself here, but I did them. So
but those are excellent, Robert. Those are excellent. You should plug.
Thank you. They're going to get sick of seeing my face and my voice. And speaking of sick of my face and my voice, let's get off of this segment. It's been just slow, but I'm just trying to have a good time in these markets, man. This is so happy. Thanks for chat for being here. We're going to be hanging around, making some more videos. Coach, the man in the Coach Hoag, man in the middle. Looks like we finally got your name there. I was confused as who you were there for a while, but the chat helped me out. And Jay, kudos to you also, my man. Congratulations on using those 3 minutes, and hope it all works out for you. Power hour. Coming up. Andre's taking over the driver's seat. We have Jack. Ooh, Jack is in here too. We just saw him on shoulder tap earlier, but Jack is back. And of course, we have Muhammad A, another fan favorite. Stick around for Power Hour. It's the hashtag Power Hour. I will throw that in the chat as well. Tweet, send your tweets, send your X's, send your posts, whatever they're going to be calling them now. Hashtag Power Hour. Let's get those things in there. We'll show them up on the screen. But for now, thank you all for sticking around for Coach's Takeover. See you in a bit.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Jay.
All right. This is a new trio for Power Hour. We got my man in the middle, Mohammed, joining us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Back from Tetons in Wyoming, we got Jack on the right. Let's get it. Mohammed, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Just let me wait for this candle to close. So I don't blame you to lose an opportunity.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to, not want to get in your way.
Nothing.
Jack,
nothing.
Welcome back.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I am back from the West. Want to go back there, Andre? That may be calling me at some point in my life just to stay there. Beautiful country, awesome folks. Had a great time, but excited to be back here trading with you two and doing a little hashtag Power Hour, as it were.
Thank you for bringing that up. Jack, what is hashtag Power? It's in the upper right-hand corner of the screen this time. What is hashtag Power Hour, Jack?
The hashtag Power Hour is a special place on the platform known jointly as Twitter or X, where you can use that hashtag and submit whatever goofy content you want. It can be inspirational. It can be, frankly, weird. And as long as it's not upsetting in some way, we'll show it at the end and give you a shout out. So that's how we do it.
Love it. All right, guys. I see NQ starting to catch a bit of a bid here. ES as well. Tricky day in the markets. Go from the lows back to the highs. I'm kind of just drifting off. Now we're going above VWAP here in the ES. What will you be trading today, Jack?
I will be trading the ES today. Okay. It'll be a little slow trading bonds in the last hour of the day. So let's give this a run.
And Mohammed, you'll be trading the NQ, correct?
Yes. I was looking at NQ from all day, and it looks a big range, actually. Buyers are failing to the top. Now we are start to see seller buying are failing again at the bottom. So I was waiting for the sellers to fail. So I start looking for a long. I took early this afternoon a nice short over here, and I was running this. It was so heavy, and at the same time buyers are just there to ruin the party. Just go and take out any weak hands sellers. And now it looks that we are starting to break structure. We have a nasty horn over here, which makes me, anxious of trying to be the first buyer on here. I would like to see some pullback here. If the buyers failed, I will be interested to join the sellers again. For now, looking for a buying opportunity.
Okay. What price level are you looking for, Mohammed?
It will be around 1930 to 230? 230, 215. I need to see the action over there.
Gotcha. Side. All right, Jack, what are you looking for in the ES?
Okay, well, the ES is stuck pretty firm. Like, as you guys probably know in here, the NASDAQ scares me. Moves too quickly. The ES, though, is kind of stuck in the middle right now, just above VWAP. It looked like maybe we're going to trend down. It's reversed decently hard. And now we would be the definition of diddling in the middle to get in here. So with the Fed coming up, I think something might happen during this hour, but I need to see what happens first.
Since quick tilt update, I did notice that NQ 76% long in the NQ right now. It's pretty heavy tilt. ES 69% long. Crude 78% long. So bullish lean there in the NQ, crude, and ES. So something to keep in mind as we proceed here in Power Hour. A quick recap of the markets around. We got the Dow trading around 40,800 high today, 40,876. Crude kind of chopping around in the middle. Last trade 75.82. Gold trading 24.24 right now. Low of the day 24.14. Saw a little bit of wiggle there. Stellars did step in.
We also have 6 of the 7 Mag 7 are up on the day, led by Tesla's up 5+%. Wow. Nvidia is the only one down. That's new. But pretty subdued over there today.
What price is Nvidia trading? You got that on hand?
NVIDIA is trading 112.23 as we speak.
Split price was $120, I believe.
Right around there. They've still made a lot of money. Nick says Nancy in shambles.
She'll be all right. All right, Mohammed, we did just dip into the 230s there, but we saw some buyers step in.
Yep, I would like to see some nice green candle here to give me the green light to go ahead.
Okay. We have a lot of earnings coming out this week. Apple, Amazon,
We have a nice
Microsoft.
nice structure here.
Okay. What are you looking for, Mohammed?
Yeah, actually, I'm looking to this high, the previous high. But, you know, this is what is doing NASDAQ lately. It's just dumping like this, you see? I mean even it's not even a fake signal. It's not giving that.
Right.
So let me do my thing and just wait for the green candle. This is how I want to do it. Yes, the market could just leave me and go down.
Yep.
But the point here is just waiting for the right signal. The market should tell me if they are going higher or not. Okay, nice trap over here.
Okay.
Yep. I'm preparing my order. I will see how this candle will close. That's the first try of the buyers over here. That's fine.
Okay.
They should hold it here. The buyers should hold this area actually. In
20s?
a normal price action. Yeah, they should hold this area around 20, yes, 20 up to 16. If not, we'll wait for, a failure of the buyers now. If the buyer couldn't make a nice green candle over here, we will wait for them to fail, and then we'll go to the short side.
Yeah, 1 second. Can we show Mohammed's screen, by the way?
Oh,
there it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Buyer step
Candle is
in.
coming. This is, by the way, is a 1,000 tick chart.
There at the 220.
I don't mind to go in even if it reached 35.
Delta in ES is plus 3,600, NQ plus 200 as of 5 minutes ago.
We're back to close to tickling VWAP here in the ES. I think all things the same, I'd like to maybe buy it closer to the big fat round number, down around 5,500 if I was looking to go that way.
That's good. That's good confirmation.
Okay. We're in VWAP right now, like Jack said, in ES. Go ahead, Mohammed.
It's going to 36, 37 now. Okay, it looks that is closing. Nice green candle, not bad.
Nope.
Okay, trigger will be at 237. We'll come into contract here. The stop loss, a little bit wide for me, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, the stop will be 19,217.
217 stop.
But until now, we don't have any trigger. Come on, do it.
One time. One time for Mohammed.
Yeah,
Boom.
we are in now.
All right, your position, you're long or short?
I'm long at 19,237.
Okay.
My profit target will be 19,266.
66.
Bit of stretch over here, but I think if the buyers holding this area, we could see 19,290.
Okay, how many times, Mohammed? How many contracts?
Two.
Thank you.
Two
plus 2
NQ.
from 237 and NQ. Plus 2 from 237.
And I will trail this. I will take my first target at 1 and 1.5.
Okay.
And the next one will be trailed after the latest green candle.
While we watch that, taking a look at the ES. There are a couple ticks above VWAP. Right there, right at it right now.
Still holding tight here on this one. Hasn't been a lot of movement yet during this power hour.
Yeah, we're still in this big megaphone, which concern me a little bit, which means the middle is here. So I want to be out if it is reaching that middle. So my stop is fine, and this is the place where the buyer should hold it.
Okay.
Yeah, we see this little trend line as well. It's holding. It's nice micro channel or minor channel.
I'm curious if we want to get the poll going to see if it's different than tilt. Who's short, who's long here? And y'all know what I'm talking about. They're trading the NQ or the ES.
One new trader says this guy is pure. I agree. Jack, longer short, ES or NASDAQ? Or you already know.
Say long or short equities.
Equities, there you go.
So let's see where my bull's at, where my bear's at.
Love it. I'm looking for the buyers to step in.
Yeah. Today actually was holding a quick practice session with my students, and one of them asked a question. He said, I have entered a perfect trade, perfect setup. Why I lost? And that was, a normal question that everybody would ask. But I'm here to tell everybody from Topstep, actually, if you take from this power hour only this advice from me, that will be worth it for your rest of trading life. Make sure to ask the correct question to your mind, because every time when you are in trading, you are alone there behind the screen, and you from time to time will talk to yourself, asking your mind, why I did that, why I did this, why I lost, why I make money. And this is a very critical and serious question that you are asking, because it will manipulate your mindset. It will put you in a different area from where you are, especially when you are losing. So avoid the question, start with why.
Okay.
Why I lost, why I made money. Because it is not your decision first. Second, there is hundreds of answers of that question. Do you know what your mind will tell you? The easiest one. Because you're dumb. Because you're stupid.
True. I agree.
This is the quick answer. Because your mind is busy and there's no time to think. So what is the easiest one? Why I lost? Because you're stupid. So avoid the question of why, because it's a long answer and too many answers. So ask the correct question, which start with which is yes or no answer. Only yes or no answer. Is it a correct trade? Do I have a correct entry and correct stop? The answer is yes or no. Your mind will not manipulate you. Your mind will not have a time even to think about anything. Yes, it's correct. The last question, would I repeat it again? Now you are learning from your losses. So if you lose money, that's fine. You can make it up. Maybe not in trading, something else. You can make up the losses. But the losses that comes without learning, that's the real loss that you should avoid. Try to make something. I lost this trade. I can ask why I lost. There is no answer, actually. There's no answer. I have in this trade thousands of times. It made money and it lost money. So there is no answer. The market decided to go lower. The seller stepped in at the time. We are in a range. There's a lot of questions, but the real question that you will benefit of is, did I enter correctly? Is it a setup that is written in my trading plan? Do I have a correct stop loss? Do I have a correct take profit over there? So that's it.
Yep.
Then you can repeat it again and again and again. Plus, say that you are an Uber driver.
Okay.
And you did all what it takes to find customers. You're ready, your car is clean, your car is fueled, your car is smell nice, everything is okay. Maybe you spent all the day, there is no customer. So does that mean to stop doing the right thing that you're doing? Or does that mean that today the God didn't decide to give you anything? So you have to make sure that the routine, the process is correct. Forget about the result. You don't have anything to say about result. So this is the lesson we are taking from this losing trade. Now, should I just quit buying? No, there is a lot of opportunity. I can jump in again. Nobody can say no, as long as I'm following my plan.
I agree.
Set yourself up for success.
That's right.
All you
Focus
can
on the
do.
process. I love it.
Ask the correct question.
Exactly.
So we have another setup now here.
Okay.
Again, waiting for this candle to close above this Bollinger.
Okay.
And we will come again. Because if I ask why I lost, I'm wasting time from the next opportunity.
Did you get stopped out there, Mohammed?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I did stop out at 1917, and maybe the market just want to take me out and run. This is a possibility.
It happens.
So what I'm saying, if you are going to go up, I will be with you. If you are going down, you go alone.
I like that.
So
I love it,
I do
Jack.
like that.
It doesn't get any better.
It doesn't.
Okay,
We're
now
still
we
bopping
have,
around.
we have a nice close here. Another entry now. Yeah, okay. Another entry at 19,233.
233.
With a stop loss now below this pivot, this small pivot, this small trap, which is 19,213 and a half. Targeting 265.
65. You're long from 230?
233.
233. How many times?
Two.
Long two from 233. Thank you.
Reaching for the VWAP again, and I don't know. We're below it in the ES right now.
Yeah.
We're just bouncing in this range from about 55.10 down to a few points lower than here. And waiting in discipline, Andre.
Yes, absolutely. Patience, discipline, focus on the process. Results take care of themselves.
And trade management as well. Don't forget and add on in I can add one more contract right here, but I cannot afford to lose more than $800 in this trade. Okay, now we are testing again this area. It looks that they trap buyers on here. Hopefully they can hold it again.
Let's do it. 2, 3, 4 trades. 2, 3, 5s. On to the 6s. Let's go.
Okay. I think if we kill this 240.
One time for Mohammed. Come on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not in it, but I'm rooting for it.
Oh yeah, Mohammed, we're rooting for you here. 240 trades.
Perfect. This area was a previous structure, which was tested actually on here. So that means it will be weaker this time.
VWAP in the S&Ps.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll find, a rally.
We go. In the 50s.
Again, this megaphone is making me very nervous, actually. Fine. Now the question, should we limit the risk on here. I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah.
All or nothing.
Exactly. So I should take my full target, hopefully here.
Targeting 65s.
And I like this liquidity sweep that we have below this trend line, below this low. They took me out. And I think they still don't know that I'm in.
Don't let them know either. Don't let them know.
No, sir.
Tilt 74% long in the NQ right now. Let's go.
Okay.
Some liquidity here in the NQ. Don't see much to the upside or downside. Gold catching a bit of a bid right now. Last trade 24.27. A $3 pop in the last 5 minutes. People are loving you in the chat, Mohammed.
Thank you. I love them as well.
There you go.
Actually, I like this community here, and you know, it's so important for me to make sure that I'm saying the correct thing. I'm very careful when because some people and looking at me as an idol or I'm that professional trader. No, I am just similar to you. I do mistake, I lose, I make profit, trying to be consistent and profitable.
Absolutely.
So one day you could be better than everyone that you see here in Topstep. This is the idea actually of being here.
New candle on the 5-minute here. Push. VWAP in the NQ is 269. 269. Jack said, watching the ES, watching to see what we do with VWAP here.
Okay.
Yes, right beneath there.
Sellers are coming.
Mm-hmm.
They are coming. We don't want to see sellers here actually, because this is an area of importance. This is a decision area. It's a previous structure. And sellers maybe are waiting for any pullback so they can run this down again, because they still have targets down there.
Tried right there.
Hey, hold
right now. Yes, the buyers. Where are you, buyers? Bulls, right
Get
now.
out and push.
NQ Delta, Grizzly Greg, NQ Delta plus 100.
Let me clean up my chart here. What should I clean? I should clean this. This channel, we don't need it anymore, actually, because it's broken and we have first leg up.
Okay. Hold the line. That's right.
Yeah, this area is very important, actually. This area is so important because this is the Fibonacci level and 50% level from the low to the high of this leg. So below this means we are looking to this low. Above this, that means we are looking to this high. Why? Not every leg that we do that, but I do that. Only if I see a spike. If I see a spike like that, and then a structure over here, it's fine, this structure to fail up to this area. As long as we are above this area, you have the whole right to look high. If below this area, it's better to look for a short. However, we are in a range here. How do I know that we are in a range? First of all, we have clear bottoms, we have clear highs.
Yep.
And I have this, my little indicator, which is the 21 EMA of the EMA. whenever it is inside the Bollinger, that means you are in a range. So, working with EMAs works more if you are in a trend. If you are in a range, the EMA will just, kill you because the market will visit the EMA 100 times.
So well.
Yeah. So whenever I see this EMA of EMA inside the Bollinger, that means be careful, you are in a range. So it's better to see profit, take profit.
Absolutely.
Whenever this one is outside, like what we see in this dump in here, it's outside. Just keep selling, keep selling.
Yep.
Whenever it's inside, maybe you start to look for a buy. But be careful. Once it's out, now it's clear that it's going even higher.
See if we can push into the 50s here.
Yeah, we're doing fine. Maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if buyers start failing, because you don't want to see the buyers, because sellers will try. Okay, fine. But I don't want to see the buyers failed. Until now, they are looking nice. They try here. Still trying. Strong red candle, that means they start to fail. We're still holding the last two green candle. This tell me who is driving now. Who is driving? Buyers or sellers? Not who has control. It's buyers right now. It's some
looks like
some
buyers
between. Sorry?
It looks like buyers are in control.
Yeah, buyers have control, but as long as you are in a range, you might expect sellers to come at any minute. But the question is, who's driving now the market? It's buyers, because the last two green candles are holding. However, the last red candle are not holding.
The sellers.
They are coming. Okay.
I'm working to get filled on one short ZB right now.
ZB?
Let you know. Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The ZB market here.
I'm here for a good time.
Absolutely. ZB. No, you're gonna be here for a long time. Well,
Hey,
it's
the
30
ZB
years.
moves, man.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
We're not doing twos.
The 2 year
leg
yes.
out of it.
Trading bonds.
Yeah, mostly we'll focus on Muhammad's screen is so much more interesting, and plus the Nasdaq's just more exciting.
Okay. Actually, sellers are failing here. They try, they fail, they try, they fail, they try. They are trying to fail again. The good thing, the buyers are holding.
Long from 233. Jack's working a short order in the ZB. Let us know when you get filled, Jack.
I may never get filled. This could take days.
I know. Yes, not doing a whole heck of a lot.
Muhammad, have you ever heard of a jackalope before?
Jackalope?
Jackalope?
No.
It's this
Jackalope.
fictional being that's part rabbit, part antelope, I believe. The place I was at in Wyoming had the largest exhibit in the world for the jackalope. So if you're ever in the U.S., that's one place you could go. Yeah.
Yep.
Which state?
Good question,
Wyoming.
Mohammed. Good question.
Wyoming. Okay. I have been there twice.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Yeah, in 2012, yeah, and 2014. the good times. With the
Beautiful
family.
place.
Yeah, we went to New York, Los Angeles, Miami.
Ooh.
So yeah, we spent around 25 days each time.
Very nice. What was your favorite city?
San Francisco, actually.
Ooh, okay.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Actually, we took a car over there, and once we landed on San Francisco airport, we took a car, and we get back to Los Angeles with a car. It was a nice, amazing, sea road that we took. We took the long road, actually. There is a road, I believe.
Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah, the Pacific one.
Highway 1.
Yeah,
Yep.
we took the long one. Exactly.
Beautiful.
And it was wonderful, a wonderful, actually, trip. After we got robbed in in New York.
You got robbed. What happened?
Exactly. We come back to our hotel room.
Oh, wow.
In the middle of Times Square. I don't want to say the name of the hotel.
Okay.
And we see our room is just everything is taken. I mean, not everything. The expensive thing, around $15,000 worth of my wife bags and shoes, and I was very sad because of my camera. At that time we have a camera, Sony camera that has my daughter's birthday.
Oh no.
And yeah, and it was only 3 days there, so it was an inside job maybe.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, because they said we don't have a camera, only in the hallway. We don't have a camera in the front of the door of the room. And surprise, we have to check out tomorrow, so we don't have time. We have to travel. We cannot stay.
Inside job for sure.
So we will ask for NYPD. They come, they take take prints of the room, and investigation called me so many times, trying to do something. Just leave it there. Then we go to San Francisco. It was, a good place to forget everything.
There you go. There you go. Bay Area. Very nice.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a push into the 50s. Creeping higher. Some volume to push it, though.
Yeah,
We need some volume. We need some conviction.
So slow. I think maybe 10 minutes we might see something with this.
Everyone's out of town.
Yes, they are.
As long as it is my direction, why should I care? I care less. So as long as you're going higher, yeah, we're fine. You have to be patient. As long
Targeting
as
65s. Targeting 65s.
Yep. Again to this, megaphone. I am megaphone.
Do it.
Go. Let me take it higher a little bit.
Let's do it.
So I moved it a little bit. So go. Just give it to me. I took my first target. Now I have zero risk trade. My stop will be below the last 2 green candles.
Beautiful. Topstep TV. This is Power Hour. 111,000 subscribers. One more time. Click like, click subscribe. You guys are the best. March to 200,000. Right, Jack?
We are on the march. It might be a while, but we will get there.
Okay, Mohammed, you got out of one. You got
I got out of one.
What price? What price did you get out at?
Actually, at the high this week, 264.
264 is beautiful.
Double check. No, actually 262.25.
Okay.
And now I trade my stop to 242.
Very nice.
Let's get back this again.
242. One more push.
Okay.
What's the new target, Mohammed?
The new target, actually, I will not exit at that target, but I'm looking at 290.
290. Okay.
200, this
I saw in the
area.
chat.
Yeah.
Would have liked 300.
This is, yeah. Let's say 300. Yeah, 290 to 300. This is an interesting area where the sellers, took control, really control here. They break the structure, they test it, and they took it down. Maybe some of them will exit their positions if they are lucky. What do we have?
How's that 30-year looking, Jack?
Yes,
I can't get filled. I am
really
when I'm on later this week. I think that I'm going to go back to the ES.
Okay.
Maybe during power hour so we can do it. But it's comical right now what's going on.
What's the most time that ZB is moving actually in the day? Because
Early
for example,
in the morning.
crude oil. Yeah, crude oil is. I don't trade crude oil after 12 p.m. That's the max actually, because it's a morning asset.
Yes,
It's a morning thing. 7 o'clock, like the 7:30 numbers are big. There'll be other things throughout the day, but it's kind of like they're like equities. They just trade much slower, really. Very liquid, though.
Yes, it is. Hey, speaking of crude, 76% long in the tilt, 72% long in ES, 73% long in NQ. Heavy bull bias right now. Let's go one more push.
Crude. Yeah, actually, the buyers are taking control here, and the crude, if I will trade it, I have a double bottom here, which means that I have a range over here. Yeah, staying above 75.62 could take us to 76.60. This area. So if it is moving, quickly, I should be already in a long at 75.84. My stop will be 75.66.
66, okay. Mohammed, they want to know what is the number printing. What is the number by the printing candle? Is that delta or volume?
This one?
I believe
volume.
so, yes.
Yeah, this is a volume. This is how many trade left for this candle to close. It's just a timer.
Oh, it's a timer, I see.
Yeah. Usually in Ninja Trader, you see it here.
Got you.
By the way, in Topstep X, I couldn't find it. When I go open tick chart, I don't know when this candle will close.
We're on it.
Good.
On it.
Good. I noticed that, so it's just a timer.
Yes, catching a bid slowly but surely. Trading 55.14. 55.15 is trade now. Q grinding higher, coming up to VWAP. VWAP 19,268. Last trade 260.
We have now this new green candle making a new high. So I have this candle and this candle, the last highest two candle. My stop should be below this pivot. So I'm trailing my stop to 247 now, looking $265 in a trade.
Beautiful.
All right.
Got a delta update here. Plus 6,500 now in the ES, plus 1,000 in the NQ. Thank you, Hoag. It's growing. What's congruent with market direction?
I am finally short 1 ZB.
From
right here. I didn't want to get... If I got ticked down one more time, I was switching back to the ES.
26
I'll
is?
max size of 2, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, 26. And then...
Jack, short ZB. 2 times from 119.26.
Only one time so far.
One time. Old, yeah, the Q. Partials.
The thing is, in the ZBs, they're $30 ticks. So you prefer to get filled on the bid or offer. Sometimes it just ticks down like that. So the trade already went like 2 or 3 ticks in my favor, but I wasn't able to get in. We're trading ZBs now, Andre. We're doing it.
Yes, we are, Jack. Bid and offer. Do you have a big spread between? Does it have big spread?
No, they're super. They're super. Right now,
half ticks.
There's 1,400 on the offer and 900 on the bid. They're super liquid.
Quarter ticks in the last 3 weeks. It goes quarter ticks, right? In the last 3 weeks. Does it still do that?
Does it? Unless they're switching. What I'm seeing now is just
no half tick now. Okay, never mind. $0. They go quarter ticks into the last 3 weeks of into expiration.
No such luck here.
One more push here.
Okay, they are taking their time. They are killing the sellers, you know. This is the feeling that I got when I try to short this kind of market. You just want anything. Please give me anything.
I want to feel
you keep adding up. Give me anything, at least one. So this has happened to me actually today, but I didn't stick to it. You know, I was short in here this morning, and I took another short in here, and I just want anything, just anything, nothing. So I exit here. And sometimes it's just when you are exiting, the market dump in that favor, you know.
Nini in the chat says, Jack looks like Ashton Kutcher. You got that one before, Jack.
No, I think I'm just dressed like Ashton Kutcher right now.
Who do you look like? I know who. Who is it?
What do you think?
Said it
Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah. They said it in the chat, yeah. So good.
Yeah. Hassan in the chat is saying, didn't we drop 300 points from the top? Yeah, I agree. I think the sellers are okay. Yeah, actually, I can agree with you to some extent. Sellers are fine up to this area. I'm talking about the current moment.
Yes.
It's just like the buyer are beating the sellers. They are. It's like there is some seller here. He puts his stop over there.
Yep.
Okay, and he keep adding in. Usually, if you see a strong bearish market, you will see a strong, try to test the low, which they did here and there, everywhere. But they stopped doing that here. They stopped doing that there. They stopped. It's just like they are giving up the sellers to try to test this low. So the current behavior of the market now, the buyers are not giving a chance for the sellers to take it down. So far,
yes.
But I agree with you. It's still a bearish market because as long as we are below this high, which made the lowest low, it is a bearish trend.
That's right.
We're still in a bearish trend. Yeah, we have a secondary bullish trend, but it is a secondary one. It's not a main one. It's not a major one.
Secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, really quick, Mohammed. While we wait on that trade, we do have MOC coming out, the announcement in about 2 minutes. So before we get to that, I'd like to throw it to the guys back there. What do we got for hashtag Power Hour? We're ready to go. Let's do it.
All right, it's a really light power hour day. We only have 2 submissions, so come on, chat. I know you're funny. Here's our first one from Mass Trader Rick. Live session on fire today, up over 1.2K on the Topstep X eval account. Thank you for the knowledge you teach in Discord. You can see some of his profits there, and at the bottom, you can just make out he's watching group coaching with Hoag.
Yes.
Nice stuff.
And then Andre, you had to know this one was coming. I hate to do this to you, bud.
I know it.
But it's the Carl
Jack,
Hungus meme of the day. It's Andre on Power Hour. It's just Jack and myself.
No. Right when those words are coming out of my mouth, I was trying to. Did you hear it, Jack? I don't know if you heard it when I did it.
No, but like I get it now.
Yeah, I was previewing who was coming on for Power Hour, and the order I did it and came out.
Jack and himself.
Moving on.
No shame in it.
People who submit for Power Hour. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wow. Thank you.
I'm out, by the way. I'm out.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm out from this trade. At first target was 127 ticks, and the second target was around 50 ticks. Shankar said, "What is your setting in B? What is your BB setting? What is BB?
BB Bollinger Band?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bollinger Band. It's just simple. 221 EMA. The middle one is the close. The higher one is the high. The lower one is the low. So they will never intersect together. It's a custom made. It's just
Got an
3
announcement
indicators.
here. Anything yet? Oh my gosh.
Anything come across?
Nothing yet. Eddie's gonna be all over it. We gotta talk to the juice, Eddie. Slipping.
Are you out there, Eddie Horn?
All right, here we go. Yes, indeed. I was waiting for it. S&P's sell side, 310 million. NASDAQ, sell side, 415 million. Dow, 50 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 160 to the sell side. And yeah, I've been talking to Jamie over there, and they've got something coming out this week, something new. So we're going to get a little bit more better information on this as the week goes on. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Eddie.
You guys.
Still selling off here.
Okay.
242 last trade. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the second try of the buyers. They try once, failed. I'm waiting for the second try, hopefully with some trap in this area, which means 19,235. If they trap the area and give me another green candle, that would be a nice trap to visit the high again.
Take a quick peek at ZB. See 25's trade last, or 24's trade last.
We're cooking. I wish I had
Okay.
more on. I'm gonna have to start working to get out of it just because it's gonna take a country day.
Yes.
I gotta size up in that if I'm gonna do it. But this is the first trade in this live account, I believe.
Really?
Graciously provided by Topstep.
Congratulations. Good. See a profit, take a profit.
Absolutely. We love seeing that on Power Hour. My man Jack, bottom there. My man Mohammed in the middle. Making some money today on Power Hour. Let's go. We got 7 minutes left in the session. Ronnie in the chat says, this Mohammed guy knows his trading. He's reading pure price action. We love you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Minus all the indicators. What does it?
I didn't read that part. I left that part out. I didn't want you to see that part.
I'm fine. Yeah, I understand. It's difficult sometimes for the trader who we might see there is a lot of noise in here, but this is how I trade.
Yep. Yes, going back to VWAP. 5, 10.
Okay.
Last trade.
See a nice flush in here or not?
Also, ring a dang, $60 winner.
Yeah. Update that board. Live trade. Real trades, real executions, real traders. But real here at Topstep. Oh.
I have a limit
Sellers.
order.
Okay.
I have a limit order at 19,216. Buy limit order, 2 contracts.
Right.
At this level. The stop will be 13.83 times 5. Be 70 ticks of this low. The stop will be around 19,199.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back to ES for the end.
Let's go.
No more.
Take this ZB off my charts now.
Okay, coming 19,216 at this area, and this is the intersection of the cross of 21 AMA with that 21 AMA of 21 AMA.
19 straight.
Which is actually it's a buying area, this area.
Mohammed, are you working 16s or 19s? I'm sorry. What price?
I'm working 16. 16.
16s. Very good.
Yeah, 16 and a quarter. If we put it here, we can see it. Yeah, it's actually it should be 17.
We'll see.
Should be 17.
All right.
All right, Jack. Here we go.
Oh, I can see how this is way more addictive than bonds.
4 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
17.
500.
The 17s, 5,500. Jack's working.
Hold.
Ooh. There you go, Mohammed.
Okay. I'm in. Looking at 19,245.
245s.
I'm in 1 ES long.
Here we go.
05. How much?
From 05, Jack?
Yes.
Stop is just below the 200. 19,200. 2 contracts.
The chat is rooting for you, Mohammed. We're pulling for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see now. We have only 4 minutes.
Yeah, come on. Don't
turn this around.
Don't do me like that.
Where's your stop,
Hold
Jack?
the door. Hold the door.
Hold on. Where's your stop, Jack?
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Go to his screen so we can see where his stop is. No, I'm kidding.
I'm hovering with the clicker where that might be.
Gotcha. Right, back to entry price.
Who knows what interns might be listening?
I feel you, man. Less than 3 minutes in the session. See if we can pump this. Quick look at tilt. 72% long crude. Everything else is around 50-50. That's Delta update of the day for my man Hoag. Plus 6,500 ES, plus 1,000 and Q. So we're stepping in here.
Yeah, we're going to get probably
right here, right now. Turn this around.
Bone zoned on this one.
Pop it.
Yeah, it's very heavy.
Buyer step in. This is really step in.
Okay. Come on.
This is really
5,500.
step in.
Defend it.
Do the right thing.
It's the Olympics. Do the right thing for the world.
There we go.
9 or thereabouts.
Nice. Okay, follow through. We need
Less
to
than 2
follow
minutes.
through now.
Man, Eddie's got the bell. See you,
Doggy.
Eddie. There you are.
Yeah, he is.
Shh, come on.
Yeah.
Right off VWAP and the MQ. Right off VWAP and the MQ. Man. Hold it.
I'm gonna hold it.
Yep.
I mean,
hold the
risk is
line.
in. It's gonna stop me or it isn't.
I'm still in. Ooh, it's nerve-wracking.
This is more like what power hour is like.
Heat.
Un momento.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, like there's not. I don't know. It's just fun to worry about this.
Oh yeah,
I'll be eating ramen either way tonight.
Why the stop is here? Actually, my stop is okay because I have this ATR. This is the ATR. If it is passed through the ATR, that means there is something in the market. Get out.
Squeeze them right here.
Send them
Come
back
and
where
get
they
me.
came from.
Yep. One tick to my stop. One tick to my. Actually, 2 ticks to my stop.
Now we turn this around.
Turn it around.
Right here.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm not going to lose.
18
as much
seconds.
Here.
Push it. 18 seconds. Come on.
Come back to me again.
No.
Get back.
No.
Come on.
No.
I'm just exiting this. That's it. It's 4 o'clock.
Fine. All right. Well, that was fun. Exhilarating close there. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much, Mohammed. You will definitely be back here on Power Hour and Top Step TV. Jack, you the man. Whew, that was wild. Let's throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what's up?
Yowza. Hey, had a great day today, Monday. At least I did, and I really didn't make much, but I did learn a lot. And having guys like Mohammed on with us here, they're going to teach you something that you might know already but forgot. So I'm glad that he brought that back about that second voice. But anyway, tomorrow we should have a decent breakfast here for our economic numbers. Coming in early, we got the Red Book. All right, very light here with the Red Book. 8 o'clock, we will have some house price index. We also do have the HPI composite. We'll also have 9 o'clock is when we start really kicking in. The pancakes is going to be for consumer confidence for July. We also do have the JOLTS job openings at that time. 9:30, Dallas Fed service for July, 9:30. We also have the Texas service sector outlook. Very minor numbers. I just want to let you know what's cooking. And, of course, later in the afternoon, the API weekly crude stock. And I think crude, focus a lot on that. It's been in the news here. A lot of new things happening here with crude. So crude traders, hopefully the end of that day here, we'll see what happens. As far as what we've got here for tomorrow, now we are almost end of the month here. Tomorrow's going to be the 30th, Wednesday the 31st, the last day of July. And tomorrow, we're going to have Rips joining Hoag and myself for the opening call. We're going to fire this up around 8 a.m. Central Time. So be here. Andre Rips, MP Coach Dakota, and Hoag for Fast Markets. We've got power players. Yes, one of our favorites. Somebody that we had on, I believe, once, bringing him back again. Andre and JD will be talking to Matthew Mickey. He's had a great segment there. If you missed that one, don't miss this one. Shoulder tap, Jack and Mick. Group coaching, JD and Robert. We also have market stalking with D, Robert, Deanna, and Coach J. And coming into Power Hour, Andre, Robert, and Austin Silver. So there you have it. And folks, don't forget about Topstep TV, not only covering the New York Open, but the Asian and London Opens as well. Join Coach Dakota tonight, right here on YouTube at 7:30 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. And the early bird, get that London market. Catch Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday, for the London Open. And there you have it. Love having you being here with us. Hope that you did get something out of today. And right now it's time to log off. Time to get some love from those closest to you. Get some rest, re-energized, stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.